Dude,
Testing audio. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan, which is a shame because I heard he was going to use that money to head to, where is Perils in Paradise taking place? Some sort of resort, right? Perils Resort, which is a bad name for a resort and a bad thing to get a bank loan for. Probably understandable why he was denied it. Hey everybody, happy Sunday. How we doing? What is going on? Sunday? This is the second Sunday I've been online in a row, right? I was online last Sunday. I think I played Arena. What did I do last Sunday? Why was I online? Oh, I played Arena and a little bit of Easy Ring, right? Because just like bonus stuff, because I took time off. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I am here now to take a look via popular demand at the new cards and tell you which ones are good and which ones are bad. Forget everything you've learned from those other reviewers, because these reviews, this is the actual truth, how good and bad every card's going to be, exactly, precisely, and with 100% success rate on predictions. Definitely. You know, it's always fun to look at your boner stream. Come on now. Boner. No wonder it was such a popular demand, Panda. No wonder it was so popular. But it's always fun to look back and just see how wrong you were on a few of these. You know what I mean? I've had some. I think I didn't even have Claw Machine in the top 10 when that set came out, and it's not that good anymore, but it was so good at the time. Missed that one completely. Wonder what we'll miss this time. I've seen most of the cards, unlike most of my reviews I do, so gonna be going through them, just talking about them, and maybe kind of trying to keep in the back of my mind for what I assume is theory crafting. I don't even know. Let's assume Wednesday. It's got to be, right? Have they said anything about theory crafting? I'm panicking. Have they said anything about Arena? I'm panicking, dude. What, have they announced anything? Like, we're playing Arena all day Tuesday and then doing theory crafting, right? I think next week. Redbeard said that it was definitely going to be on Tuesday, so I'm going to put my faith in Redbeard, a bold decision, and say we're just going to assume that they're just not telling us stuff for no reason and that totally these things are happening. Arena probably comes out on Tuesday. Theory crafting probably Wednesday. Hopefully we hear from them if we haven't already. Remember when a 1 mana plane 2-in was decent enough? How about a tournament attendee? Mariketh, little grand tournament action. Let's go. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Wait, did it go down from last time, Skimmel? Yours is broken, guy. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not sure what the command is even doing. You don't think it's based on... No, I don't know, man. I don't know. Robots on drugs. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's... here's what we're going to do. I'm going to tell you... what is going to go down here. We're going to look at all the cards. There's 145, I believe. Now that's a lot of cards, and this is my weekend and I have schoolwork to do, so we're going to keep things hopefully rolling fairly quickly. There's a lot of cards that are not that interesting, you know, filler cards. We'll not spend too much time on those. We'll keep things rolling. We're going to start with the neutrals, because the neutrals are just, you know, a really good base to have first, so that when you're looking at all the other class cards, you know what's going to be accompanying them. So always nice to start with the neutrals. Yeah, 1800, that's greater than 0.17 for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I would be terrified to use that. Marvel too. Yeah, I've seen a few over 1,000 hours. I'd be scared to look at it myself. Like, for me, I know that no matter how much the biggest number I see from people out there is, that I've streamed for longer, you know what I mean? So not looking. Yeah, so we'll start with the neutrals. I'm just going to go in order from lowest mana cost to highest mana cost, kind of arbitrarily. So we'll start with the 1s and neutrals, go up to the 10s and neutrals, and then we'll just go in alphabetical order through class, starting with Death Knight, all the way through to Warrior. Right? Seems good. Seems like a good thing to do. Yeah, fuck, man. I know I've been here more than 17 minutes. Yeah, I know for a fact. It's even less than that, I think, because that's out of the 100 on the hour. I don't know, Skimmel. Yeah, I don't know, man. I know you have too. Yeah, I found you quite a bit later, so you were much higher. Great, yeah. I mean, I wonder if I can check. I can probably check. If I press these buttons, will it do anything on the screen? No, we're good. What if I go to Twitch, Analytics, Overview, Time Streamed? Now, I can easily find out. Time streamed from end date today on the 14th, start date. Let me just click. Click a few bit more. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Wow. Wow. I didn't stream that much at the very beginning, but I did do my first stream October 2018. Was my first stream. October 1st, I believe. So let's see. I update from the very beginning. From the beginning of time. It's loading. It's taking a while to load. This could take a while. Over 2,000 days ago. It's taken a bit. It's just, you know what? Maybe I'll leave that. Maybe I'll leave that for a little as it loads all that data. Oh my goodness. Good sweet heavens. I don't know that we're... I'll just leave it. I'll come back to it later. Because it's taking a long time. Oh, man. How does a deck sound with 4... Wait, are we talking expendables? Expensible? How does a deck sound? How does it sound? A deck with 4 expensible. How you doing, whatever you 12? Hope you're having an excellent time. I'm trying to stall. But I'm not sure those numbers are gonna load. Just gonna leave that for a while. October 1st. I'll just leave it up on the other screen. Seems good. Seems good. Are you saying 4 expendables? Whatever, because that sounds like very rude to me. That sounds very rude to me. But 4 of a lot of stuff sounds very rude to me. And we're Hearthstone in 2024. We like to be rude. Yeah. It is exactly what I thought then. Yes. Yep. Expendable performers. I hope your opponent has fun. You know, imagine if you could have that corpse synergy in Death Knight. Hope your opponent has fun having their board removed each and every turn. That's a pretty rare card now, is it not? Okay, let's get started here. I don't want to take too long. We're going to get started in that order. Yeah, I'll touch on the new mechanic too. I could have a command for Tourist, I guess. How will Arena work with Tourist? Who knows? Nobody knows. Radio silence even when Arena starts from Blizzard. I don't know why we're not getting any information. Who knows? We have no idea. A theory that I love that someone brought up is that maybe the reason they haven't said anything about Arena is because they're actually trying to get Tourists to work in it. But it's like, you know, a thing that's going to take a bit. And so they don't want to say anything in case the shit goes wrong. I don't know. I'm not sure. So, but yeah, no idea. I think we assume for now that there will be no Tourists in Arena. But, who can be sure? All right, folks, let's get started. Let's get started with the neutrals. Get through the neutrals so we know kind of what we're dealing with as we get into the more interesting class cards. Let's start with this cutie. 1 mana, 2/1 Tide Pool, Pupil, Battle Cry. If you cast 3 spells while holding this, discover one of them. That's a pretty good first card to start with. It's an interesting one. I feel like this set has a lot of very interesting cards, but then also a lot of very uninteresting cards, which is usually what a whole set of 140 cards is comprised of. If you're, you know, right away, this is like Savara, right? The 4 mana 3/5 legendary for Mage Naga that gives you all 3. This is 1 mana, a common, but you just get to discover one of the 3. Reminds me a little bit of that. And that card is really, really good. And like Savara, this kind of reminds me a little bit. It's a neutral card, but there's definitely going to be classes I don't feel like this fits super great into, especially with Arena. Like 3 spells is quite a lot of spells for some classes, right? I mean, if you look at Paladin, like how many spells does Paladin really run right now? Not too many. Like Flood Paladin is just playing a ton of, maybe Boogie Down and playing a ton of minions debuff. Even in Arena, you're looking at very, very minion-based decks there. So it depends on what the class is. I look at this as like a mage card. Verse synergy is kind of interesting, right? Yeah, verse synergy is kind of interesting. It's always interesting. No matter what class, it's interesting because the effect is very unique and potentially very powerful. But I think it's going to thrive in mage. And then like I wonder if they're looking for constructed demon hunter Naga stuff to do things there. Mega coin synergy, same as Savara, right? I love this card. I think this card is going to be fun to play. The flavor text is hilarious. It's this guy attempting to spells an Ashari and failing. Classic. Yeah, I think in Mage, I'm like really happy to have this. Like, I think of even just like the extra spell from Volume Up and how expensive that is. Like, this is very cheap. And an extra spell in Mage particularly can do so much. Like another Runed Orb for 1 mana, 1 mana 2/1, add a Runed Orb to your hand. So sick. So I think this I look at this and go like mage huge, priest maybe depending on the meta. Has some pretty annoying spells, like if you're casting another identity theft or something crazy, and you know, we'll see what all the other spells are as we move on. That's why we're doing these first. Yeah, it's one drop that's not a play on one. No, you've got to be. I would never. I wouldn't have it in me. I wouldn't have it in me. It's funny because like sometimes the correct play might be to play it on one depending on your deck, but we'll never evaluate it like that. That's brutal. Imagine having this in a deck with 4 expendables. Yeah, true. Discover one of your 3 expendables. But yeah, in a spell heavy deck, I think is going to be extremely strong. Not even just fun. I think it's going to be very strong. 1 mana, 2/1, discover a good spell. Yeah, I mean, that's really good. So just got to be that condition. That's the most important thing to keep in mind. But I think that's going to be quite good. In standard, there's a lot of potential for like just getting some burst for your opponent's face, depending on the deck if it fits. Kind of interesting. Adaptive Amalgam. This one's pretty wild. This one's pretty wild. A very majestic background. That hair, I know, right? Looking good. Buddy's enjoying the resort, surfing away. You see the dolphin Elise in the background there too. I didn't even line this up on purpose this way. It just ended up perfect. And I was like, well, great. I don't even have to adjust this at all. Yeah, it's good in control, bad otherwise. It depends. Well, yeah. Wait, you mean the last card? You'd have to look for some very specific things, because yeah, it's true. If you're trying to like copy a aggro card, why not just run another aggro card maybe? Yeah, adaptive amalgam. I think amalgams are always something you got to take very seriously. Like even mistake, like this card will 100% be seen and constructed. Like this card will 100% be everywhere in constructed that uses tribes. That is for sure. 1 mana, 1/2, and with a fairly reasonable upside. And like the fact that all of your cards, you know, like you think about a card like what's the dragon one? Take to the Skies, right? This card sucks in Arena, just shuffling a shitty top deck into your deck over and over. Yeah, depends. There's some synergies, but yeah, it's definitely not a individually good card in Arena. Like Mistake is just way better, right? Just with the extra health in Arena. This is very interesting though, in that you don't lose any of your tutor ability, right? Like if you have a Take to the Skies or you have like draw a pirate, like you can always use that draw and get value from it, which isn't nothing, but I think you kind of do want some sort of enchantment on this. Like even just a small one to make even that worth it. But it's interesting because like there are classes that even like this into Hand of a Doll onto, or this into the 2 mana 2/2, give a minion death rattle, summon a 2/2 with rush. And then all of a sudden that top deck isn't necessarily as terrible, but it requires a condition. And like, why take a card that's a risk instead of just a good card? Yeah, I mean, if I'm offered an epic, well, to be fair, it offers you an epic. Yeah, sure. There's definitely a lot better epics, but it's not like all epics are together or anything, right? It's not a good arena card. You're 100% right. It's not a good arena card. Even it's kind of like that 2 mana 1/2 Murloc for Paladin way back. That card could be good if you landed a Spikered Steed on it, but it wasn't good. It might be a good discover given a certain buff in hand, you know, or it might just be such a unique deck that you're like, wow, this actually works really well in it. But individually, it's probably not something you're looking for. But this will be everywhere in standard. This will be everywhere in standard, right? And like theory crafting, this is 100% going to be all over the place too. You just never pick this. I'll pick it. I'll pick it. I'll show you. I'll show you all. Usually you don't. Yeah, it's usually not a pick you're happy to see. There will be times where this is okay, which doesn't really say a lot of good stuff for it, does it? Yeah, whatever. It's an interesting flavor. You know, cool card, I think. I like amalgams, but yeah, probably not the one you're looking for in Arena. 7 trillion light years. Dude, I could have sworn last stream was 5 trillion. I'm losing track of all the light years, Panda. Thank you. Coconut Cannoneer, 2 mana 1/4. That's a bad stat line. After an adjacent minion attacks, deal 1 damage to a random enemy. I don't know. Have I seen this one? Have I seen a lot of these, or have I missed a lot of the filler neutral cards? It looks okay. I mean, 2 mana 1/4 is not really that good of a stat line, but it's got 4 health and the effect is not nothing. Thinking about this arena first, of course. I think it's neat. Wait, you think this card is neat? The coconuts? It seems like a lot of, I don't know, for a 2-drop that's not even well statted, it seems like kind of not really that powerful of an effect for the, you know, idea that you do already need a minion on board. Good in aggro, obviously. But like, is this even good enough for rogue constructed pirate deck? You know? Yeah, I think I'd much rather just have a consistent, stronger 2-drop that doesn't rely on a condition. And even if the condition is met, it's like only still okay. Kind of like a worse version of the 3-mana 2/5, right? With many 1/1 rushes that die, that's true. That is a thing that's happening, right? All those pirates and stuff. And it isn't, you know what, to be fair, I immediately look at this and I'm thinking rogue. This is a rogue. But yeah, you're right. It's not necessarily a rogue card. It's probably a demon hunter card. More than a rogue card. Yeah. I just immediately see this and go, this is designed probably for rogue. But yeah, that's true. Demon hunter, like what? There's all those the location that summon pirates, summoning 1/1 pirates that attack right away too and stuff, right? That could be better there. Good with a bunch of otters. The thing is like, it's okay with a bunch of otters. It's not even that good. Like, it's the thing is like, it seems like it should be amazing if you play this in expendable or play this in otters. But like with expendable, you could end up not actually refreshing because you kill things with this. Your breaking points are less consistent and you don't really know exactly what you're hitting. It deals, yeah, I don't know. It does, it's decent, but it's still expensive for the amount of question marks on what's going to happen with that turn. So I don't know. I kind of see it in like aggro summoning a bunch of early pirates. Sure. You know, like those new summon a 1/1, it attacks immediately the location. Sure. But like, that's going to be maybe trickier to pull off in arena. If those cards are super common, yeah, maybe this fits in. But I think it's just, that's the thing, is like the best it can be is good, but it's just too, even in its good situations, it's just so awkward. So I don't really see it as being that good. But like, I don't think it's going to be something you're like super upset about having to draft. It's just like not a strong card. You're like, okay, whatever. I can play this on 6 with a 4-drop and deal some extra damage. I like that 3-mana 2/5 that when you play a card outcast, it deals damage. It's like, oh, it's fine. Bloodsail Recruiter, 2-mana 4/1 battlecry, discover a pirate. I mean, it's a 2-mana 5-stat card that says discover. What's not to like? Not even combo, and it's a neutral. Darby Pirates. Pirate Judge is coming, man. Pirate Judge is coming. Do you know what card was good? Is 2-mana 4/1, add a random combo card to your hand. And that was a combo itself, and added a combo card randomly instead of discovering, and it was good, and I would wager still is good. As such, I think this will be very good. It's a 2-mana relevant body. Sure, they ping it away or whatever, but you get to discover a thing. You get to discover an amalgam. You get to discover a Mr. Smite. Honestly, whatever. You discover a 2-mana 2/3. This card is still pretty decent, or whatever. It's fine, right? Yeah, 2-mana discover Marin. Oh, yes, dude. Woo, Marin me, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there, Stevie. I didn't even realize. I haven't even played that card yet. I didn't even know it was a pirate. Yeah, that's terrifying. You're taking this all day, right? That card's amazing. This card will be an amazing arena card. Will it be seen in standard? 1 health for 2 mana. It's aggro. Just keep, I don't know, maybe. Depends how good like any aggro pirate stuff is. Travel Agent, 2-mana 2/2 battlecry dude, what's with all these 2-mana fine statted things that are discovering stuff? Discover a location for, what is this? What is that? Dude, this card is batshit insane. Holy shit. Yeah, you're not turning this down. What the shit? I haven't seen this, have I? Okay. Yeah, get in my deck, please. I'll just draft 3 of these, thanks. Oh my god. Yeah, this is an auto pick. Yeah, this is an auto pick for sure. That's insane. Remember, like 2-mana 2/2? I have seen it. Did I buy that? This is classic. Dark, remind me in another week or like on Tuesday, I'm gonna be like, what is this again? After reviewing the Mar. Dude, I just probably, it was the first one or one of the first revealed. I probably just deleted it from my memory. Or like I assumed the entire set was gonna be so broken and then was like, yeah, classic, but then it wasn't. And now I'm like, wait, this card is just way better than all the other ones. Yeah, so 2 mana 2/2 used to be random effects, Wanamaker. And it looks like we're into that 2 mana 2/2 discover a location era, which is terrifying if your opponent plays one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to draft all of these and let my opponents draft none. This is absurdly strong, so strong, crazy strong. What's discover a location? It means you'll be offered 3 locations, location cards, and you get to pick one of those 3 locations. So like you could get Nightcloak Sanctum, or now they do have to be class locations, so you cannot get Prison of Yogg-Saron. You can get, yeah, any of the new locations from classes, like lots of new good stuff too. Okay, that card's nuts. After you use a location, gain 3 armor. Chalk this up as a card I don't care about. I don't think this card is anything that is relevant to me. Could there be a standard deck that uses location refresh, gains the armor? Isn't there something about gaining armor, refreshing a location? So does this not auto refresh one of those locations out there? And then it's like a thing you can do a bunch. But yeah, we don't, in arena, no way. In standard, probably no way, but like there is that one like synergy maybe if there's some sort of armor thing going on, but yeah, we don't care about this card. Drink server, Death Rattle, get a random drink. Oh yeah, dude, that's great. 2 mana 2/2 get a thing is usually quite good. And drinks seem very strong. You know, it's kind of like, right, bananas is the original drink. Is it not? Bananas is the OG drink. And it's very, very good, even though its effect individually is bad. 1 mana, give a minion +1/+1, not a good card. Get it 3 times, all of a sudden, very good. And that's kind of the case with all these, but even better. Yeah, not as good as a location, no, but still great. And it's a Death Rattle instead of a Battle Cry, which just like, I don't know why this is Death Rattle and the other one's Battle Cry. I guess you're mugging this guy and stealing his drinks flavor-wise. Like you're just killing him and taking all his alcohol maybe. But yeah, that looks great. 2 mana 2/2, get a strong card. Awesome, right? Yeah, Potion of Madness that's a pretty rude target for Potion of Madness, that's for sure, yeah. Let me change your mind. Yeah, Discover doesn't really work with Death Rattle. That's true, it does not work with Death Rattle. So if it is going to be Discovered, it is going to be a Battle Cry, true. Next, we got Bumbling Bellhop, 3 mana 3/3 taunt. Battle Cry if you're holding a spell that costs 3 or more. Summon a copy of this. Like 3 mana 6. This is what I said this. I think I said this before. 3 mana 6/6 taunt on curve. If you have a spell that costs 5 or more, yeah, that's going to be great. Right? That's of course going to be good. That's like your Double Agent is good on turn 3, 100%. That being said, I feel like there's just things that are this many stats that don't have a condition. Same as like, you know, if the condition's really easy to meet, like it is with Double Agent a bit, then okay, great. But like there's 3 mana 6/6s that straight up do not have a condition. I mean, you look at the Demon Hunter 3 mana 6/6 and 4/4 of those stats have taunt. And then you look at this and you're like, why would I take this when I can literally just have a 3 mana 6/6 with no condition at all? Right? Yeah, plus people are going to be, I mean, are you keeping you play this on turn 3, maybe you had to keep a spell in your starting hand you didn't want to? Like, don't get me wrong, it's going to be great to play a 3 mana 6/6 anyway on curve, and if there are a lot of spells that cost 5 or more, maybe this isn't the worst pick, but I don't think it's something you're actively seeking out when there are just so many better 3s. You know, so I'm like, okay, I'll take it if I have a couple 5 costs and there's nothing better, and like it will be solid to throw down on curve if it's active, like Double Agent, but it's not bad. No, well, you say that, but it's you know, with Double Agent, are you ever really not able to play it as a 3/3? It's 3 mana 3/3 taunt is bad. By the way, Iron for Grizzly is in shambles. They finally did it, chat. They finally printed a card better than Iron for Grizzly. Really depends on how many big spells there are. But I feel like that's a tough condition. Like, how many times have you tried to make Hagatha work and it just doesn't happen? For me, a lot. I feel like this is not going to be super great, but then all of a sudden you'll have 6 spells that cost that much. A couple other fine 3s, you'll be like, okay, you know. I mean, they printed 3 mana 3 Forton a few years ago. Good old monkey, right? You know, yeah, just nerfing discover pools with this thing, and that's sometimes part of it too. You can see a lot of times cards are not necessarily designed to be played at their mana cost or whatever. There's evolve considerations, discover considerations. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on. I don't mind the card, but I think in arena it's going to be tough to draft, and there's just better stuff, you know. Mixologist, 3 mana 2/3 battle cry, craft a custom 1-cost potion. We looked at this. I think we've looked at most of these, but like this seems very fun, right? Like you're actually crafting. You pick 2, right? Or wait, what do? You pick 2 things. It's going to be 1 cost, and you get 2 random discovers. And those discovers are summon a 2/2 demon, add a random demon to your hand, draw a card, give your minions +2 health, freeze a random enemy minion, deal 2 damage to all minions, gain 4 armor, deal 3 damage, summon a friendly minion that died this game. Yeah, those are the ones. And that's pretty cool. Yeah, mini Kazakis. And you know, it seems a lot better than Kazakis because the value for 1 mana just seems way better. Like those expensive 5 and 10 mana Kazakis spells are so bad nowadays, right? So we get this 3 minute, not to mention the no dupes thing, but yeah, this seems amazing. This seems really strong. I think it's a little weird because like, do you play it on turn 3? Without knowing your discovers, I mean, the tempo you can get back is reasonable, but I would say it'd be usually not something you want to play on turn 3, more like a turn 5 to 7 area. Maybe this, another good statted card, and then your potion, maybe. That being said, like it's still going to be very good. The effect is super cool, and like 1 cost consecration plus an resurrect is absurd. Can you do the same twice? Who can be sure? Who can be sure? I don't know if there's a way for me to know that. I mean, concoctions you can get the same one twice, but Kazakis I don't think you can. But that's like for a different reason. I would guess with this one, you would be able to, but I can't be sure. I have no idea. Maybe someone's confirmed that already. Yeah, we'll be drafting this every chance we get. It looks super. Not only is it strong, but it just looks like so much fun to play, right? With the Shaman Battlecry legendary, that's cool. That is super fun. This will be in constructed too. Looking forward to it. I think that's a really healthy card to, you know, be like, yeah, you'll get scammed by it, but like at least it's a fun one, right? I think it's a nice card. Pretty sure the potions you get. Wait, hold up. You get discover 3 and then 3 different ones, so there won't even be a duplicate offered, even if you turn it down, Leaf Hater. Either way, looks like it's going to be super fun and quite good. Cryopractor, 3 mana 3/3 battlecry, give a minion +3/+3 and freeze it. Yeah, I think this card is great. I think this card is quite good. You better believe I'm playing that on my own minions. I think this card's good, man. 3 mana 6/6 with you know, not quite initiative, but like, you know, play it on a taunt or play it on anything. It's 3 mana 6/6. This is what I'm talking about. This is a 3 mana 6/6 with a far easier condition to meet than the last 3 mana 6/6 we saw, right? And there is that fringe case, of course, in arena where you're like, okay, I can freeze their thing even though it grows, go face. Seems like a solid 3-drop, you know, enough of a downside for me not to be like, what are they doing, you know? But it's a lot of stats. That is a lot of stats. Think about the what was it, a 3 mana 2/2 that's battle cry, give another minion this minion's stats, and that card was completely fine. And I think this card is just more consistent than it. But again, the freeze is relevant. You know, you don't get to make a value trade immediately. Your opponent can react. It seems like a very, very solid tempo option, though. Shattered Synergy. Sure, why not, right? Why not? Yeah, amalgam into coin this. Wait, yeah, then, so that means every time you draw and play it. Wait, no, it unfreezes. If they killed it while it's frozen, would you play it frozen from your deck? Probably, right? But yeah, that would be very strong. Great tempo option. This is one that we've talked about a bunch too, of course. Sailboat Captain, 3 mana 2/4. I've seen a lot of fun cards. I've seen a lot of good cards. I don't like this one. No thanks. Let's stop printing so much Wind Fury, man. I think that the kids these days want games to be over super fast. And so like there's a lot more effects that make games over super fast. I don't necessarily think there's going to be... No, there's going to be lots of pirates, man. This is a common. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be crazy in Arena either. Like it's not nearly as good as Battleground Battlemaster per se. But it's going to be just like the more access. Yeah, Wild is going to be nuts. Even like potentially there's some... I'm a bit spooked in Standard too. How have they not learned with Wind Fury over the past decade? It's what they want, Panda. They want this. They want games to be over quick so that toilet seat Joe can slam his opponent in the face and feel good and then pay, you know, in runestones or something. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. Buff Paladin into the 1 mana charge pirate with this? Yeah, right? I don't know. To me, I feel like nobody wants that. But they keep printing cards like this, so clearly there are people who do want that, right? Like, it's not an accident. I'm not a fan of this card. I don't think it shouldn't be that big of a problem in Arena, although it will beat you a couple times. You'll be a bit frustrated by that, but it's perhaps not... it's perhaps not like as like, you know, there's a 2 mana spell that gives Wind Fury to a minion, and it was good. Honestly, it got better over time as minions became huge, right? It wasn't so bad when a 4 mana minion was a 4/5, but when a 4 mana minion was all of a sudden a 9/9, you know, then all of a sudden Wind Fury got better. But this isn't any more problematic than that for Arena. It's just another Wind Fury, and it's like, is what I think. So I'm not a fan of this card in general, but I don't expect it to be something we're mauling too much about in Arena. Hosen's Heroes, number 2. Yeah, got way better with Zephyrus. Yeah, there's just there's just so many options, right? There's so many ways to give your stuff Wind Fury. Hosen, I mean, they're printing Mega Wind Fury cards, so, you know, that's a thing that's happened. It's like we're so far beyond what Wind Fury was. All right, Hosen's Heroes. Roughhouser, 3 mana 2/4. Whenever another friendly pirate attacks, give it +1/+1. It's kind of interesting. I feel like this is another one that looks pretty bad. And perhaps in today's day and age, it might be not the quickest card, but I mean, if you're Standard and you're just flooding the board with early pirates, this could represent like a 3 mana 6/7 or 6/8 or something. You know, that's a lot of potential stats. In Arena, how many things do you need to hit for this to be good? I would wager 1 for it to be acceptable. And if you hit 2, that's pretty dang good. But I mean, you've got to have, it's pirate specific, and how much are we relying on specific pirate synergy? I'll be honest, you know, I always bring up the example of Gobo Glide tech. There it is. Gobo Glide was a 3 mana 3/3 that if you had a mech, it would gain +1/+1 in rush. And in back-to-back metas, it went from being one of the worst cards you could draft to one of the best cards you could draft, because they had that Rise of the Mechs Arena expansion or whatever, and then it was just mechs everywhere, right? Everywhere. So, how many pirates are there going to be? That's the real question, because this card could be awful. This card could be quite good, even in Arena. If you see all of those early game pirates all the time, it could be very strong. And then, yeah, in a constructed setting, this is like, this could be so aggressive you're seeing it at like the top end of some pirate lists. You know what I mean? Just absolutely flood the board. You got your 2 mana 2/2 that leaps out. You've got your patches, right? And all of a sudden you just rip this, and that's a shit ton of stats. So I would say it should be pretty good in Wild, just too many stats. But yeah, for Arena, let's see how many pirates are in, but could be a little underrated. It looks only okay in Arena, but it could be a little underrated. Terrible Chef. 3 mana 2/1 battle. Oh yeah, this card. Battlecry, summon a Nerubian egg and Death Rattle, destroy it. So interesting with how would it work if you double Battlecry this? Because are you destroying both of the eggs or just the first one you summon? Probably just nice to have another egg anyway. So let's say this is a 3 mana 2/1 Death Rattle summon a 4/4. We have a 3 mana 1/2 Death Rattle summon a 4/4 beast, and it's pretty decent. I should imagine a better statted version. And this is 3 mana. This is 3 mana. Yeah, it should be decent as well, right? 3 mana 2/1. Right, we already have a card very much like this in Hunter. And this potentially, this has the potential to be slightly better, but it is on undead synergy instead of beast synergy. It probably should be similar to that, right? I'd say it's a bit better than that. Yeah, like with everything in Hearthstone, who knows? Yeah, well, only one way to find out. Play the damn thing, right? Yeah, absolutely. I guess the last pirate can buff itself. Can it actually? Cannot. Another friendly pirate. I was gonna say that seems pretty OP. Yeah, it's got to be a different pirate. But like if you played 2 of them, then they can bounce off each other. Yeah, so I think it's a neutral, like that is a class card specific beast, and now neutral just gets this 3 mana fine minion to get a 4/4, which I think is like, it's a strong choice. It's a strong choice. Am I like, that's too many stats? I don't think so. You know, it's hidden in a small body that you can leave up for a turn and develop more. I don't think that the 3 mana 1/2 in Hunter is particularly broken. Although it is strong, there's more broken options. I think this is, as a neutral, is kind of fine. Solid choice. Nice druid token synergy. It is, but you got to be careful because if you buff that egg too much, it's still gonna die right when the 2/1 dies. So that's an interesting thing there. Customs Enforcer, dude, just let me into America already. Holy Customs Enforcer. Enemy cards that didn't start in their deck cost 2 more. We love this card, right? Is it gonna be good? You know what we didn't talk about with this is this should block their coin, right? The coin does not count as starting in your deck. So if they haven't coined yet and you're playing this on 3, they're not going to be able to coin for tempo right away. That is where in Arena it could actually be at its best. Yeah, rogue spamming emotes incoming. Yeah, this looks like a very awesome tech that I think isn't like the absolute best card because it's still a 3 mana 2/5. And how many of your opponents are actually ripping nothing but cards that didn't start in their deck? Or like they can just clear this with cards that did start in their deck first. But it still might be more relevant than we think. Like, you know? Yeah. Make it a battle cry. For the rest of the game. Yeah, for the rest of the game. This would have been a battle cry 3 mana 2/5. Enemy cards in their hand that didn't start in their deck or something. Or just like, yeah, I guess enemy cards that didn't start in their deck cost 2 more. So the future ones would still be the same. But yeah, that would have been interesting. I think it's just a nice card to exist because there's so much discover, so much of that stuff. Just having, even if tech cards sometimes aren't always good, just having the option for that tech. I mean, look at a card like 4 mana 4/4, your opponent's spells cost 2 more. Whatever that card is. That card didn't see play for the longest time when it was printed. And then like metas shifted, things changed, and then all of a sudden it was in every deck, right? Because you just need, having the option for that tech is awesome. In Arena, it's fine. Well, when I say fine, usually what I mean is it's not good, because like fine, it needs to be way better in general for it to be like really good 3 mana 6/6s and stuff. But like it's fine. It's fine, and it can make you feel really good when you play it at the right time, right? I like that card existing. Lamplighter. I hardly know her. Battle Cry. Deal 1 damage. Improved by each turn in a row you've played an elemental. Right. So neutral, you just get a neutral scar. Cool. I mean, it isn't to everything, but let's be honest, this goes face. Yeah, this goes face is what it's going to be used for. Maybe not in Arena. In Arena, this is still very strong in Shaman and Mage. And, yeah, you probably want to play 2 elementals in a row for this to be very good. Thinking about like Amber Whelp. But, yeah, you know, 3 mana 3/2s that deal 10 damage. This isn't the first, but you'll see this in, you know, anyone playing any constructed elemental deck standard shaman obviously runs this, and then you just play this and Scar. Don't need bird anymore. Yeah, mini Scar, and it's common. Kind of crazy card, but it shouldn't be as problematic in arena because you have less consistency on getting elementals. This is more like a shock spitter or amber. I would say it's like an amber whelp, which amber whelp is a card that is quite good when it makes sense for your deck, and then pretty awful if it doesn't make sense for your deck. And I think that's what this is going to be too, because it does deal 1 damage even without an elemental, which is not nothing, but it's still not good without an elemental, and probably it's not good enough without 2 elementals. You want to be dealing 3 damage with this for sure to make it your whelp, and then if you're a shaman, then maybe you just kill them. If you're a shaman, maybe you have 3 of these and then you just OTK them. I don't know, dude. It's gonna be a problematic card in some areas, but it should be overall okay. Gorgonzormu, the cheese monster. Battlecry, get a 2-cost cheese that summons 3 cheeses. It upgrades each turn. Yeah, we think this card is gonna be quite good, right? Get 2-cost cheese that summons 3 minions. You get on it, honestly. 3 mana 3/3, get a 2-cost spell that summons 3 1-cost minions is honestly probably a good card, even if it didn't upgrade. Like, that's honestly probably a good, like, I'm certain that's a good card already without the upgrades. So when you get 3 6-costs, it's going to be extremely good. It is random, not discovered. You can low roll stuff, but it's only 2 cost. Even with low rolls, this should be good. You just find a reasonable time to mix this in. If you can manage it on 3, great. Get that rolling. It upgrades in cost, so it'll be 2-cost turns, 3-cost, 2-cost minions, then 3-cost minions. Yeah, this is auto pick. I mean, they're, you know, tough to say that in the legendary buckets when there are so many crazy legendaries out there, but this is going to be one that is quite strong and new and fun. So I think early on in the meta, this is probably going to be auto pick at least, for sure. Dragon Discovery, you can discover this. It's a dragon. You're going to see this discovered too. Seeing a lot of strong neutral. I mean, all we're looking at is neutrals here, and there seem to be a lot of like cards that normally go into specific classes. This looks good. Does the cost scale? Yeah, so I think it's each turn. So like you play this, and then the next turn it'll upgrade to a 2-cost minions, then the next turn 3-cost, then the next 4-cost. And the cost will stay the same. Oh, there's the cost. Yeah, the cost will always be 2-cost. So you're going to play 2 mana summon 3 6-drops. Yeah. But you do have to wait a little for that, but it'll still be great. Overplanner. 3 mana 3/3 Battlecry. Discover 3 cards to put on your deck on top in that order. I like this card. It's a weird one. It's got a little vibes of Al Ganoon, the Explorer. You know what I mean? I love that this isn't statted as a 3/4. Yeah, so you're gonna get 3 different discovers, and then you're gonna pick a card. Now it's not like Dredge, right? Because I think for me, a little bit of confusion is the instinct is the first thing I discover will be the 3rd card, because I'll go put it on top, put it on top, put it on top. But that's not how it works. With Dredge, that would be how it works. But it says to put in that order. You're picking 1 2 3 to put 1 2 3. So the first one's going to be your top deck. It's not Dredge. It says in that order. You're not putting them on top one at a time. I think that's pretty bad. Discover a card will include a lot of stinkers. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be honest. At first, I was kind of thinking that these were going to be just cards in my deck, but yeah, they are 3. I think this will still be good. Oh man, that's actually so interesting. I'm going to be honest. In my brain, I was kind of thinking they were cards in my deck, but no, they're discover 3 cards. Huh? That makes this actually a lot more interesting. I still think it'll be good. Oh, do I? That's so weird. Put 3 cards in your deck. Discover 3 cards. Oh no, it is how it works. It is in your deck. That's why I thought, because it says in your deck. Okay, I'm back to normal now. Yeah, reading all the words is important. Yeah. Yeah, it is in your deck. Yeah, it is in your deck, so it's all good. Judge knowing what cards do. Chat said a thing, and then I wasn't about to read the text. Yeah. It said 3 cards, deck, order, right? So I understand where you were coming from. 3 cards, I see. Deck, yes, I will put them in there. Order, aha. That's where I hear you. But yeah, if they're in your deck, I think that makes it a lot more enticing because you have more reliable curve. You know more of what you're looking for. I think this card will be good, but not great, right? It's still a 3-mana 3/3, and it's not really one you want to play on curve. I think it'll be great in the 6 to 7 mana range, where you curve out the best you can, and then like as you're running out of steam, you can like put your big hefters on top of your good discover cards to help you refresh better, right? So that's very interesting. I like it a lot. It almost reminds me a little bit of the 3-mana 3/4, now a 4-mana 3/4 that shuffles your deck, your hand into your deck and redraws. A very unique effect that is ultimately planning on refreshing or looking for specific things. I like it. This is a skill card. Oh, like every card's a skill card. Every card's a skill card. They don't make anything other than skill cards in Hearthstone. You know what I mean? Hey, Chris, how you doing, buddy? Sunday George. Yeah, little card review on a Sunday. Little card review action before I go to school. As I tell you guys exactly what to draft and what not to, with no, no exceptions and nothing but a 100% accuracy rate. Let's take a look at the next. Concierge. Your cards from another class cost 1 less. 3-mana 3/4 with a slight upside is so, 2019, but the upside could be quite interesting. I mean, how much do you really need to save for this to be good? 1 mana? You know what I mean? Like, play this with your 1-cost potion. It can cost 0. Another card that just screams I'm a rogue card to me, no? Like, this seems like such for sure, like it's neutral, but this is such a rogue card. There's a few mage cards that do similar things. Problem is you got to spend a full, you're getting your discounts, but you're also spending 3 mana to get your discounts. It's like, okay, sure. I don't evaluate this too much better than a regular 3-mana 3/4 spider tank. Like, it's okay. Spam mage drink and druid. You know what? That's a good point. And here I am, Old Fork, thinking first and foremost from an arena perspective, when because I'm assuming that we won't get the tourists in arena, but that is very interesting in standard with tourists. Or if tourists are in arena, this obviously does get a whole lot more interesting. In fact, this almost like there's gotta be some sort of quicker OTK possible in some class with this. And that's a good example right off the bat. Spam mage drinks and druid. Yeah, concierge being a neutral makes a lot more sense when you consider the tourist mechanic for sure. And that makes it pretty interesting. Just looking at an arena perspective, I think it's going to be not consistent and probably not that good, but fun. When it's good, it's going to be fun that it's good, right? That's going to be fun. But I think there's more. We'll be putting this in some theory crafting decks for sure, right? I mean, this card is going to open up a world for me. Tuesday, if theory crafting is, again, I'm just kind of assuming some things here. I'm assuming that arena new meta will be Tuesday, and I'm assuming theory crafting will be Wednesday. I'm not sure that we have confirmation on either of those things, but that's what it is every other expansion. You know what I mean? I need to find time to build some decks, man. Because even just cards like concierge are going to open up such a world. Tourists are so like, those are going to make deck building so much more interesting and take a little longer. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have to Tuesday stream most of the day and then during night make my decks. I wonder how early, if they, I don't know. I'm gonna have to see. They need to say something soon, man. Like, I feel like other years for theory crafting, I've had access to like making decks by now already, or at least by tomorrow. I haven't heard anything. So like, what the heck, dude? What the heck, dude? But yeah, this is going to be one that I'm going to be looking at in every class and every combo, being like, how do I abuse this? How do I abuse this? Because there's surely ways. Sleepy Resident, 4 mana, 3/5, taunt, death rattle. All other minions fall asleep. Now, it's important to note that all is in capitals. So that means maybe even the minions in your hand and deck fall asleep or something. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. But you can be sure that opponents will fall asleep and your side of the board will fall asleep. This is a glorified Sentient Shieldmaster that I don't expect to be even remotely considered for play in any mode. It's kind of an interesting effect though, because like your opponent clears it and then all of a sudden none of their minions can attack, right? If they have like 5 minions on the board and they have a good trade into this and they make it, none of their other minions can attack, and that's kind of cool. Wait, is Abyssal Enforcer all in caps? Is that true? Yeah, transforming something into this will be funny. Well, that's the thing, is I think that this will be more likely to appear randomly than in a draft, in a drafted quality, because it's not that good, right? Like, it's not even as good as the card draw one, I don't think, right? Probably not even close, but it's going to be interesting to have to navigate around this when it does appear through an evolve or a random effect, right? Twisting Nether? Does it have all? Because I know they have locations too. That's just like minions, this all. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I know there are some alls that include your hand. And I don't want the minions in my hand falling asleep. I need to play those. I think this card will be bad, but I do think the effect is interesting. Carry On Grub. 4 mana, 5/4, Battlecry, get a 1-cost suitcase. Pack the top 2 cards of your deck into it. So, I mean, if there's ways to like dredge or tutor what cards are on your deck and you save that for later, that's kind of interesting. But like, this is a school teacher that always hits Arcane Intellect, we decided, right? School teacher that always hits Arcane Intellect, which is bad compared to school teacher, but is still probably good. And you don't get the 1/1 actually, do you? It's a spell, right? The suitcase. Wait, is the suitcase a spell or a minion? It's a spell for 1 mana. Suitcase spell. So worse than even a much worse school teacher. Yeah, play with the 3/3, arrange your deck to hold on to some stuff for later. But like, in Arena, you don't really care about holding on to stuff for later. In Standard, what are you trying to do? Play around tech? That's going to take stuff out of your deck? Play around Dirty Rat? Keep your thing in the suitcase so it can't be dirty ratted? That's very specific for a full card. You know what I mean? I think this card will be fine. Like, I don't even think, like, 4 mana, 5/4, giving you a 1 mana Arcane Intellect. I think that's pretty good. It's just nowhere close to as good as other things that do similar stuff, right? Yeah, this is a 5 mana, 5/4, draw 2. Yeah, it's better than Big Ol' Whelp. Better than Big Ol' Whelp, for sure. Miramedes put this in the S tier. Yeah, that's awesome. Miramedes usually knows what he's talking about too. I would say it's still, I mean, School Teacher is definitely better than this, but School Teacher is undoubtedly also S tier, right? So like, would you draft a bad School Teacher knowing it's always going to be a not a great, well, Arcane Intellect isn't even the worst hit because it's, you know, the mana discount or whatever. Would you draft like a consistent weaker School Teacher? Yeah, of course you would, right? Of course you would. Holy sweet heavens. Let's see what Fundy and the gang have to say about it. There we go. Fundy raid. Let's go. What time is it? I don't even know what day it is or what time it is. Fundy coming in with the raid. Excellent. Thanks, Panda. Hey, Fundy. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much for the raid, catching me very early on in our review stream here. Still on the neutrals. Starting with the neutrals, so plenty more to go. I hope you had a good stream, man. Hope Arena was kind to you. I got it in my head too. Classic tune. So yeah, I think this will be, at first when I saw it, I'm like, it's School Teacher's so much better. But then you think about it and it's like, yeah, School Teacher's better, but this card's still very good, right? Big Ol' Whelp is not good anymore. This is a little bit more versatile Big Ol' Whelp with a whole extra card, which is quite nice. How's the computer science course going? Really well. Funny, overruled, by the way. It's going really well. I finished my first week, or like the course is split up into 11 weeks. And I just finished week 0, the beginning introductory course, and I actually made my first thing. I'm done my first project. So I don't know whoever heard me talking about the game I was working on, Cactus Blaster. It is done. it was just like a little project to kind of introduce you to some things, and I probably went a little overboard over the requirements. And like obviously it's not it's not good. It's great. But yeah, I've done my first thing. I made my first thing ever, and that was very fun. You often choose to draw from teacher. Yeah, but whatever, you get the choice, right? You get to adapt to your situation. This is a lot different than that. Oh, hey-o, what are we doing? Play a game coming in hot with 5 gifted subs. Let's go. Let's go. Words? Thank you very much, Play a Game. Good to see you. I get even 5. Sometimes we only get 1. Sometimes we get 5 mock trials. It depends if they're targeted or random, I think. Thank you very much. Thank you. Play a Game. Give me another. It's not supposed to do this. It's supposed to play 1 and done, but I think there's a specific thing if you gift. I don't know, dude. Thank you. Let's hear some mock trials. In baby code, Scratch, puzzle Scratch code. Fundy, do you know Scratch? Little beginners, learn to code. Awesome thing. I think it's fantastic. So I start my first big boy language with my lecture today. But I mean, Scratch is great, man. Scratch is so good. A little bit simplistic, obviously, but pretty I think it seems like a really great learning tool, and you can do a lot of stuff with it. So yeah, I'll show you guys Cactus Blaster eventually. My stupid little first project. Robot Professor gave me 100% on it, so that's good. Thanks, Robot Professor. It doesn't know much though. It just knows I did the code good, I think. So yeah, I think I start my lecture today is on C. And then I'll have a project using that language for this week. But it seems all like pretty, I don't know. We'll see. It's still so early in the course. That was week 0. This is week 1. I am learning a lot, but it does seem, like there's probably going to be a lot of ramping up in subsequent weeks. So, I'll keep you guys posted. I would say I don't mind even calling this S-, but it is that good. Like it's a card you're going to pick all the time. I just feel like if I'm going to call School Teacher S, I do not think this is as good as School Teacher. I don't think it's... I really strongly don't believe this is as good as School Teacher. I call School Teacher S tier. I'll call this S- tier, but still one you're taking all the time. It's just like a slightly worse version of an amazing, insane card, is what I think. But obviously, I will still take a card that is just a narrow hair below what is already one of the best cards in the game for Arena, right? Oh my God, England tied it up. Is it the finals? Who's a footballer out there? Is the finals going on right now? Is it Spain and England? Have I read social media good enough or no? Or has that already happened? What's happening over there? What's your plan for after you do the course? Is it too early to tell? It's tough to know for sure, of course, Fundy. But the idea generally, and you can make a plan and who knows if things ever go as planned, but the idea is that I take this 3-month beginner intro, and then I'll have the knowledge to kind of know where I want to put more focus into, like what languages, what areas of computer science. And then I'll probably either take another course or look for like a boot camp designed to get you work ready. And then the hope is that roughly by the time I'm done all that work, months and months down the line, I'll be a lot more knowledgeable and be moving to Seattle, a very big tech city, where I also happen to know like a dozen, programmers and like so many people who work in the industry. And the long-term goal throughout the year is getting myself employable. Which it's a short turnaround, but I'm really going to be putting in a ton of time and effort into it. And the end goal is The end goal is work. And you know, if I get if I do get a job in this field, still so early and who knows, and you know, it's going to be hard or whatever. But if I do get a job in this field, then it's going to be great because I can like stream on the side for fun and not have to beg you guys, like play a game who has been actually feeding me for the last bunch of months, which I appreciate so much. I won't have to like rely on that so much because like for real, play a game has been feeding me dinners 100%. If you end up liking Python, Cisco has a really good free course for it. And so I would be always happy to see those links. Yeah, whether I do it or not, just having more options and more information is always good for sure. But yeah, that's the goal right now. So very early on, learning a lot of stuff. Start C today. But I always have been a quick learner. I mean, I can put it on my resume. I started Hearthstone Arena. I was top 5 within the month. If that doesn't get me a job in the real world, I don't know what will. So I assume that will absolutely be exactly how it works for me in computer science. Seriously though, I do plan on doing a lot of work and learning very quickly. Yeah, appreciate that, Fundy. Thank you. Let's take a look at the next card. Carry On Grub is good. Octomasseuse is a 4-mana 1/8. Deals octuple damage to minions. Yes, we liked this card, didn't we? We liked this card because minions are exactly what you like to kill in Arena. And on the board against minions, this is straight up a 4-mana 1/8 or a 4-mana 8/8, which is very good. I love that it only has 1 health, so you can't just bonk your opponent in the face, right? And Trangs, I see that. Thank you. Yeah, gotcha. Appreciate that. Do you know what this reminds me of a little bit? Is the 4-mana 6/5 rush that's actually a 2/5. Doesn't it remind you of that a little bit? And that card's honestly underrated. That card is a very strong 4. Very strong for tempo. Yeah, there's an auto pick most of the time. I think that this is probably better than that, right? Like this is better than the 6/5. The rush loss is big, but the amount of damage and health this has over it is immense. So it feels like with that card being one of the best neutral 4s you can even get, and this is just better, I feel like this will be a very strong tempo 4 cost. The weakness, I guess, is it doesn't have initiative. But like, good lord, if this had initiative, that'd be very unfortunate for everybody. It looks so unassuming with that number 1 there, right? But this looks quite strong. As far as this is an arena card, right? This is not strong in standard. This is why would I want to play 4 mana to deal 1 damage to my opponent's face in standard, right? This is, yeah, but yeah, pretty much poison. Yeah, 4 mana 1/8 poison. We've seen 5 mana 1/5 poisons, 5 mana 2/5 poisons. Now we see a 4 mana 1/8 poison. Seems like a poison stat line that actually will handle this day and age in Arena a little more. Yeah, just not against Heater. Yeah, I think this is going to be a really strong pick. Opponent steals this. Let me change your mind. Anybody? When Dreads explained this card, I simply posted Octomasseuse D's nuts. Contributed a lot in chat. I think that's a very important comment. You need to make sure you get in there, Smash. Understandable. Understandable. Let's look at the next one here. Don't want to spend too long. Again, I got classwork to do and stuff after this. Going to keep things moving fairly quickly, relatively. It never ends up going that fast because there's so many cards, but moving on to the next. Not going to spend too much time talking about the same stuff. Also remember hand buffs. A simple +1/+1 turns it into a 16/9. Yeah, that's true. I mean, even just giving it a little extra attack. Not that in Arena you're usually dealing in the mid game, especially with minions that big. But like, if they do play something with a whale, a beached whale, mayhaps, you can even, thinking that like just to give a minion +2 attack for the turn, all of a sudden, handles that no problem is pretty interesting too. Wave Pool Thrasher, Battlecry, give all other minions -1/-1. Death Rattle, give all other minions +1/+1. It's just a Yeti. It's just a Yeti with extra steps. It's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. Like it's kind of looking like a Yeti that kind of casts Arcane Explosion a little bit. Like, you get a couple 1 health breaking points on the board there and rip that and kill a few things. And then you mark the death rattle as kind of like an even thing. Yeah, good against the buffet guy. Oh, this is an amazing answer to buffet biggin. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. So glorified Yeti, yet deservedly glorified, because it's just going to be a much better version of that on average. Weird effect, tough to play around all the time. But it seems like, I don't think it's anything to write home about. It's not crazy, but it'll be a nice, you know, little bonus effect for your Yeti, which often can make your its only stats into, okay, this is actually kind of interesting. 0 attack Optimus Zeus. It would actually deal 0 times 8 damage. Yeah, this card will make people happy and sad in a few seconds. It's interesting, which to me is honestly more important than how powerful it is. It's interesting. It's a unique effect. It's an elemental, meaning you can discover it in situations where there is that 1 health breaking point. You know, this into flood and debuff is very cool. The best this can be is really good, but it's just so inconsistent and so tough to use. Your opponent can abuse it a little bit too, but it's definitely better than just the stats. So that's kind of cool. I'd say this is generally not something I'm super like interested in drafting. The Discover might be a better option, but I mean, if you have a really, because remember, it makes your minions shrink too if you're curving out really well, so it's just a little awkward. Resort, we had this talk. This is a valet, right? Whereas a valet would be somebody who makes my eggs. We talked about this. Battlecry, discover a card from the newest expansion. So they're gonna update this to be the new expansion each time then, right? Or do they already have that in the code to do that automatically? Because we've seen cards that as things age, they just stop updating them. But this will be forever, right? So in theory, we have a card that perhaps for the first time might actually get stronger and stronger and stronger as new sets are released. Yeah, RIP Transfer Student, exactly, right? Its stats aren't good. That's notable. 4 mana 3/5, but it has that word discover on it. I want it. You know what else doesn't have a good stat line is the 4 mana mech discover a spell. That card is pretty good. I think this card should be pretty good too. It's got a relevant health line. And it says discover a card from the newest expansion. I mean, we know Arena, right? A body for a fair price or even slightly less than fair price that says discover. Always taking that. And I think this is going to be very good too. There's enough, especially class cards that are just so good. Yeah, you can discover this with another pirate. I mean, 2 mana 4/1, discover this pirate, and then you're discovering another new card. Keeping that going. Yeah, tribe as well. I'm just happy it's not a Yeti, you know? This should not have 4 attack. It looks quite good. This is the kind of card that's like great in Arena, but then like ends up being too slow to pay that amount for 4 mana just for that many stats. The Discover is usually not worth it, but Arena, it's great. Grifta, trusted vendor. I remember loving this. Let's take a look. What does it do again? Battlecry, discover an amazing amulet to give to both players. But the enemy's version is a big fat phony. It's a big fat phony. Okay. Discover the 3 mana legendary dragon. Just discover some cheese. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, that stuff's gonna happen, right? Okay, so the idea here is that you discover one of many amulets. All of them are 1 mana, I suppose. And you are going to get a version of it. Your opponent's going to get a weaker version of the same thing. But it's notable, they still do get something, and that something is often usable. So you got to take that into account. But this card looks like fun. It looks like it's going to be honestly quite good, in my opinion. And interesting. I loved the old Grifta. The amulets are as follows. Amulet of Passion. Zzz. Take control of an enemy minion. Wait, hold up. How do I know which one is good and which one is fakes? This one's broken. Amulet of Passions. Take control of an enemy minion until the end of your turn. 1 mana. Would smash. 100%. 100%. I almost started the stream just going pass. Pass. Smash, as if I was just going to do that and nothing else. The broken version is take control of an enemy minion until the end of your turn. It has 1 attack this turn. Still quite good, but not as good as your Amulet of Passions. Not even close, because now you can just grab their 6/5 rush and slam it into something, clear 2 things, right? Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, the phony versions are ass, but still usable. Like I said, Amulet of Tracking, get 3 legendary cards. Your opponent gets 3 legendary cards, and then they're transformed into commons. Which is so rude, because it could just say get 3 common cards, but instead you actually get the legendaries, and then they're transformed in front of your very eyes, which is just mental. Now, here's the thing. What if you get in hand the legendary Lady Vaj, the 3/6 that is untransformable? Does that say while on board? Do you actually get to keep it and then get another common? Because it says transform. It says transform. Yeah, that still seems pretty good for opponent. I think that's kind of the theme, is a lot of the things are good for the opponent, just not nearly as good for, as it is for you. Amulet of Critters. Summon a 4-cost minion and give it taunt. The opponent does the same, but it can't attack. But it has taunt. You see what I mean? I feel like the take control of an enemy minion one is so much better. You've got deal 6 damage for 1 mana. The opponent gets deal 6 damage to a minion. Get wrecked. You've got restore 12 health to your hero. Your opponent gets restore 12 health to your hero and then take 6 damage. You've got draw 3 cards. Your opponent draws 3 cards and discards 2 of them. And then you've got reduce the cost of all cards in your hand. And then you've got reduced the cost of all cards in your hand by 1 except for spells. So interesting card. You're giving your opponent some good stuff, but you're just getting better stuff. I like it. It's unique. Lots of different ways. So many different amulets. So you're going to get a different experience each time. I think this is going to be, and it's not like the best legendary out there. There's some pretty broken effects, but I think it's going to be better than people think, much like the last Grifta. And it's going to be a lot of fun to play. Look forward to drafting that one. In standard, cool discover. But like, there's so much inconsistency on the power level of the amulets. I'm not sure that it'll be good. The discard one's the only one that seems net negative for the opponent. Not in arena. In arena, that's still fine. Draw card, still fine. 1 mana draw card is still a card to play. It's probably way worse in comparison to the opponents. It's a big discrepancy, unlike some of them, like the Discover a 4 drop, but it's still something. Battle Cry, summon a copy of a friendly location, 5 mana 5/5. I mean, this is just how common are the locations going to be, right? Because like this is garbage if locations are only like 1 in every 3 decks. Yeah, draw 2, draw 3, discard 2 is even way better than draw 1. Yeah, I wonder, are you discarding 2 of those 3 cards or discarding 2 cards at random? Do you get to choose? A few things there, but yeah, it can be. It's really hard to evaluate this when I just have no idea how many locations are going to be offered commonly. But yeah, discover location pirate. Locations will be everywhere. You'd assume, evaluating this on curve, that it should actually be good. This is a card that I'd look at normally and be like, this is just too inconsistent. It's good in particular decks. Given what we've seen in this meta, it's probably actually just going to be good. Trying to think of the power level of the locations too. But you don't need that powerful of a location for this to be very strong. Draw 3 cards, or gotta see the other locations first. A lot of cards we're noticing are a little bit inconsistent, but very powerful if you meet their conditions. This card will be probably one that has a very high win rate, but won't be the pick often. So people might be debated there. But like when you have a couple of those discovers or a couple locations, I mean, come on. That's such a strong effect. That's such a strong effect. Not to mention, you draft yourself a Prison of Yogg. Buddy, you better believe I'm drafting this in a heartbeat. In an instant. Yeah, I guess I was looking from a standard perspective. Yeah, discarding the cards is something you don't care nearly as much about in Arena generally. In standard, that can be devastating for your deck for sure. I say this is going to be good. I say we just have seen too many potential locations that are common and ways to discover them for this not to be good. But I can think next meta rolls around, this might all of a sudden be garbage. The Gobo Glide effect, we'll call it. Bayfin Bodybuilder, a big fish. After a minion is summoned for your opponent during your turn, silence and destroy it. We decided we love this card, right? We decided we love this card. 4 mana, 4/7 is a fine stat line, nothing crazy, but it's, you know, 7 health, it's good. And where this really thrives is, you know, I mean, there's a lot of unique effects you can play, like outlaw card or whatever, right? But really the consistent part is silencing death rattles from your opponent. Like you play this after your opponent plays a containment unit. Dirty Rat combo is hilarious, love that. I mean, so good in standard for that, really, but like, do you have time to run this? Maybe in a control deck. I mean, if you're, is Reno still gonna be a thing? Reno control deck, Bodybuilder, Dirty Rat, maybe? I mean, we'll have to try some stuff out during theory crafting, surely. But in Arena, there's going to be particularly for silencing summons from death rattles. And I think just for that, it's going to be strong if the meta is anything like this meta, because those are everywhere right now. Nice queen, you moron, right? I mean, this card would be perfect for this meta. There's so many demons that have death rattles, summon more demons. All the hunter beasts summon beasts, bears, beats, Battlestar Galactica, Bayfin Bodybuilder. Do I need to say more? I think it'd be perfect for this meta. So we'll have to see just how relevant it is next meta. Secrets, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, secrets. Yeah, because secrets only trigger on your turn, generally. Nice zombies, bro. I mean, there's just so many uses. It's like, yeah, it's circumstantial, but there's just so many circumstances where it's useful, and it's not the worst stat line, even at its worst. And it's a Murloc. Does that mean anything? Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I love this. We're seeing a lot of very unique cards this expansion. I might pick this thing just because Queen is a thing, and there's so many, right? AFK, 5 mana, 0/5, not a great stat line. At the end of your turn, give all other friendly minions that didn't attack +2/+2. Okay. I mean, it's expensive. Right away, you kind of look at it and compare it to Grand Totem Eyesore, which is not a great card to be in the ballpark of comparing with, right? Like, that's not good. That card is not good. Let's try to make this card good. Like, this almost could read at the end of your turn, give all minions that didn't attack +2/+2 instead of other minions. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, what, turn 8, you play 3 mana, summon some 1/1s, and then play this, and they grow by +2/+2, and that's actually horrible. I don't really see this as being anything other than awful. Like, there's gonna be some meme potential to like copy this and like, you know, play like Gift of Luminance or something like that, or I don't know, but 5 mana, 0/5 for this garbage seems horrible. Yeah, not buffing itself. Like, that's what I mean. Could it not be at 0/3 and include itself at least? Nat Pagel, right? Aznak, Nat Pagel. I might actually go for the Nat Pagel. I might actually go for the Nat Pagel. Yeah, those won't be draftable. Yeah, I'm trying to find a way for this to be good. Should I put this in a theory crafting deck? I might do it just for fun, for standard, but like, it surely won't be good ever. Is this not a card that's like evolve bait, right? Play your cards, evolve your 4 into this, and then you get some buffs, and all of a sudden it's a bit of a weird threat. But then, like, even in standard, if you want your buffs the next turn, you have to not attack. That's not what you do in standard, right? That's not what you do. Put it on the board in stealth. But even then, what are you doing? Just not attacking ever and then gaining stats and then they still find a way to clear your board? Like, it's just for summons at that point. You attack with everything else, summon a new thing, it gains +2/+2. This card's terrible. The more I think about it, the more shit this card becomes. Next. Next, yeah, you're not picking a legendary that is worse than Muscletron. Yeah, right? Let's move on. Incendious. 6 mana, 2/10. Thick stats. At the end of your turn, upgrade your eruptions. I don't have any eruptions. Here it is. Battlecry, shuffle 5 eruptions into your deck. Okay, what are eruptions? Eruptions are the following. 1 mana spells that are actually cast when drawn deal X damage. It starts at 1 to all enemies. So it starts at 1, but immediately at the end of your turn after playing this, you are going to upgrade it to 2. And it only hits enemies, which is very notable. So, and 10 health is not always easy to deal with. Those can become 3 to 4 very quickly. Slow turn on the turn it comes down, but 5 eruptions should be enough to devastate your opponent a good amount. And at the very worst, they handle this very quickly. You still have a bunch of free consecrations being top decked in your deck. Maybe you only draw 1 of them, and then it's still probably decent. Yeah, 5 makes them pretty easy to draw generally. You should be seeing 1 in the game for sure. And then they've also spent their turn handling this 1 threat, and then you can just keep developing knowing there's a concept coming. That seems pretty excellent. And then on its best case is they can't handle it, and you're just gonna, it goes face too. And then if these grow to 4 or 5, oof. There's like, you know, that card that's a 3 mana 3/3 draw, a card that didn't start in your deck. Stuff like that could become more viable if you have this as your legendary. Really, it is an elemental. This is just going to be discovered, right? It's going to be discovered in Shaman, and then you're going to be like, shit, it's going to be a great discover. Yeah. 0 mana Consec draw card is pretty nice. Yes, I think this will be quite good. I think like shuffle into your deck is always a scary mechanic because like it's like, do you ever see them? But 5 seems like a number at turn 6 or later that you should definitely be seeing those. Yeah, copy this with Priest. Oh god, if Priest gets a hold of this, they're gonna have 6 of them. They're gonna have 6 of them, man. And then they're gonna have 20 eruptions in their deck that all deal 8 damage, and you're gonna be like, why do not play this against a Priest? It's a trap. Kill it yourself. Yeah. Is this brew worthy or Shadow Step worthy? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of eruptions, and it's not like the threat is the attack. You might want to get a bump on it, put it down to a 2/5, 2/4. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely brewable and shadow steppable. Yeah, this is a common, man. This is in every class. Man, I kind of just look at this and think Shaman a little bit too. That is, yeah, definitely the battle cry. Like when you have a shuffle effect, it needs to be strong. Like, you know, just shuffling 2 and you're like, who cares? 5 is probably a scary amount. Next up, we have Weapons Attendant, 6 mana, 6/4. Battle cry, if you control another pirate, equip a random weapon from your deck. Did I say common? Yeah, I meant neutral. This yeah, neutral, not a common. This is going to be common because it is neutral. Words. What good weapons are in? Yeah, Matt, 7 mana. What's the 7 mana 6/6 version of this, right? 7 mana 6/6 version didn't require a pirate. This is 1 mana cheaper, less health. Was that a good card? It was okay. It depends. I mean, I would love to equip my 4 mana 3/3 pirate weapon. I think I can see this being good in Rogue if you have a lot of pirates. In Arena, to search specifically for that 4 mana weapon. Maybe even Excavate is so powerful, you go for that. I can see it being fine in Rogue, but like still conditional. I'm just imagining that we're seeing tons of pirates there, right? I think it could be okay in Rogue, but like it's expensive, and we've seen a card like this years ago And this is 2024, so I'm not. I feel like mostly it's not going to be something you're interested in. You're just gonna, you'll probably see it a bunch in your draft and not even notice because you're not even considering it. Any other weapons? Sandwich is a battle cry, right? So you're not gonna finish your sandwich if you equip this from your deck. Yeah, how many pirates? Well, it depends on how many neutral pirates are offered, right? And even then, it's like such a specific thing that's still inconsistent, even if you have the tools for it. Probably not going to be that good. Package dealer. Did somebody say package? Oh yeah, it's just an ogre. Yeah, it's ogre meets Nat Peggle, right? After you draw a card, 50% chance to draw another. I mean, obviously it's different than Nat Peggle in the sense that you could actively draw 3 in one turn and have the chance to draw 6. But I don't think. Yeah, Power Crypt Boulder Fist Ogre. Yeah, it's got to be OP, right? I mean, it's an ogre, guys. What can I say? It's nostalgic. But this card is going to be too slow, right? I'm guessing it can't trigger on the extra draw. I'm guessing so too. Yeah, it's not just going to fatigue you instantly, right? Yeah, it's not the worst thing. No, it's you know, it's got an upside and it's got enough health that the opponent's got to be like, well, shit, I better deal with that. And you know, it's not the worst, but it is expensive. 6 mana, right? We know 6 mana from our game on Friday summons a 20-30 taunt on board, right? We literally did that for 6 mana last week. So when you compare this to like potentially 20-30 worth of stats of taunt, it doesn't look as good. It's just so slow, right? It's not horrible. That's a lot of these neutral cards, is they're not horrible, but when you consider what you can do in today's game, they're so slow. Like you're gonna be like, okay, not bad. My 6 mana 6/7, I can draw some cards. Your opponent's gonna rip a double choose one drum circle, and you're gonna be like, oh right, fuck. Oh right, this is actually garbage, you know? So maybe a lot of like potential evolve targets that do something kind of unique. You know, it's not just an ogre, little flex on it, sure. Nathan, I'm going to highly doubt it can trigger off its own draw. Highly doubt. Big doubt. X to doubt. Pressing X to doubt. Dread's Deserter. 6 mana 6/6 has charge. Oh yeah. I don't want to talk about this card. What can I say? This is who out there is the age of 22 or younger? This is your fault. You guys want things to be so fast and quick. You've done this to us old people. Yeah, there's some ending the games quicker cards are all over the place because people want fast, and I think this is the result we get. Man, yeah, I mean, discover this, give it Wind Fury. What can I say? I'm 22 and I approve of fastness. Are you exactly 22? Nate, what have you done to our beautiful cards? What have you done? Literally 400 dust. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's great for opening in your, yeah, open this and you dust it immediately. Don't need this. Yeah, discovers other cards. It's a scary one. I mean, Nelly, are Colossals still going to be in, or are those already gone? I think those are gone, right? In actual, I don't know. If you ever get a Nelly, this and the Wind Fury for 1 mana and 1 mana is pretty good. I don't know, dude. Charge and Wind Fury are a young people game. But judgy no likey. That's okay. I mean, I don't have to like every archetype that exists. Or, you know, different strategies, including obliterate your opponent in 2 seconds. It's okay that I don't like that. I'm just one guy. Some people are ready. Some people are probably ready to discover this and annihilate their opponent's face in 2 seconds and go, ha, get obliterated. And that's fine. And that's fine. How does it work if you shovel it back into your deck or put it back into your hand? Yeah, it'll still have charge. You can play it. If they sap it or whatever, you can still play it. It'll have charge as long as it didn't originally start in your deck. Yeah, not much to say here. It's just like a reward for lucky discoverers, and shit has charge nowadays. Yeah, like you're gonna get bonked by this, and it's gonna have Wind Fury sometimes. Oh, manager. What if you faceless it? Does the faceless copy have a charge? So if you like, say you're imagining that you You're imagining that you actually have one in your draft and then you faceless the second version? Then the one should still have charge, right? A copy of. The one should have charge and the one shouldn't, the other shouldn't. Otherwise, they both should have charge. Or you mean the other way around, where your faceless did start in your deck? That's kind of interesting, because there are weird things with transforming that sometimes occur. It could be the case you faceless this and your second version doesn't have charge, but I think that it probably does. The copy has charge. It's not a battle cry. No, but technically that minion that is now a deserter was a card that started in your deck. That, I think that might be what he means. And that is actually, as much as it might seem insane, is a thing that sometimes stops this kind of effect from working. I always bring up the example. It's transform is a weird keyword, right? Because I'll bring up the example of a Sporling that I once had. I had a 3/4 on board. I traded it into a Sporling. My 3/4 transformed into a Sporling. And for those who don't remember, a Sporling is a 1-mana 1/2. Whenever this damages a minion, it becomes a Sporling. And then I played Broomstick, and it did not gain Rush because it had already attacked that turn as a 3/4. Even because it wasn't a new minion, it wasn't a new summon, it wasn't a summon, it was a transform, so it still counted it as that old minion. So there is some weird fringe stuff with transforming, but like you'd assume it still has charge, but I assumed that my new minion would get rushed too, so who knows. Could do some experiments. Experimentation required. On to Marin the Manager. Battlecry, choose a fantastic treasure, shuffle the other 3 into your deck. I think we already know this is good. I don't think there's much to talk about here. Pretty confident we already know this card is great. Vis-a-vis, it's everywhere in standard right now. And vis-a-vis just common sense. You know what I mean? Should be fun to draft once we're able to draft it. Should be a fun one to play. Yeah, this is already in the game, and it is good. Therefore, I think it's probably going to be good. Yeah, it never is. They never are in the draft pool, that the ones that are released early. What is the verdict on Beefy Murloc? I love that card. Big Beefy Murloc. It's such unique tech, it's going to be good. Because like you don't need 6 of the same overstated 4-drop. I can take 4 and then have some very unique tech, and that's so good. And it's like beefy enough. I like it. I like that card. I don't think it's not in the draft pool because it's way too overpowered. I don't think that at all. I think it's just because they haven't put in the whole new set yet, so it'd be tougher to do with the draft, I think. They do have curated sets now. Maybe they could have done it, but they never, even if they're weaker, they never have those cards, the cards they release early in the set, until the expansion drops. Yeah, the highest number was a 5. This is a 6. It is insane. It is insane, and I think it will be in Arena, and I think it will be insane in Arena. Next up, we have Beached Whale. This is a weird one, right? Like I said, the set is filled with weird cards, unique effects, and I love that. Because if you're talking about Arena and you're talking about just playing this card, it's not good, right? It's a 7-mana 4/10 taunt. It's not that, that's 7 mana. That's not that good right now. But there are a lot of ways that this becomes good. Obviously healing. Priest can do some stuff to keep this healthy. 0 mana bandages on your Beached Whale. I don't know how bandaging a whale on a beach is going to help it, but apparently it will, you know? Obviously, if you summon it, it is insane. Yeah, hard removal is going to hurt on it. You can 2 mana forbid a whale, but come on. So much. 20 health? Of course, Chris Pratt comes in with the 420 biddies, 420. It's got the fun stat line. Let's go. Thank you very much.
The stat line truly is.
Yeah. We are overlooking how OP the stat line truly is. 20 health is a lot of health. You know, yeah, evolving into this is going to feel really good if you're the player who does it, and really bad if you're not. Maybe you're prioritizing certain hard removals more, because this card is huge. This card is huge. That being said, at its like face value, I don't care about a 7-mana 4/10 taunt. That's not that many stats. A 420 Blaze It taunt, that I care about. But I don't know how draftable this card is. I don't think this card is as draftable as people want it to be. I think it's a card that you need some very specific synergies to make work. and one that you're happy to evolve into, but I don't think it's really that playable for Arena. It's kind of slow. As a beached whale would be, Snoozin' Zookeeper is our next card. 7 mana, 5/8. Battlecry, summon an 8/8 beast for your opponent. It attacks all of their minions. Yes, yes. So at first glance, you see 7 mana, 5/8, summon an 8/8 beast for your opponent, and you think, that's not very good at all. But then, upon second glance, you realize Wood Smash. Wood Smash. I mean, pretty thick over there. Pretty thick Zookeeper. On second glance, you realize it's actually a 7 mana, 5/8 clear your opponent's board, and you realize that is very good. I mean, 7 mana, 5/9 deal 3 damage to everything if you've cast 3 spells is a very good Arena card. I would expect this to be absurdly strong. Yeah, there's the idea that what if it doesn't work out for the attacks perfectly, it doesn't clear board, they keep an 8/2. Those are situations that are going to arise, and it'll still be very good. And then also, even just holding this an extra turn and guaranteeing the board clear is like, it's just so, it's going to consistently do such good things for you, right? It's going to be so good. Yeah, you can pre-trade before playing this, make it make more sense. You can even trade after if it lives. Like, this card is just going to be so brutal. Brutal card, I think, for Arena. Very strong, a common. It's going to really just kind of punish you for developing tempo through the mid game. I think this card will be a very annoying one to face, very powerful. Who knows how common it'll be, but that's a very strong card. Seaside Giant, 10 mana, 2/2, costs 2 less for each time you've used a location this game. Oh, 2 less, not 1 less? Okay. 2 less. Again, it really depends on how common locations are. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of like a rolling fireball, except it comes with a 5/8 body. Yeah. Meh? Yeah, probably. Probably generally meh, but all of a sudden, if you do have a couple locations, like if this is 4 mana, then you're playing an Octozousor. 6 mana, 8/8 most of the time. If it's a 6 mana, 8/8, at least it doesn't freeze itself after each attack. But it's still probably not good. I think you need this to be 4. Probably not something you're ever drafting in the first half of your deck. Yeah, but if you do get like 3 locations or 2 locations and the Discover, it could be something you pick up. Could be something you pick up. So, probably not as draftable as you want it to be until it is, and you're like, hey, 2 mana, 8/8 coming down. Or it could be a Discover. Doesn't have a tribe. I'm gonna say it could be to Discover if you already have locations. Probably just a little too inconsistent, but you know, interesting to pick up if you already have a few locations, and there are going to be plenty. Really depends how many locations there are going to be, right? Simple as that. That's all the neutrals. I will say there's a lot of interesting cards. I'd say this set is pretty heavy on the unique effects coming in, that there's a lot of stuff that is like maybe good, maybe bad, but does something unique, and that is very cool. Let us, now that we're done the neutrals, take a quick 3 minutes. I'm going to run an ad before we get started on the class cards. I'll probably take 2 breaks during this. I'll do one now, and then I'll do one halfway between the class cards after 5 classes. We got the neutrals done. Let's move on to the Death Knight cards in a second here. Incendious is going to ruin so many people's decks. Yes, it will. And there's going to be a lot of things that, like, I don't know. I'm ready to have my hopes and dreams obliterated on a daily basis. I play Arena. I feel like we got a pretty good mix of cool, good stuff and dreams and hopes being obliterated stuff, you know? I think we got a pretty good mix there. Currently playing a Commander Savara Mage where I copied 2 of my Cryos, so gross. Discovered 2 others, 6 total, with a Buster and 2 Miners. 8 Excavates. The fact that your opponent even made it to the 8th one is impressive enough, Hobster. All right, guys, give me 3 minutes. I'll run a quick ad and we'll come back and start looking at Death Knight cards, all right? Be right back in 1 hot second. Testing audio. The arsonist has oddly shaped feet. Thank you for waiting. Let's get on to some class cards now that we got the main bulk of, the cards you're going to see a whole lot of, and neutral cards out of the way here. Nice to do the neutrals first so we know what we're dealing with when we get into the class cards. And we are going to do what we've been doing with the neutral cards. I'm just going to start in alphabetical order with the classes. So Death Knight first. We're just going to go from low mana cost to high mana cost arbitrarily, and we'll see what we've got. And this is the first class card here, but I do know that I'm pretty sure this is the only double rune card, right? Still wish we knew the status of Tourist and Arena. I wish we did as well. I also wish we knew the status of Arena in general, because like, am I streaming longer on Tuesday? I think so, but Hey Judge, did you see those two big things? It feels like you can perfectly slot those in at almost any time. Wait, what are we talking about? Did I see those two big things? Wait, what big things? What are we doing? Big large things? You're not talking about beached whale, is it? What two things? I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything ever. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Hey Major, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's talk about Slippery Slope. Let's talk about Slippery Slope. These two big nuts you can slot into your mouth whenever it's convenient. Fuck, dude. Two nuts in my mouth. That is not what I expected. Damn. Yeah, nice. Good to mix one of those in. I haven't been hit by two huge nuts in a while. Major T, well played. Well played. Slippery Slope source? Great. Do you see those two? How did I not put it together? Did you see those two big things? Fuck. Slippery Slope. Freeze a character, draw a card for each frozen character. That is a 2-mana wind chill. Am I wrong? Oh, hat confirmed excluded tourists? Rip, dude. Sad life. I guess we'll just like brief over those so quickly. Hey Pluto, how you doing, man? Here's the thing. Blizzard freeze face? Where are you getting a blizzard? Right? Yeah, could there be some fringe synergies in other classes? You got to discover it anyway then. Here's the thing is, I mean, there could be some cases, Yarg. There could be some cases, Yarg, this is better than Windchill. Don't get me wrong. Yarg coming in hot with the 57 months. Thank you very much. Frostworms first, then this. Yeah, so I'm thinking Arena first. Arena first, this seems like you're never taking this to ruin your rainbow, right? It's like one of the only cards that's even double, and it isn't even that good, right? Very specific. In standard, this could be potentially amazing refresh for an aggro triple frost, if that's going to be a thing. Although what even has 3 runes anymore? Or even a double frost something. Might have Mendrathil. Yeah, Frostworm's Fury, right? Like that. In that case, it's quite excellent. But in Arena, this just looks like a double rune for no reason to get a wind chill. Hey, even if it's a 2-mana freeze a character, draw 2 or even 3, I don't think it's worth the rune requirement for Arena. And it's so rare. It's like this will be a great discovered card in Death Knight decks. Yeah, we've seen a lot of that too. Yeah. Triple Frost is the best rune type right now. Like with the addition, like in Arena now, or I haven't played I haven't even have I even seen a rune on a card in a month, Ivanovich? I don't even know. Frost Strike seems to not be possible to get for me. I'm not sure. It depends. Like, I don't know. So many things depend on the offering rates of cards. Right. I don't know. So many things depend on the offering rates of cards. My instinct based on the last few months is that I do not want this to ruin a perfectly good rainbow. But if I do pick up the 4-mana 4/3 Frost legendary, which is a pretty good one, if I do get her and I am going triple Frost, then this could make a lot of sense. Just for the value there, and if I have a Frostworm's Fury, it could make sense in that particular case. But speaking overall, just generally, I don't think this is going to be great. Currently, Rainbow was good before they nerfed Death Knight and got rid of Geist. I just can't imagine. I've drafted like only 3 Death Knights, but I just don't know how anyone's getting any freaking class cards. Like, it's just neutral fest. I don't know, dude. It's just neutral fest over there. How are you? Like triple frost? I'm lucky to even get enough I'm lucky to even get triple frost offered. You know, be 2 frosts maybe and 1 nothing, but that's only a few runs. Slippery Slope in that deck. Even still, there's not even a lot of freeze effects there, is there? Maybe if you have Frostworm's Furies, these are good. If not, I don't really care about it too much. It's not like a 2-mana Windchill is bad. That's worth saying. Windchill is good. 2-mana Windchill is probably completely fine, but I don't think it's a card I'm super interested in. And I think depending on what offering rates, because the Death Knight nerf made Rainbow worse, clearly, Ivanovich, but we both know if they didn't, like, they can get rid of Geist, sure, but it depends on how much they offer the, you know, Frost Strike, Hematurge, Necrotic Mortician package. If those are all very common, you're gonna love Rainbow. It's really on the offering rates of individual cards how good these runes are gonna be. So it's tough to predict, but this could be good if depending on the offering rate of Frostworm's Fury / Triple Frost. But I would wager, with how they've been printing cards this set, that's not what we're gonna see. I don't know. I got offered Lady Death Whisperer and got a ton of class cards. What the heck, dude? How? I don't understand. That class just seems so garbage. I have not seen. I think I've maybe drafted 1 Remorseless Winter once, and the rest I'm like, oh wow, they nerfed it so hard. I just don't see. Yeah, I don't know how, but I know that archetype also was extraordinarily good before Geist, right? Like the Death Whisperer Triple Frost archetype this isn't the first time it's been amazing. But even still, does that make me want to Slippery Slope? I don't think it necessarily does. Maybe I'm shitting on this card too much, but I'm predicting that the Triple Frost is not going to be the way to go, and that for that reason it's not going to be good. If it is the way to go, this card will be completely fine. Not quite as good as Windchill, but Windchill is really good. Oh Jesus, right? Oh my God! Holy! I think it's underrated. Maybe. It's just like, it's kind of like the worst school teacher situation where just because it's not as good as Wind Chill consistently doesn't mean it's not fine. I don't think this card will be underrated. I think everybody knows exactly how busted this card is. This card's amazing. I say busted. It's very, very strong. And with relevant synergies coming up, it's even more disgusting. Card is extremely strong on its own without upcoming synergies. Think mining casualties a little bit. Right? Mining casualties a little bit. Yeah, lingering zombies, a reasonable thing to compare it to. On its own, it is as good as those. And then there are a lot of common synergies that are going to make this even better. Mining casualties is top tier. This will be top tier. Easy as that. And we'll take a look. We'll see why this is going to be even more top tier as a common in a second here. Corpsicle is a single frost rune. Deal 3 damage. Spend 3 corpses to return this to your hand at the end of the turn. Yeah, this is like, you know, similarities to your 5 mana weapon, because this is just an infinite spell. Yeah, Hogsteed. Oh my god. Hogsteed would still be great in this meta now. Hogsteed would be just a good 2 now. Ivanovich, Jesus, the comparison to Hogsteed is a little much. Holy. Like, yeah, that should show how amazing that 2-drop is. Yeah, Frozen Touch, a little bit different than Frozen Touch because you can't blast your opponent for 9 in 1 turn, but very similar in that it's a very easy thing, probably easier to pull off, or exactly the same to pull off. Spend 3 corpses. Deal 3 damage, spend 3 corpses to return this to your hand at the end of your turn. Yeah, holy shit. So it's just having 3 corpses. At first I'm like, do you have to maybe spend corpses with another? No, that's so gross, dude. Like, it's just infinite 2 damage. What's there to say? What's there to say? It's good. It's gonna be good, man. It's just I don't know if they think corpses are like tough to get, or if they just want to have things be infinite, but that's just infinite. Deal 2 damage each turn. Yeah. What can I say? What can I say? That card is amazing. Brittlebone, a Buccaneer. Whenever you play a Death Rattle minion, give it Reborn. That comboed with this? Oof. Sheesh. That's a lot of stats. I think there's enough Death Rattles we've seen. Like, when I look at this, I'm like, okay, sure. If you have Death Rattles, this can be good. It's not that good of a stat line, but I think we're seeing a lot of Death Rattles. And potential synergies here that are going to make this something I'm very interested in. This with that 2-drop already is just such an insane start. Such an insane start. At least it's not a single frost rune, so everyone will have it. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. I feel like there's going to be so much power in Rainbow coming up, but you can't know that until they give out what offering rates there are. This plus Reska. Oh, God. No. Nah. This will do gross things. I don't know what to say about these other than they're very strong and will do gross things. Like, we don't need to spend too much time, right? On its own, without synergies, it's not that good. That's worth saying, maybe, right? You probably coin this every time if you have the 2 mana common. You just coin this, come into your Death Rattle, it protects you forever. And then you're coming into other Death Rattles later. Let's see what other Death Rattles there are. Thinking of even stuff like Ymriar. Depends on what's offered, depends on what's in. But I think that this card, there's so many synergies with it, I think it'll just be good. Here's another Death Rattle, 3 mana Frostbitten Freebooter. Death Rattle freeze 3 random enemies. Any that were already frozen, take 5 damage instead. I mean, you got a 3 mana 2/2 awkwardly comboed with a, what is the 0 mana freeze 3 things at 10 mana? Frozen Delights for hard fought fights. Anybody? Anybody for some Frozen Delights? This seems to be a similar card to that, which I don't think is that good on its own. It's small. You want freeze synergies with it. Yeah, Popsicooler, that's the one. Seems worse than Popsicooler. Obviously, considering synergies of draw is interesting because 2 mana draw 4 is nice. And that would make this a decent combo. And right, not too shabby. but I think the synergies required are more of a standard thing, and that it's not going to be consistent enough for arena. I think it's probably not horrible, right? Mary thought it was worse than Mosh Pit, but 1/4 minion seems way better because of it being an on-board threat. Yeah, Mosh Pit also is a bit slower in that you can't play it and give your 2-drop reborn, right? So like Mosh Pit is very strong for stuff like Obsidian Revenant, but like spending 3 corpses is not going to happen on turn 1 or 2. So like even just that, getting that going quicker seems better to me, especially with that 2-drop rush. Maybe with Reborn this could be annoying. Yeah, it's probably more viable than it seems, but like it's only the only reason this would be viable is because it's surrounded by other better cards. You know what I mean? Like it can be annoying. It can give you time to refresh. It can give you time to do other stuff. But really, it's not because this card is good. It's just that it has a unique effect. It's that other Death Knight cards are good. I feel like mostly I'd want to stay away from this, but like if you're going to be offered your 4th copy of something like akin to Possessifier or something that's just really solid, you know, then maybe I would pick up something quirky and weird like this surrounding a solid deck just to have another option. But I don't think it's that good on its own. Horizon's Edge, 4 mana, 5 durability location. Deal 3 damage randomly split among all enemies. After a friendly minion dies, open this. Okay, so a couple things here. 4 mana, deal 15 damage randomly, obviously good. Now that's not exactly what this is. You got to wait a little bit in theory. You got, you know, so is that good over 10 turns? It's a lot of value in there, but I think it's far from a 4 mana deal 15. Then you look at the text. After a friendly minion dies, reopen this. How difficult is it to have a friendly minion die? I would say it's extraordinarily easy to have a friendly minion die, making this vastly quicker and therefore vastly better, to the point where if I think there wasn't that text, this would be fine, but like a lot slower than you'd want it to be. But with the text, it can catch up pretty quick. Yeah, crop rotation is not random damage, but like, yeah, this is, you know, potentially a whole bunch of crop rotations. I think the amount of durability it has with the effect just make it very strong. Like that's a lot. That does a lot. And then there's the potential for more location synergies. I meant crop rotation with this. Oh, sure. That gets a little awkward too, because you might actually clear the board before your whole crop rotation's done. Could be a little overkill there, but yeah, I mean, you can find ways to get a lot of damage coming in real quick. What's also interesting to me is playing this on 4 into your 5 mana 5/5 copy a location. And all of a sudden, that's a lot of damage coming down to clear your board and leave you kind of going like, how do I keep any stats here? So 5 durability, lots of damage. I think that card will be good. Eliza, Goreblade, 4 mana 4/3, death rattle for the rest of the game. Your minions have +1 attack. There's an interesting one to give Reborn. I'd give that card Reborn. Yeah, this goes face, meaning they have to develop minions if they don't want to just become dead, right, Andre? And then those minions will die. Seems like a really tough one to play around. Either you're taking it to the dome or you're losing your board. Grukfu meta, finally, we can get our Grukfu stat line boosted. This card seems, at its worst, like a Justicar Trueheart for 4 mana, which is better than 6 mana. And then it's also way better than that in addition, as it busts the rest of your minions. So I would say that's quite good. Will Excavate still be in Arena with new expansion? No idea. We have heard nothing but silence from what is going to happen with Arena for the next meta, whether it's even coming out in the next couple days or not. No idea. I have not heard a single word. Maybe some other people have. Somebody said, Hat said no tourists, but I have no clue what's going to be in, what's going to happen. Makes reviewing a little tough, but this is the life of an Arena player. I have no idea. So let's assume you don't give any this Reborn. Giving this Reborn is a super nice effect. You get a 3/1 hero power. Cool. All your other minions, more importantly, have +1 attack. I think of Invigorating Sermon, which is a good card, I think. With a body, and the potential to play, I don't know, you discover undeads, you get more of these. If you get Reborn, awesome. I think on its own, it's just pretty good. You know, compared to something like Helia, I think this represents a lot more damage to your opponent's face than Helia does. And Helia is not that good in Arena, but people like to go for it with a potential upside, and that's cool. I think this is very consistent. I think the body is at least somewhat relevant. The runes kind of confuse me. I'm not really sure why this is a Blood Frost. For the rest of the game, your minions have +1 attack. In fact, this kind of seems like a double Unholy to me. Not really sure about the runes there, actually. Very, very confusing. To me, anyway. As that's usually something Unholy does, right? I don't know, man. What's up with that? Is that not really weird? What is up with the rune system? It's not necessarily the most... Yeah, or Blood Unholy. Blood has some buffs. Yeah. Where's the Frost in all of this? Yeah, Blood Unholy, maybe. Yeah, blood with a hand buff. But that's usually hand buff, too. Board buffs like the 4-mana Bloodlust or whatever usually is Unholy. I don't know, weird for flavor there, but it looks strong. I think at its worst, it's just going to be solid and like a decent card, like a better version of the Paladin 4-drop, give everything plus attack. Or +1/+1. At this point, why not just Rainbow? Yeah, I'm not sure. Especially you're going to want to combo this with Unholy cards. Yeah, I don't know. Surely they have their reasons. I think this is good. It's going to be amazing when you give it Reborn. You discover one, it's going to be awesome. I think it's a solid legendary. Maybe not the most interesting legendary, but I think it's solid. Snow Shredder costs 1 if a character is frozen. Okay, that does make me want to freeze an enemy. 1 mana 4/4 with freeze. 1 mana 4/4 with freeze. I think that makes that double frost one a lot more interesting if you're comboing it with this, or even a couple of these. Because like Wind Chill at 2 mana, yeah, okay, it's still okay. Wind Chill at -1 mana or whatever, that's really excellent. I guess this is really a 3-drop, so -2, kind of. But very good synergy. I mean, 1 mana 4/4s, I will play those. You get a bit of card draw and freeze and development, and you can see some frozen package coming together with this now, with the mana cheat. Seems good. Seems good, but maybe inconsistent. Depends on how much is offered in Arena. How common are these frozen cards going to be? I have no idea. Even just playing this with your 3 mana 3/3, give a minion +3/+3 and freeze, and then you throw this down is kind of interesting. So paying more attention to the frozen aspects now, I think, with a 1 mana 4/4 involved. Maybe more viability to that frozen package with this kind of mana cheat. Ghoul's Knight. Is that like Good Night but Ghoul's Knight? Summon 5 1/1 ghouls that attack random enemies. So this will only get your location 1 more. It'll give you a lot of corpses. They don't die at the end of the turn, and they can go face. Oh, Girl's Night. Ghoul's Night. There it is. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Did you hear what Jessicorp said to Deathany? Nice. I see. I mean, obviously, it's a bunch of girls pillow fighting, which is, as everybody knows, what girls do when they get together. They, get in their underwear and have a pillow fight. So obviously, that's what it is. Compares unfavorably to crop rotation. Yeah, the randomness is awkward. I'm trying to think of like the, they don't die at the end of the turn, but the randomness is awkward. Could be like 4 mana, deal 5 to the face, summon some stuff, get some corpses, maybe. Compares maybe a little bit to the 4 mana summon 5/1/1 Silverhand Recruits, although the synergy really isn't there for the Silverhand Recruits. Trying to think of other synergies you're looking for here. Like, it seems like you're kind of just playing a 4 mana zombies a little bit, doesn't it? Okay, if you buff the attack. Yeah, true. You play this with the legendary, and these are all 2/1s. That's much more interesting. So yeah, if the attack is buffed, I'd say that's a lot pretty interesting. So cool, but in just the card on its own seems like not that good. Yeah, garbage. I'd say that a lot of the times it'll be garbage. Looking for buffing the attack, like the fact that they're random enemies and you're just going to awkwardly deal damage to minions that you didn't really want to hit. And then you didn't really summon much. I think it's just going to be not very good. So I don't know, not too interesting. Buttons, 5 and a 5/5, Shaman Tourist. We already know we are not seeing tourists apparently in Arena. So not really much to talk about for the tourists for us, right? What have we covered so far? This is our first class. We did all the neutral cards. And now we are just on the first class of Death Knight. So Hannah's holding down the fort in YouTube. Good to see you. How you doing? I don't know. What do we do? What do we do about the tourist cards? I want to keep things moving fairly quickly. Got some stuff to do later on in the evening, and I love tourist cards. I'm going to have a lot of fun with these in theory crafting. No confirmation. Maybe they're in. Tourists are just going to be fun to draft if they're draftable, just for the deck building challenge. But yeah, it's not something that's going to be, you know, we all know what tourist does by now, or most of us do. And, you know, the battle cry represents some interesting stuff in most of them because you can combo it with 2 different classes. But yeah, kind of disappointing if we don't get to see that so much in Arena. I think a lot of the tourists are actually like fine, not crazy, but the fact that you get the deck building is the main draw. But we'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see. I think for now we're assuming we're not really seeing them. My guess is they won't be available even outside of all this talk anyway. Next we have Demon Hunter, the class of Demon Hunter. I'm going to do 5 classes after Mage. I'll take a quick break and then we'll do the last 5. Patch as the pilot, battle cry, shuffle 6 parachutes into your deck that summon a 1/1 pirate with charge when drawn. Without a way to tutor these, it's perhaps less interesting. But like evaluating it just as a card, not as a legendary. Yeah, Patches got tutored immediately. Without a way to tutor those pirates, I'm not so sure that this is, yeah, this is probably not as good as Patches. But like it's still only 1 mana. If you're playing it in an aggro deck, like, and you do run a decent amount of draw, it represents a pretty reasonable amount of stats and damage for 1 mana. Like, I don't think it's awful. I don't think it's awful. Yeah, not as good as Patches, so not tier 0 busted. Yeah, even in Arena, like, it's probably fine. There's probably a lot of other legendaries you'd much rather draft. And you know me, I'm not going to see any of those 1/1s. But it's a completely reasonable turn 1 play. 6 parachutes, you get 2 of them down the line. 1 mana 3/3. 2 of it with charge is pretty good. Just fill it in with curve after. Just not flashy. It's not flashy. If you can tutor the 1-cost spells, awesome. Seems to fit you know, a more aggressive deck with a bit of draw. Yeah, Demon Hunters often do have a lot of draw. It's true. So probably fine, but not as good as Patches, and you know, potential to whiff. And there's just so many more interesting legendaries out there. In Standard, I bet this finds a way to be, you know, this will probably be played, right? I mean, too many stats, too many ways to do exactly what you want to do. It's gotta be play a good card in Standard. Worst Patches is still, you know, comparing to Patches, still probably good. I think it's an early discover this rules. Yeah, that's true. Demon and pirate tag. Discover a pirate, rip this down. Yeah, it's a good card. It's a good card even, right? It's just not flashy or that interesting, but it's still just solid, I would guess. Obviously, you don't draw any, you feel like an idiot, but just draw at least 1 and you're good. Sigil of Skydiving. At the start of your turn, summon 3 1/1 pirates with charge. Now, this card I can definitely say is great. This card is extremely good. Card reminds me a little bit of the 2 mana Sigil that got 2/2/2 taunts. That card was great. Similarly, this will be very strong. In Standard, you can just ship face damage over and over forever. In Arena, this is a 2 mana, you know, what? You don't even need to outcast it. Play your security, and that's good. And it can go face. It's consistent with stats. It's a fell spell. It's got fell synergies. Like, it just looks like, yeah, look, already great card that now can also go face if you don't have a great play with it. Seems amazing. Seems amazing. You'll see me drafting a lot of that. A common card too. Adrenaline Fiend. After a friendly pirate attacks, give your hero +1 attack this turn. Why not deal an extra 3 damage with that charge too? Play that, then play this, and that's super aggro. I will say this does seem to be better in standard, where you are playing that combo and you're putting it all to the face. And that is quite good. As far as arena goes, looking only at this card, it's fine. If you do get a lot of those 1/1 charges and then play this, it's great. But on its own, meh on its own. You probably only need 2 pirate attacks. If you have this with the sigil, amazing. If you have this with other, like, I think there's a location coming up, great. You know what I forgot? We looked at a location already. I forgot I know locations are bigger on the website. I actually do have a thing to switch to make sure you can see the whole location. It's a little weird how big locations are. Try to remember that for the one coming up. Yeah, Death Knight location as well. I think so. Yeah, I'm kind of not really looking into those too much outside of thinking about them for potential theory crafting, because I don't think they're going to be relevant in arena. I think this card is going to be fine, but then when you have those other pirate charges, it's going to be amazing. So I honestly think they're going to be pretty common. I think this card's going to be really good for this specific meta. Another card that'll be great in this meta and then probably drop off after we change sets. Paraglide. Both players draw thrice. Outcast. Only you do. Okay, I've seen a few people talk about this one. Arena. It's okay. It's okay. 3 mana draw 3. Yeah, I mean, what's the 2 mana draw 2 Outcast? Similar to that. You discover it at the right time when you need to refresh. Sure, it's decent, just like the 2 mana one is decent. This one in arena really needs to be Outcast to play. You don't have the option to just get a half as good one, because you just cannot have that without Outcast. So I think it's like kind of similar to that 2 mana one, maybe slightly worse. Where people are more interested in this card is standard, where you can mill your opponent for 3, or get rid of a few things and refresh, and that's pretty nice. I mean, you can do that in arena. It's a little less common, and in arena you just don't really care as much if you mill them. But I don't see this card as being anything too spectacular. I mean, Frozen Over is a card. It is Frozen Over, right? Or is it a different one? The 2 mana draw 2, your opponent draws 2, but they can't play it. That card's not good, actually, even. I don't really see too much special with this. Skirting Death. 3 mana, choose a minion. This turn, your hero steals 4 attack from it. Kind of reminds me a little bit of what? A little bit of the 4 mana 4/2 that summons 2 rushes. You can clear 2 things, assuming you have another thing to run into the 0 attack mid-range minion. And that's pretty good. It also can go face, so that's something. You use it on a taunt, make some trades, clear something else. I think it's very versatile in a board control presence, and maybe less good at just going face. So like if you're on turn 5 or 6 and your opponent's got 2 minions, and you can put 1 to 0 attack, trade your minions into that 0 attack thing to clear it, and then clear the other thing with your face. That's going to be a really good piece of tempo, but it does require a pretty specific setup. I think it'll be a good control arena tool. Kind of like the 4 mana This Is Our Chance is a good control arena tool. And I don't know how badly Demon Hunter in Standard is going to want to be drafting everything that goes face, but it does go face, so there's consideration there. Why is this turn? It's because your opponent will gain their attack back if you don't clear the minion, I'm guessing. So like if there's a 4/4 on board, you turn it into a 0/4, but if you don't clear it, that thing's going to pop back up to a 4/4 again. So you do want to be focusing on board control in arena. So I think that's what this is going to be. Or 3 mana deal 4 in standard. There's more ways to deal more damage, right? But it seems like This Is Our Chance level control tool. See, I got this, so you can see the whole location, because the locations for whatever reason are just enormous on this website. Dangerous Cliffside. 4 mana, summon 2 1/1 pirates with charge. After your hero attacks, open this. So it's a 4 mana 6/6 with charge, kind of. You're going to love this in your standard aggro because you're just going to keep piling on the synergies with pirates and attacking and going face, and that's going to be great. You can kind of think of this a little bit as a slower... What is that 4 mana deal 6 damage to the lowest cost stuff? And that card is good. I think this card will be good. It's kind of slow and it wants synergies, but it's still 4 mana deal 6. And it's kind of like, it's going to be worse than the 4 mana deal 6 to the lowest stuff, right? Because it's just slower. Charge, it's more of a, like this amount of charge. Thank you, Fan the Hammer. Yeah, I think Fan the Hammer is going to be better in Arena. Yeah, I mean, you use a hero power with this and it's similar. I think it'll be a good card. I think it'll be a solid card, but I don't think it's anything that I go like, dangerous cliffside location. What are they thinking? You know? Another interesting one to copy though. A lot of 4 mana locations, and we do have that 5 mana 5/5 common copy a location. That becomes a lot more interesting too there, because that'd be a ton of value. But yeah, I think this is good. I think this is good, but nothing that I'm like, dude, locations are so broken. This is so broken. Probably stronger in standard though. There's the Priest Tourist. We've looked at the tourists on stream a bunch. We don't think they're going to be in. Fatigue City, you know, damage your hero takes on your turn is redirected to the enemy. You can fatigue yourself and then play this and then draw a bunch, and that can do some stuff, but much more standard-esque, and probably not a thing we'll see in Arena. So let's just keep it moving forward to Cliff Dive. Summon 2 minions from your deck and give them Rush. They go back at the end of your turn. That seems bad. That seems not good. Six mana, summon a 2/3 and a 4/4 maybe, and then you deal a bit of damage and then you lose them, and that seems pretty awful. Even in standard, like, you want big death rattle stuff. What are you even looking for there in standard? Because they're just going to go back into your deck. You need them to die? I don't think we need to waste too much time on this card. This card seems awful. I don't think we're going to be drafting this card too much because it looks absolutely terrible. Summon 2 minions from your deck. Yikes. In standard, you're looking for specific big demons? Maybe. 6 mana is still pretty expensive. Climbing Hook. Ah, yes. Demon Hunter gets a foam render. Doesn't lose durability while you control a minion with 5 or more attack. That is going to be a source of many losses for people. Yes, summon 2 Illidari Inquisitors. Yeah, true. That with a hero power, 2 Illidari Inquisitors, that could be a reasonable play, Valdemir. 6 mana, I mean, it's not as good as Foam Render, because Foam Render is cheaper and easier to meet the requirement, which is hilarious. Like, this card looks like ass compared to Foam Render, yet it still looks great, you know? I mean, and Demon Hunter loves to just swing this to the face over and over. Yeah. And now it's like, oh, well, you control a minion with 5 or more attack. Oh, so that's standard big demon diving cliff or whatever, cliff dive, and this. But really, like, by the time you get to turn 5 in Arena, a lot of the times you're slamming down a mid-range 5-drop that has 5 attack, or, you know, you've got 6/7s or whatever. Like, it shouldn't be that hard. You get a freebie because it has 2 durability. Should be pretty easy to make this feel pretty disgusting. Feels pretty slow for 6. Yeah, it's all about the turn. I mean, Rhea is slow for 8. Rhea is slow for 8. It's all about the turn it comes down on. Can you afford to be playing it? But after that, you're just taking infinite value. So it is expensive the turn it comes down, but it more than makes up for that very quickly. Lots and lots of potential for infinite weapon there. Not as good as Foam Render, though. All-Terrain Voidhound, an ATV, 7 mana, 5/8, Battle Cry. This attacks. Whenever this attacks, give your hero +5 attack this turn. No thanks. I don't think so. Can I make this 4 mana? Because then I'm interested, right? Draw this with your weapon that discounts demons, maybe? Get this from Window Shopper? Even then. I mean, this could be a Battle Cry, deal 5 damage this turn, and it'd probably be like, okay. but not even good then that much, right? Draw this with the 6 mana card. Draw 2 of these. It's a 6 mana Pyroblast. All you got to do is only run all terrain Voidhounds. Yeah, it doesn't have Rush. It's just not good. 7 mana draw removal. Yeah, but like that's probably what it is. Maybe you have something you want to keep for next turn, but usually that removal is going to be 4 mana or something, right? And then they're just gaining so much net mana on you. This card seems bad. This card seems bad, and that does it for the Demon Hunters, meaning we get to move on to Druid now. I gotta say, I like how unique so many cards are in this meta. I think it's gonna be a diverse, interesting meta for uniqueness. Power level and balance, who knows? But for the uniqueness of the set, I do like that a lot. I'm gonna get some more Watson in my body. I think after, do I want a beer? Maybe after the first half, I consider if I deserve one after my first half of class cards. After Mage. I'll ask me again after Mage. You know, I was talking about doing Caesars today for some card reviews, Stevie, but I forgot the liquor store is on strike, which is about I can't legitimately say to the internet that that's like one of the worst things that can happen. But, you know, for me, in my reasonable personal life, it's devastating. But I do still have a few beers. I might have one of those. I got to order some vodka online, maybe. I head to the beer store tomorrow. Have some Arizona. Liquor store on strike, man, for real. That's Ontario. Absolutely devastating. Let's talk about Druid cards now. Anybody down for some Trail Mix? 2 mana. Trail Mix. Gain 2 mana crystals next turn only. So, this is just worse Mana Biscuit, right? I guess you can go past. Mana Biscuit's refresh, right? Not gain, refresh. So stronger in that you can cheat out earlier stuff, weaker in that you have to force it to be a specific turn, that by the time your opponent has their next turn, you might not want to do the thing you wanted to do when you played Trail Mix in the first place. I mean, it could be something that you could play this so that you can get your bigger ramp earlier. Like, say you play this on turn 3 and then you Crystal Cluster on turn 4. Like, do you think that's something people will try to do? In Arena, it looks bad because you can't consistently do the specific things you want to do with this. Yeah, turn 6 Rhea. Yeah, I think we talked about that too. In the same way that Innervate is good in a Rhea deck, this could be good in a Rhea deck. That's true. Only because you don't need to worry about the value. But it's a full card to not really gain any net mana. I think I'd rather just develop on this turn and then continue to develop until I get to that card, right? So I think it's generally pretty bad. It's going to be looking to do some very specific things in Constructed. Not sure if it gets the job done there. Yeah, Innervate's a lot more versatile, too. You don't have to play it on it. You might have your opponent do something and be like, oh, I was going to Innervate this turn, but now I'm going to do this instead because I'm reacting to the situation. And you don't really have that option with Trail Mix. And then it kind of becomes a bit of a wasted card. So I feel like it's just bad, but not unskippable if the stars align. But I feel like it's pretty bad. Hiking Trail. Discover a taunt minion after you gain armor. Reopen this. I think I thought that this was better than a lot of people. I think that's pretty good. I think that's quite nice. Obviously, it depends on the pool. Someone brought up if we have every single card in the Discover pool again, this becomes a lot worse, and that is true. But 3 Discovers for 3 mana, I am very on board for. You'd kind of think that in 2024 this does read like give it it costs 1 less or something, right? But it's 3 durability. Smart Scan running. Stop running a Smart Scan. I'm in the middle of streaming. I tell you not to do that until I'm done. I think it's because it's Sunday. It's Sunday, so it thinks I'm off. I guess you guys couldn't see that anyway, but my thing was doing a Smart Scan. Don't do a Smart Scan. Some stupid scan while I'm streaming. After you gain armor, reopen this. Okay, does Arena care about that so much? I don't think so. I compared this card to Battle Cry Shaman card, right? 3 taunt discovers is not as exciting. Compare this to the mage location. I don't even remember what it does, but it discovers too, right? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out when we get to mage. It depends what, yeah, it depends what the pool is, but I think 3 mana discover 3 things in general is great. But I would say that you probably, as a druid, no issues found, guys. Thanks, AVG. No issues found. Good. Smart scan complete. I would say it's not something you want to play on turn 3, but I think it's pretty solid refresh for if they survive your initial druid onslaught. You get to turn 7 or 8, and you can play this down to 5 with a 5-drop and start keeping the steam rolling. I like that a lot, and I think it's good value. I agree that we've seen cards that are value cards that look a lot better, but that doesn't mean this isn't solid. I think it's going to be a pretty reasonable card. But yeah, what kind of taunts are we seeing? Strong legendaries, taunts of old, like from all sets, that definitely swings things. But I think 3 mana discover 3 taunts will be good. Similar to the shaman location. I forgot to go back to regular from location, but we'll just do this now. Tortolan Traveler. It's a taunt minion. Death Rattle, draw another taunt minion. Reduce its cost by 2. That looks like if you have another taunt minion, this should be quite excellent. I think this is, we talked about this one recently, right? Like you look at the 3 mana 1/5 taunt draw card, a Naga, and this is just better than that. I think this card could be underrated. The stat line is it's okay, but the effect is quite excellent. You can tutor specific taunts. I think this card is quite good. Do I think it's quite good in standard? Probably not anymore. Look for some specific taunt to reduce. Yeah, anything reducing taunt cost is good generally, right? It's a big reduction in 2 cost. I think this will be quite an excellent 3-drop, common 3-drop for druid. I think like kind of like how you know, they can you know, it says another taunt minion, so I don't think this can actually chain Tortolan Travelers, right? That's usually how another works, but I still think it'll be solid, and I think it'll be a like a pretty good staple for like a what is a common good 3-drop in druid. Maybe not as good as the 3 mana 6/6 trees thing now. That's pretty common and a staple, but quite good. New Heights. This one's been chatted about a lot, as it is in druid and warrior, and has a lot of potential in standard. How much have I missed? Well, I've been live for about 2 hours, 2 and a bit, right? I've been live for 2.5 hours. I want to keep things rolling because we've done all the neutrals, and now we're done Death Knight, Demon Hunter, and on to druid. I got to keep things rolling. Probably another, the goal is like another hour and a half. I probably won't make that, so maybe another 2.5 hours, keep things rolling. But we're surely around halfway, right? Somewhere around there, because we've done all the neutrals. So you can get up to 16. You draft 2 of these, you get up to 16. Yeah, guff another 10. 26. Guff Druid coming in. In standard, this is going to be very intriguing. I mean, it's a wild growth that gives you tons of mana for later, and we know that standard can do stuff with that a little more. Yeah, Crystal Cluster in that deck probably just becomes try to ramp to 16 faster. In Arena, this just kind of reads to me like it's a wild growth, because you can't often use that extra mana as much in Arena. Although it does buff your 3 mana 3/2 pew 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 boy, which is interesting a little bit. So I would say it's, you know, definitely better than 3 mana wild growth. You know, definitely better than that. But that's not like super great right now. I want my wild growth to be 2 mana, and I don't think the effect is good enough for the extra mana cost in Arena. But that being said, ramp is a unique ability. I like to take a wild growth here and there. It should be fine if you've got a game plan with your deck for ramp, but individually it's not like it's no better than a wild growth generally. 16 mana is not far off good old guff. That's true. That's true. If you have a ton of refresh and a ton of extra cards, it could matter, but like in today's Arena, you barely even see games going to 10 sometimes. So I'm not so sure about it. I think it's like barely better than a regular wild growth in Arena, although it is interesting, unique, and I'm looking forward to giving it a try. Standard, it'll definitely be around. That's for sure. Dozing Dragoon is a 5 mana dormant for 2 turns. While dormant, summon a 3/5 dragon with taunt at the end of your turn. It's Wild Paw Cavern for 5 mana, right? Does this not give you draw if you played on 10 mana? No, it won't, because you're boosting your maximum mana anyway, right? You're ramping. See the order of it. Notice the order of the words on New Heights. It says increase your maximum mana by 3. It was said first. That's the first thing that happens. Then you gain an empty mana crystal. If the card read gain an empty mana crystal, increase your maximum mana by 3, you may in fact get the extra mana, because you at the time you wouldn't gain the extra mana on your way, and then you'd increase your mana, so you wouldn't actually ramp, and then you get the draw. But the way it's worded, you would not get any draw, and you would get the ramp. This card is Wild Paw Cavern for 5, which is good. I'd pay 5 mana for Wild Paw Cavern. Taunt Dragoon, Wild Paw Cavern seems strong to me. I think that'll be one you see drafted a lot. I don't think it's quite as good as Wild Paw Cavern is, but that card is amazing. It's worse Wild Paw Cavern, which means it's still a very good card. You look at the 5 mana, summon 2 3/5 taunts in Warlock, and that card is really good, and it's only 2, and this is 3. So this will be quite strong. Mista Vista, the 5 mana 5/5 Mage Tourist. Rip tourists during this talk, because we don't think they're going to be in Arena. In 3 turns, replay every spell you've cast between now and then. Seems like in Constructed, you're going to be able to do some crazy stuff. In Arena, you'd be able to do some interesting stuff and a little bit of good stuff there. Probably, thing about arenas, you don't need to do as much to have as big of an effect on the game. But I think that's a very fun card, a little bit of Yogg reminiscing, kind of. But I doubt we'll be able to see it in Arena, which is too bad. We've got Cruise Captain Laura. Battlecry summon 2 random locations. There's a big RNG one, right? Yeah, man, already fuck this card. As a standard player, I can see that for sure, right? Yeah. You know, I can see that for sure. Lots of mana shenanigans, lots of cheating, and then into that, and then even more shenanigans. I mean, you're playing this right into you play this. Oh God, it's a battle cry too. I mean, yeah, Tito. You play this, and then you rip your turn 6 double New Heights. And already, oh boy, we are off to the moon. We are off to the moon, I think, at that point. Druid's gonna be able to do some stuff. Does it cast the spells in the same order? No idea. Maybe. And in Wild, you can double the spells. Oh boy, Wild's in for a time. Wild's always in for a time though, right? Arena, irrelevant, who cares stuff. Could have been fun. In Standard, yeah, this'll do some stuff and also some things. Druid in particular, right? And then Cruise Captain Laura, I think that on average, the value here should be great. I think on average here, the value here should be great. There are definitely some whiffs. And hitting 2 whiffs, like if you hit 2 of the 1 mana heal ones, this looks a lot less good. But like, I think that we've seen so many 4 mana locations, this should be strong, although it is a 7 mana 4/5, right? That's very slow. You can use the locations immediately, but without knowing what they are, it might be tough to do. I think we're seeing enough big locations that this should be some very solid value. A Druid Pirate is also interesting. Interesting stuff there. Let's keep it moving, folks. Sleep Under the Stars. Choose thrice. Our first choose thrice card. We've seen some choose twice, but we see a choose thrice here. And we talked about this one again, Druid, we did pretty recently. And I think this card looks very interesting because yes, it's 7 mana, which is very expensive, but one of those things is refresh 3 mana crystals. This is kind of an interesting one to play on your tourist 3 turns, right? Because you can just refresh, and then when this recasts, who knows what it'll do. The big thing about this card, like, it's very versatile. It's got lots to do. I think there's a lot of good value here. You know, even it's just a 0 mana old school innervate, or it's a 1 mana arcane intellect, or it's survivability. If you make this, yeah, 1 mana draw 2 is nice, absolutely. And that's only one of the many things it can do given your situation. So versatile, right? And that's before even comboing anything else with it, like discounts. You know, I think this card is going to be really, really strong. You know, pick a number between 3 and 10 on how many cards in Druid will be nerfed in the next few months. I'm going to say 6. I'm going to say 6. What is this? Demon Hunter upon release? 15? Yeah, Druid is going to be terrifying, and Druid already is terrifying even before this. For Standard, a lot of these cards just look fun for Arena and more or less fair. So that's interesting. I think this will be a very fun Arena card to get. You can't get this from a choose one discover, right? What about your choose one effects do both? This is not a choose one. This is a choose 3, which does not work with choose one synergies, I'm pretty sure. This is insane with Odin. It sure would be. And honest, yeah, true. You get to play warrior cards in Druid, but not Odin, right? But not Odin. So I don't think it quite works there. But yeah, this card looks really good. This card looks really, really good. The versatility is huge. Even just a couple of the small effects are great. I think this card is going to be excellent for Arena. And then we've got a 7 mana 6/7 Bouldering Buddy. I think this is the one I said could have been a 6/7, right? Costs 1 if you have at least 10 mana crystals. Yeah, I mean, 1 mana 6/7 Rush is going to be the payoff for all that early ramping in Standard. It's an Omega card in Arena. I don't know why it needs to cost 7 though. Like, this could be 6 mana and be a 6 mana 6/7 Ogre, and then be playable in Arena on turn 6. Amani Warbear was a card, if you remember, which is kind of funny to think about. This is going to be the payoff in Standard when you just super ramp and then you slam your buddies, right? Yeah, exactly. It's going to cost 1 on turn 4 in Standard. Yeah, exactly. You're definitely seeing this in Standard as the payoff, and then boom, off to the races with buddies. That's going to be frustrating. In Arena, it's just so bad without the payoff in Arena. I guess it's not horrible. You know what? I'm underrating this card. This is actually going to be so good, isn't it? I'm underrating this. Amani Warbear isn't terrible. This isn't horrible at 7 mana. Obviously, you want to make it to 10 mana, but if you don't, it's not horrible. This will be good, right? Just because it's Amani Warbear isn't good, and this isn't like insane at 7 mana, doesn't mean it's not like proactive, reasonable, and has a huge payoff if you are able to make it to 10 mana. Should be a strong card. Should be a strong card. Hydration Station. Resurrect your 3 highest cost taunt minions. It's Jewel of N'Zoth, but for Druid and for taunts. How many good taunts are there that are big? I didn't see too many there. I mean, the rush taunts we just saw, that'll be where it's at. Looks like a lot of taunts offered in the class. This should be Jewel of N'Zoth-esque. Beached fucking Whale. This is arguably strong with Beached Whale, yes. If you have this, like, what do you draft first? Because neither card are that great on their own in Arena, but if you have these both, holy shit. Yeah, probably worth going for. Discovering Taunts. Discovering Taunts with that location into this is going to be, like, potentially very strong. Imagine this in Warlock. No, thank you. No, thanks. I'd rather not. I think this card will be really good. You hit 3 mid-rangey taunts, and this is going to be great, and it seems there are a bunch of taunts kind of all over. I think this will be Jewel of N'Zoth-esque, where it can high roll to the moon, or it can mostly just be good. And I think that's what Jewel of N'Zoth was. I think it's very similar to that. I think that's probably all the Druid cards, right? Was that 10? It was indeed. We're moving on to Hunter. Moving on to Hunter. I think we got Hunter and Mage, and then I'll take a quick break, maybe treat myself to a drink as we continue forward. This is an interesting one. It's noted we should talk about this alongside another card, a 3 mana 1/2 weapon that fishes out 1 cost minions, literally from your deck. Yeah, Major, for the low cost of 8 mana too, right? I'm thinking just for like anything that's roughly a 5/5 taunt, 5/6 taunt, you know what I mean? Like, compare it maybe to Eye of the Storm, that last one, you know? Probably slightly favorable there. 1 mana, 3/3 rush, battlecry, summon a 2/1 worm for the opponents. Question: how good is a 1 mana 3/1 on its own? I think the answer to that is decent. It's fine. Duskboar was 2 mana. Seems fine. So at worst, it's fine. On curve to get started with an aggro stat line. Sure. Where it's at its best is when it's getting summoned from your deck by the 3 mana weapon, which the weapon is a little sus, but I think it's good. A little inconsistent for the combo, but like I don't really see a downside to running Catch of the Day. Not great. Air Elemental right now is a pretty bad win rate, and that's with Elemental synergy. That's a good point. I wonder though if Air Elemental might actually, even without the synergy, forget synergy, be better in Hunter, just because, I mean, to be fair, if you're playing a 1 mana 3/1, you probably want to have 2 more of them from your spell. But I would say that with the, I don't know, you probably should evaluate this. You probably should evaluate this based on it not having synergy. And then I think it's still, you know, Air Elemental, I think this is definitely better than Air Elemental. But like you get a weapon poke at it, you get a 1/1 poke at it. Yeah, he was just answering my exact question. Yeah, of how good is a 1 mana 3/1. Well, Air Elemental isn't good. So that's the absolute worst case. There are much better cases for this, even just having something smaller to poke at it. So an improvement there, which isn't like insane, but it's really, do you have the weapon? I think this card is good. I think because of the versatility around how you deal with the 2/1, kind of the same way that 3 mana 5/1 poison 2/1 kind of thing, you know, you got to plan how you deal with it. I think this card will be good, but I think it's going to be tough to make great all the time. Even though it has potential to be great, I think it's going to be tough to work. How common is the weapon going to be? How common are you going to get this as one of your only ones? I think it'll be a good, you know, tempo card, but nothing too crazy. We'll look at the weapon in a second. Bird watching. You watching my bird? Who's watching my bird? Discover a minion from your deck. Give all copies +2/+1 wherever they are. It's War Song Wrangler without a body. Right? War Song Wrangler without a body. How good is that? You get to discover a minion. I think, honestly, 2 mana discover a minion with a small upside is probably completely fine for Arena. But like, you compare this to something like Buzzard. Yeah, I think it's worse than War Song Wrangler for a number of reasons, particularly the body. This seems like a way worse way to play a Buzzard. Like, not even close, right? Yeah, I would say this is a lot weaker, but still, like, it's not like I'm like, if I say I got this from a random effect, I had a random spell to your hand. It's not like I look at this and go, oh, garbage, unplayable. I'm like, okay, I'll find my strong Hydrolodon. I'll try to high roll a minion or whatever, and that's okay. But yeah, I'd say it's a lot worse than War Song Wrangler, and War Song Wrangler was printed years ago, so probably not super great. But I don't think it's undraftable. Parrot Sanctuary. Your next Battlecry minion costs 1 less. After you play a Battlecry minion, reopen this. It's only 2 mana for 3 durability. That seems like a lot of mana saving. Now, you know, Hunter usually likes to have a really quick start and try to hit your opponent in the face, and this isn't quick. But maybe it's a turn 5 play with a 3-drop to try to keep the pressure on with quick Battlecries. Seems reasonable. Get a lot of discounts real quick. No draw. It's only mana discount, so you better have the steam to justify running this. But 2 mana, serrated Bone Spike, but slower, or what? Specific Battlecry tutoring? Do you compare this ever to serrated Bone Spike? You get damage and the discount there? I don't know, man. A full card for a little bit of discounts? You better have a ton of pressure. You better have so much pressure and refill. But I feel like it compares poorly to a lot of things that do similar stuff to this. Right? Look at when I look at Bone Spike and I look at this. It isn't that expensive, and it does have 3 durability. I would say Bone Spike's much better. You know, I would say very specifically can be good if you have the battle cries that also refresh your hand, but that's asking for a lot. I feel like that's only okay. Pet Parrots, 2 mana 1/1. Hey, Captain's Parrot callback, right? It's friggin' 1 mana cheat. Can pull out stuff early, but I mean, how many? Yeah, it takes the slot of a card, right? It takes the spot of another card that could have done more. So if you have no worries about how much value you'll have, then in theory, it's fine to just save a mana. Okay, but it's a full card. I can't imagine it's worth with that being a full card. It's probably about, yeah, standard specifically cheating out a specific beast earlier. Battlecry, repeat the last 1 cost card you played. Okay. That is very interesting. What does repeat mean? Repeat will mean you don't get a battle cry, right? Repeat. I would think no. It's just you can't say summon or whatever because it could be a spell, right? Repeat. Repeat, Ivanovich. Coming in with the Prime for 11 months, buddy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it a lot.
Sounding like a parrot here.
Repeat, you say. To shreds, you say. Thank you, Ivanovich. Appreciate it a lot, man. Yeah, you don't get battle cries. So right away, you can look at this and look at the 1 mana 3/3 then. And that's a combo, right? 1 mana 3/3 rush. It's a 3/1, but then you play this and it's actually a 2 mana 4/4 Millhouse Mana Storm. And that's pretty good. Now, you need exactly that combo. You know what? I think this card's good. How about Maze Guide? How about Maze Guide? This is kind of like a Maze Guide, right? But with a little more control in theory. Like, even if I just play the 1 mana 2/2, 1 mana 2/2 Dragon's Drink Seller, Merchant, Milk Merchant. What's that card called again? Very common, very popular, very good. Snake Seller. Snake Oil Seller? Snake Oil Vendor? That's really strong. Snake Oil Salesman? Or the 1 mana 3/3. Yeah, those are amazing if you have them. If you have them, right? Chad is sounding like a parrot right now with another Prime Gaming sub coming in from Hades. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you.
Repeat.
Repeat. That was a repeat. Well played, Hades. Thank you for the 6 months. The location on 2 and his school teacher and the noggling on 3 is interesting. Yeah, right. Some specific hits there that could be pretty good. Some specific prints. I prefer Milk Merchant. Yeah. No, all good, Bert. Yeah, some specific hits there. What other, like, this could also be value. Like, you play this with a tracking. You play this with a bananas. I like this card, but you want to be careful to have a lot of ones. Play this on curve is very powerful, or like rather powerful, but you need to make sure you're drafting well with it. Repeat that. I like it. I think it's good. I think it's like Maze Guide, but you can lean value if you want. I like that card. Chatty Macaw. 3 mana 3/3 Battlecry. Repeat the last spell you cast at an enemy, at a random enemy, if possible. Well, we know about that new 5-cost spell coming up, and that's insane. Hard removal. I don't think it matters, really, right? What spell it is. This is just really good. It's a classic strong parrot. Like, you really don't need much value out of this. It's a 3 mana 3/3 that does something that you get to plan around. That seems really good. And then if you happen to hit one of the insane spells, holy crap. But even just hitting like a secret with this 3 mana 3/3 recast a secret is honestly still pretty good. So I feel like this will be excellent. You know, I think Hunter gets a lot of fun, good tools this set, right? Looks like the parrot is bitch slapping Elise. I think that's actually exactly what's happening. Or it's just screaming. Chatty Macaw and Violent Macaw, apparently. Yeah, I think that'll be really good, honestly. Like, sometimes you expect a 4 mana 3/4 from this kind of effect. But that seems really good as a 3 mana 3/3. Here's the weapon I was talking about. Trusty Fishing Rod, because it's a very unassuming looking weapon. 3 mana 1/2 is a very low stat line. but I think the effect is very strong. After your hero attacks, summon a 1-cost minion from your deck. Now, right away, I think we can compare this to, why don't I know any card names? The 2-mana 1/3 that summons a 1/1 at the end of the attack. Stuff like Desert Spear. But yeah, 1/2 is pretty light. Does it repeat only spell you cast at the enemy or any spell it casts at an enemy? So like, what do you mean? It has to be something you targeted? Let's go back and read it. Yeah, it won't cast something random. It had to be at an enemy, you're right. So I should correct that about secrets. Repeat the last spell you cast at an enemy. Yeah, it has to be something targetable, my mistake. So still great, but that explains a little bit about the stat line too. Because it has to be something targetable. It could still have gone face, but you have to have clicked and dragged it at an enemy, so not a secret, you're right. Yeah, this is a 2-mana card. I wonder if this might actually be like insanely OP at 2 mana though. 1 mana 3/3s, Miracle Salesman's. So strong to hit. 3 mana 2/2 I can see making more sense. Yeah, it seems like in 2024, that's a weak stat line. I still feel like that card is actually still fine. It's just not as good. Like other weapons have kind of set a precedent this doesn't quite meet. The problem is in an arena is this is good if you hit Miracle Salesman and a 1 mana 3/3 only, right? And then it's only good. So with the lack of, like, you pull a Jeweled Macaw from this, you are wasting your time, right? But yeah, 3 mana 2/2 I think would make sense. 2 mana, I think it feels very strong in standard for sure. And then in arena, yeah, probably strong. At 3 mana, it can be strong if you only have 3/3s and Miracle Salesmans, and then it's good. But it probably could be a 2/2, and that'd make it a lot better. But it's you know, obviously that into the 3/3 is good. Death roll, yeah. Destroy an enemy minion, deal its damage equal to its attack, randomly split among all enemies. This is very good removal. This is you know, I think you can even go as far to compare this to like Star Power a little bit, you know? And then the idea that you can just kill a thing and then have the rest go face is what makes up for the lack of power that Star Power has, or sorry, that this has in comparison to Star Power, because it can go face. And that's huge, right? Yeah, big rig removal for big minions, and a huge punish for having a huge minion. It can target, it's not random. This has huge synergy with your bird. So yeah, this looks like it's going to be a very big staple in even shifting how Hunter operates in the mid game, right? Kind of weird that you want to target a high attack minion with it, but you want to kill a low hero power, a low HP minion. It's I don't know. I think it's like, it's a little unorthodox for Hunter, but I think it's just very strong. Think about it, a more versatile piercing shot, right? Yeah, so I don't know. There could be situations of Valdemir where it is a little awkward. Like, so I think even the video example was like a Ziliax, and like you can kill one, but then you're leaving the other one up, and it's a little awkward with the damage. But I think it's just so much consistency with target, like being able to target, synergies, and just the effect. That's just going to be like a bit of a like a staple as a brand new style of Hunter card. That's pretty good. Yeah, but definitely sometimes with that random damage, it's going to be a little awkward. Look at our damage yesterday. How about that clip, man? All face? Holy crap. But I think that's a very good card. Furious Fowls. Yeah, this is another interesting one, because I think this card is going to be extremely good too, man. Furious Fowls. Choose an enemy, summon 2 3/2 birds with immune while attacking to attack it. And I think sometimes 6 mana for 2 3/2s can be off-putting. You're like, that's tiny. That's not good. But like this card, I think, is actually very strong. Very strong. Yeah, all enemies randomly split among all enemies, so it can go face. Yeah, clears an Obsidian Revenant, no problem. Well, that's the card it kind of reminds me of, is a more aggressive, a more proactive Obsidian Revenant. As you get 2 good drops from it, and you just clear that 4/6 body. I think this is going to be strong. We'll see. There's synergies with this too. They don't have rush. No, they'll attack immediately, but you don't get 2 attacks or anything like that. This isn't like Neptulon, you know. But yeah, I think this card is very, very strong. I think it's kind of like Obsidian Revenant with a bigger upside, and like a bigger snowball potential. And yes, and this card goes face, so much better in a lot of ways. And that is huge too. A potential fireball and a body. And even if you have nothing else to do, you can just slam this face. If you're slamming this face and you don't have lethal, it means your opponent probably doesn't have any minions, meaning they might not be able to handle your immune birds anyways. So yeah, this seems really, really strong. This seems like a very strong 6 for Hunter. Ranger, Gilly. It's got to be Gilly because of fish. 6 mana, 4/6 warrior tourist. At the end of your turn, get a 2/3 Crocolisk. Death Rattle, give all minions in your hand +2/+3. We probably won't see this, so not going to spend too much time on it. But there are definitely some warrior cards that love this, particularly the 9 mana elemental thing. And it just seems like a solid buff, right? It's a huge effect, huge buff. You automatically get at least a target on the croc. It's small because it needs to be, or else it would be a little too broken. But the effect is pretty huge. I kind of look at it as like a better, more immediate statted Rome. What's his name? Rome, who draws. It's just a better effect because you're getting so many stats. I think that's what I think. But we probably won't see much of it anyway. Seems good, but it is a very slow turn for Hunter to do on 6. Maybe more interested in Warrior. I'm still hoping we get to see the tourist cards. I hope so too. It's gonna be so much more interesting if we do. From the sounds of things, from what I'm hearing from a lot of people and talking to, you know, people saying maybe even Hat confirmed to know. Not getting my hopes up, but it would be very interesting to see. And is Sasquatch the last one, or do we have another one? Battlecry, repeat each card you played last turn. That is like the absolute king of all macaws, the king of parrots. McKing. Sasquatch. Repeat each card you played last turn. I mean, you just play the 6-drop we just looked at, or like you play Furious Fowls, or even this, you come into this, that's strong, right? That's strong. You play this in just a 1 card, it's gonna be good. So versatile. What Cragwa the Frog a little bit? Except you just play them, right? Cragwa, but way better. This card's gonna be super fun too to play, I think. Tourists are coming home. Great, Zinnibiar. Yeah, it's a decent tempo choice. It's not amazing. Well, you consider it's a legendary and just how broken some legendaries can be and consistent, like Raid Boss and stuff. But this looks fun. And I think it'll be completely viable. Maybe it's more of a beast discovery. You discover a beast, get this, and that's super awesome. Because there's way more fun legendaries to be drafting that are also good and more interesting. But I like this. I think it'll be fun to set up a cool turn, rip the Sasquatch, cool, solid. But yeah, nothing insane in the legendary department for like how interesting it is or how explosive it is. But I think it will be a solid choice. I think it'll be a solid choice. Maybe like a little bit worse. It's like a Altimore you can top deck and still be good generally, but like not as high powered as its max or something. Yeah, I think this seems like I would compare it to Altimore, which is one of the best legendaries you can get. I don't think it's as good as Altimore, but I think it's like you don't need to top deck it and then wait. So I think it'll be quite good. Yeah, it's just like sometimes these insane kind of cards, like say Sylvanas, just don't have the same sort of impact because they're not as interesting. They're very basic in a tempo way. But I think this will be really good, and I think it'll be fun. Okay, we're on to Mage here. I said I'd do Mage and then take a quick break because that'll bring us halfway done the classes. And I will power through. Let's do 10 more cards here. Patchwork turn 5, all companions turn 6, and Squawk on 7. When you put it that way, that would be better than Altimore. That would make it an Altimore. You know, that would make it an Altimore even. You know, a little bit of setup. Yeah, Patchwork Pals has absurd synergy with that. That's very true. There's honestly probably so much versatility and so many things you can do there. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. You're right. Yeah, it's going to be nuts. Seabreeze Chalice is a 1-mana drink. Deal 2 damage randomly, split among all enemies. So that is a 3-mana, deal 6 damage randomly split among enemies with a bit more control. We know there's a 3-mana version of that deals 5. It was not that good. This is, of course, going to thrive with spell damage. And the versatility, honestly, just makes it feel a lot better too, right? Yeah, the spell damage is going to make this insane. I think this could be underrated without spell damage. It's like I said with bananas, right? Is bananas 1 mana, give a minion +1/+1? That's not a good card, right? 1 mana, give a minion +1/+1? That's not even good. But having 3 versatile ways to use it whenever you feel becomes very good. And I think that this is going to fall into that category where it seems like, but then it's actually like, wait, it's actually very strong with that versatility. And then you just add spell damage to the mix, and that's awesome too, right? Any synergies? Drinks just is like bananas, where you just have that many of them. So you get, it's almost like Twin Spell. It's actually exactly like Twin Spell, but you get 3. So I think this will be pretty solid. So also synergies cards like, oh my god, Pyrotech, and did someone say Yogg Saron? This goes up to S tier now. Synergy with Yogg couldn't be better. Drinks and Yogg go hand in hand. I've said that since day one. I've said that since day one. Yeah, that was, you know, not the most exciting card, but I think it'll be quite versatile and good. Go with the flow. Choose a minion. If it's an enemy, freeze it. If it's friendly, give it +1 spell damage. It's pretty expensive to have to play a full card for the effect here. Like, if you're able to just have infinite refreshing cards and you just rip this, sure, with your drinks. Maybe there's some synergies there for like some super flow drinks. But like, this is a full card you got to spend, man. Yeah, maybe a card that fits in a very particular situation with Discover. It's kind of like Potion of Illusion. You would not draft that as often, but like it could be a great Discover. This seems like it doesn't do enough for a full card for me to want to take it in my deck, but the spell damage could have synergies with other things. So I think I pass on that one, but a little versatility and potentially a good Discover. 2 of this. Cobalt Geomancer is back. Yeah, Cobalt Geomancer is back, dude. 100%. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's okay Discover. Tide Pools. 3 mana, discover a spell that costs 3 or less. After you cast a spell, reopen this. Yeah, and you're talking about the last one, Aznak. I think it's got to be a very specific situation. Maybe even looking for lethal, right? This card, on the other hand, seems insane. I see what someone said, comparing the mage location to the druid one. Yeah, this looks way better. This will be a frustrating card to play against. It'll be an amazingly fun one to play with, much like Infinitize the Maxitude in that regard. This card looks top tier. 3 discovers in mage. Yeah, this location looks insane. Mage loves discovering spells, and you can even refresh this very quickly. This spell, or this location looks absolutely insane. Imagine copying this one. Jesus. Yeah, and it's a common. 3 durability. You'll catch me drafting this every chance I get. This looks insane. This looks insane, dude. That is some value. It can get you Infinitize the Maxitude. It can get you more Discovers in Primordial and Ruined Orb. Yeah, this is one I'll be drafting every chance I get. Looks crazy. It's gonna be one you see come down on the other side and just go, well, here we go. Mage things, man. Dreads gave this a 2.5 out of 5. That's because he doesn't want it to be nerfed or removed. What do you give Infinitize the Maxitude? This card looks, if it were get a random spell, then I would say, yeah, sure, 2.5 out of 5. Even then, it would still probably be good. With Discover, this card's absurdly strong. I'm not turning this card down, like, ever. Yeah, 4.5 more like. Yeah, I think this card is insane. I think this card is insane. Next we have Marooned Archmage. Your first spell each turn costs 2 less. You can't ignore that this could be a 1-mana 3/3 kind of. And you can play a spell the turn this comes down. So if I understand the word connect, you get non-mage spells? I don't think so. Of this should only get you mage spells. Pretty sure this can only get you mage spells. Infinitize being one of them. Your first spell each turn costs 2 less. Is that worth running a full card for? If you've got like infinite value, it could be definitely worth it. You don't get to play it for 1 mana. You still have to put the 3 up front. Time to bust out the drinks. A party time. This whole expansion is going to be a party. And you know what? I think I might grab a beverage during my break after Mage here. Yeah, this is a card that you're fine to draft, but not looking to draft. Yeah, it's still small. The effect is notable, but this thing's going to die quickly. I don't think it's that good. It kind of reminds me of that 4-mana 3/3 that costs 1 less per card you play, where it was completely fine if it was like if you had a deck where it worked, it was decent. I think that's the same with this, but usually it's kind of not really what you're looking for. That's kind of what it reminds me of. A lot of better options. Right, but you can't ignore mana cheat, you know? Yeah, it seems fair. 3 mana Rising Waves. Deal 2 damage to all minions. If none die, deal 2 more. If none die, deal 2 more. Almost deals with a full board of 5/5s from your Druid opponents. 3 mana Flame Strike potentially has some pretty good swing potential. I'll tell you what, Volcanic Potion in shambles. Volcanic Potion in shambles. I think this card has an insanely high ceiling on how strong it can be, but also there's so many situations where it's not going to reach that ceiling. I agree. I think this is very good. I think it's so cheap for the potential it has. You know, a board of 3/3s, right? Summoning a bunch of 3/3s, Rising Waves obliterates, like compare it maybe to Lightning Storm a little bit. Compare it to Lightning Storm a little bit. It's like a more high roll, low roll Lightning Storm, kind of like how Lightning Storm used to be a little bit. Yeah, Biggin likes a Biggin. There's a lot of situations that's going to be very good. And if you're playing a greedy value deck, you fall behind, and this is even better. This is just like a greedy value deck player's dream. I think this card will allow for greed and be very strong for that reason. I feel like in tempo decks, this is actually something you probably don't want. You want to start with early elementals, curve out, and not lose the board. But I think this deck allows for a greedier archetype and should be quite good. Yeah, there's a lot of cards that are wrecking Paladins, and I love to see it. King Tide, 4-mana 4/4 Battlecry. Both players' spells cost 5 until the end of your next turn. This is like a weird standard card where shit is gonna get like weird. Loatheb plus discounted spell could be awesome. In Arena, who's to say my opponent doesn't have a better spell than me? It's risky. Probably good though. Probably still on average good. But like, man, this could go so wrong. This could go so wrong. And imagine in standard mirror matches with this card. What do you do? What do you do? This card is balls. I think this card is more meant for standard, as Loatheb kind of is too. And you really need a specific set of spells for this to be good. Yeah, standard card could do some crazy stuff in Arena, but could is the keyword. Probably not that great. Yeah, not really what you're looking to pick up for your legendary pick for sure, assuming they're keeping things the same way. All right, yeah, nah. It can do crazy stuff, but mostly for standard. Should be a 4/5, yeah, maybe. Let's look at the Paladin Tourist just briefly. 4-mana 2/5. After you cast a spell, summon a random 2-cost minion and give it Divine Shield. I think in Mage, this is just solid, right? You don't need to summon too many minions for this to be real good. Play this with your 1-cost thing and, you know, your drink, and you're summoning a decent amount of stats. I don't think it's an absurd amount of stats, but they all have Divine Shield. I think it's pretty solid for Mage. For Paladin, I'm not really sure. What are they doing? Sunscreens? Sunscreens, maybe? Yeah, location into spell. I think it's decent, but like it does take a lot of work to develop a lot of stats. And there are a lot of cards that take 0 work to develop a lot of stats for 4 mana. Like, for example, this card versus Buffet Biggin. I think you take the Buffet Biggin any day because you do not have a condition. You just get to summon all those stats. So I think it's good, but I don't think it's like as good as some things that do similar stuff. But I think it is good. I am positive in most cases there are better legendaries to get. That being said, there are going to be highlights where your opponent plays this. You're talking the last one. And then the very next turn, they play Sunset Volley. Yeah, and then they high roll the Sunset Volley for sure, right? For sure. There's also going to be highlights, yeah, where you play it, like, who knows? Who's even playing the Sunset Volley, right? Does Divine Shielded Doomsayer never dies? I think it's a good card, but again, it's a tourist. Who knows what's even going to happen with it? But I think there's just more consistent ways to summon a lot of stats too. Surfalapod, 5 mana battle cry. The next spell you draw is cast when drawn. That's shenanigans. It's shenanigans. Judge, aren't the tourists going to be banned from Arena? We're thinking probably, but no word yet, as far as I'm aware. What do we say about this card? 5 mana 5/6 isn't the worst stat line. It's very RNG heavy. Very RNG heavy. It might be meant more for standard when you only run big spells that do crazy stuff. Is a 5 mana 5/6 cast your secret when drawn good? I think this will be underrated. Even hitting a mediocre spell, it still is an extra draw. Assuming the spell isn't catastrophic, and most mage spells are not catastrophic to cast, I think this card should be decent. And then obviously you can high roll the top deck Sunspot or whatever, right? Like we said. But I think this should be decent. Just to hit this into a secret and then draw an extra card is quite good, right? I think at its worst, it's fine. And at its best, it's insane. But it is a little bit slow the turn it comes down. Depends on how many spells you have, right? You play this, you draw your Infinitize the Maxitude, you're going to feel pretty bad, you know? But I think generally this is probably pretty good. Big ol' Whelp-esque, but better than big ol' Whelp kind of deal, right? This into Meteor your own board will be less good, yeah. Under the Sea, 6 mana, draw a different spell. Summon a random minion of that spell's cost. This should be hot trash, right? I mean, it doesn't even have a body. It doesn't even have a 6 mana 4/4 body. It's not even your highest cost spell. There's a 6 mana 4/4, draw your highest cost spell, summon a random minion of that cost. So why random spell and why no body? This card is just worse than a card that was printed 7 years ago. This is garbage. Get this garbage out of my kitchen. Tsunami, 8 mana, summon 3/3/6 water elementals that freeze. They attack random enemies. This is what is that 10 cost called? This is the 10 cost 3/5s attack, but they're water ellies. And there's only 3 of them, but it's 8 mana. Seems comparable to that. Yeah, and a Grand Slam. This is Tsunami Slam, right? Great one to hit for your synergies. Cast when drawn. This is absurd, right? The Grand Shove. Yeah, it's probably comparable to that. The water elementals are better than 3/5s. The freeze is not nothing. It's cheaper. And I think that the Grand Slam is good and probably even better in Mage, right? When they're not necessarily always dead on turn 7 anyway. I think this is probably a strong card. Really good with synergies. I don't think it's broken or anything in today's Hearthstone. They attack random enemies. Some of those might be 7/7s and they just die. But I think that reminds me of Deep Freeze a little bit, right? Yeah, you draw this with the 5/6. That's insane. And there are synergies for big spells, which is very interesting. So I think this will be quite good. Is this our last one? It is, meaning we're moving on to Paladin. That means we are halfway done the class cards, folks, which is my cue to probably grab a drink and take a quick break. We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes, roughly, what, 70% done? Looking to keep things, honestly, if I could be done in like an hour and a half, that'd be great. So I'm going to take a quick break, get a beer, keep things moving along. I do have class stuff later. But I think we're making good pace with those class cards, right? Not dwelling too long, still enjoying our chats. I think this is going at a pretty reasonable pace. And we will be moving on to Divine Brew when I return in 3 minutes. Quick 3-minute break. Grab myself a Divine Brew of my own. And I will be right back. Testing audio. Hana, Judge Meow, thank you for waiting. We have 50 more cards left. I think we've done 95, so maybe what, hour 45, no problem left, as we have 5 more classes to look at. A lot of unique stuff, a lot of unique, interesting stuff. It's I don't know if I can remember like a more I don't know, a bigger spread of insane cards and also hot garbage in any set recently, right? Like there's so much trash, but so much insane stuff too. It's weird to see, I think. But also a lot of unique effects, which is, you know, arguably more important in today's Hearthstone to keep things interesting, keep things unique game to game. So whether things are broken or not. So liking it so far. Let's move on to Paladin. I'm going to have a, you know, perfect timing, Divine Brew, for me to have a Divine Brew of my own. Cheers, everyone. Happy Sunday. You know, going to be a fun expansion. The theme, I think, is very fun. Fits having drinks, cocktails, and, you know, maybe barbecued goods, some kebabs. I don't know, man. Very well. Miller High Life, close. Mill Street Organic. Mill Street Organic. And I say close, they're similar styles of beer. All right, Lanessa fodder over here. Let's take a look. Let's take a peek-see. Divine Brew. Give a character a Divine Shield if it already has one. Give it a +1. Attack this turn. Is it weird? Is it weird that it said had one if it already had one? Why not has one? Like if it had Divine Shield and then got popped and I try to give it Divine Shield again, does it not give it Divine Shield? Like, what do you mean had? What's up with that? Is that not weird? Give a character Divine Shield. If it already had one, it will get shield again. Why had and not has? Is there a specific reason or is it nothing? It already had one. Like, I'm wondering if it had a Divine Shield in the past? Like, maybe it can't, if a minion ever had a Divine Shield, it can't re-get one from this? If it works as, if it does give it Divine Shield presently, then it, yeah, because that's what I mean. Is like, I'm guessing it's just poorly worded. But yeah, just bad wording. Yeah, I think so, right? But if it did work like that, that would be the correct wording for it. So I'm like, okay, let's assume it's just, honestly, I kind of hope they change that. That one's pretty bad. If it already had one, yeah, whatever. Well, this is 3 1 mana, give a minion Divine Shields, which is insanely powerful. This card's amazing, right? This card's amazing. To be honest, 1 mana, you know how I said like a 1 mana card that is not that good, you do it 3 times, it's amazing. This honestly is maybe even fine once, right? Oh, it can give your face Divine Shield, neat. Cool. I'll probably never be using it on my face in an arena, you don't think, but maybe in an emergency. Kind of interesting, right? Kind of interesting. Yeah, I guess in standard, of course, it's funny. In standard, you're thinking about it, Lanessa, you know, +6 attack, blood, yeah, how much damage. And in arena, I'm like, this is never, I don't care about the +1 attack. It's not relevant. It's never an attack, right? Like, it's 95% of the time, it's Divine Shield. So good for trade, so good for dominating the board. Maybe to make a perfect value trade, that's just extra versatility. But there's always giving a minion Divine Shield, pretty much. Unless you're going for lethal or a very specific trade. But this card's going to be amazing. Like, that's just so good. You think about the 2 mana 3/2, give a minion Divine Shield, so good. So good. 3 of them for half price each, like crazy. Crazy good. Life-saving aura. At the end of your turn, get a 1-cost sunscreen. That lasts 1. Wait, that gives +1/+2. So this is bananas. Bananas. This is bananas. This is bananas. But you have to pay 1 more mana for it to get all of them. It's like, imagine you had a bananas, but you could pay 1 extra mana to give all of your bananas +1 health. Right? Right. This class probably likes +1/+2s. Isn't there a card that was literally give a minion +1/+2 one day? But it is the extra mana you have to put up front. There is like aura synergy. I mean, drawing the aura with the aura card or whatever. Right, Sound the Bells. I wasn't even thinking of Sound the Bells. I was thinking of like a 1 mana one, you know. There was that though too, not even what I was thinking of. Lanessa loves bananas. That's something we've known about Lanessa for a long time, even without these cards, right, Tito? Lanessa's just a big fan of bananas. A banana fan. A banana fanner. How good is this? This seems pretty good. 1 mana, get a better bananas? Seems good to me. Maybe Paladin has a few more synergies. The double the health on bananas I think is worth one. It should be a similar card to bananas, right? Have to wait a little longer, but the stats are better, especially for early trades. Seems strong. By the way, if the sunscreens were holy spells, this would be 5 out of 5 due to holy spell synergy. They're not though, right? No holy sunscreen. Yeah, not as flexible as bananas, but I would say the extra stats make it about just as good. Service Ace, 3 mana, 3/3. After this minion gains attack, reduce the cost of the highest cost card in your hand by 1. Service Ace, this man loves sunscreen. You were thinking of Divine Strength. That is what I was thinking of. Thank you. Yeah, Divine Strength. That's the one. That's the one. Now, does this have to be on the board? Or can it gain attack in hand and still do the same thing? I'm guessing it has to be on the board. I'm guessing so. Yeah, it's Zeddy right there. Service Ace. That's clearly him. Oh, this is you want sunscreens. Hard to play a 3 mana 3/3 in Arena. So you really do want a sunscreens. I think there's a lot of sunscreens though. If you have 1 sunscreens with this, is it worth? Probably. Play this in 1 sunscreen. It's a Yeti that has a discount. That's pretty good. And that's the where I'd say you need 1 buff and this is good. But that's the thing is you do need 1 buff. Remember, there are cards where you don't need anything. They're just amazing. So I feel like sunscreens are rolling around. I'll be happy to have a service ace. I'm going to guess this will be good in this particular meta because I've seen so much synergy and you'll probably be offered it. But like, it does have a requirement, which is not nothing, and it's not really playable on its own. If it does, it's okay. I think 1, it's okay, but more than 1, it's good, which still is not the bar of some cards out there, but I think you get 2 sunscreens on this bad boy, not bad at all. And like 1+1+2 is very relevant. Like if you gave this +2+4, you've got a 5/7. Like that's a much more relevant stat line. The sunscreens are pretty good buffs. We got Volley Maul, the 3 mana 3/2 weapon. After your hero attacks, get a sunscreen. It's a sunscreen card, another sunscreen card. How good is this one? 3 mana 3/2 weapon, get a bananas. Seems good to me. Not quite a bananas though. Quite not a full bananas though. Fiery War Axe is back to 2 mana. Yeah, and Pyrotech with all these sunscreens, there's probably going to be so many sunscreen synergies, spells, and buffs. Come on. This is going to be great. Whack-a-Mole, kinda. Yeah, when you put it that way, it really doesn't favor well against Whack-a-Mole. But Whack-a-Mole is one of the strongest weapons. Weaker than Whack-a-Mole. Still solid. Good stuff. Seems good. Happy to find weapon. Happy to have it. Yay sports. Love sports. Grill Master. 5 stars. I could grill. I could grill right now, dude. 4 mana 3/4 battle cry. Draw your lowest cost card. Death Rattle. Draw your highest cost card. You know what this card reminds me of? Is Gnomish Inventor. I would take this over a Gnomish Inventor. I think it's even better than Gnomish Inventor. I think this card is quite good. If you think about a card that is in right now, Mustachioed Menace, Painter's Pick, what is it called? The 4 mana 3/4, draw a mustache on a minion and draw it. What's that card called? That's a 4 mana 3/4. And that draws 1 card that's 5 or more, a minion, at random. This does the same thing. Mustachioed Menace is correct. Thank you. Yeah, caricature artist. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I looked up no other names. Mustachioed Menace. And this guy's got a mustache. And this draws a card, your highest card that you know what you're getting. And it also draws another card that you know what you're getting and can tutor. I would say this is much better than that, which is pretty good. And like sometimes your legendary is your highest cost, or like something big, some big effect. I think this is quite strong. I like this. I think it's very good. I think it's very good. Give me this. He does not draw a mustache on any of your minions, which is a bit of a downside. But other than that, like, I think it's going to be quite excellent. A whole extra card is a huge difference. Lifeguard, 4 mana, 2/7 Taunt. Battlecry, the next spell you cast has Lifesteal. Very defensive card. Very defensive card. 2/7 Taunt stat line. You know, things kind of need 3 attack with this stat line now, don't they? Yeah, mage card to be the worst. Thinking about Consec and Arena. There's other ways. Standard though, mage will use this. Yeah. Seems like not, it's honestly not horrible in Arena, but it's not good. Yeah, meh, moving on. Meh, moving on. It'll be good sometimes in very, very niche circumstances, but like not really that good. Next is Lanessa, the Sun Sapper. Your spells that cost 2 or less, cast twice. This card could do a lot of stuff, man. This card can do a lot of stuff if it were even in Arena, which we don't know if it is. This is Sun Sapper Lanessa, the Sunscreen Queen, slash Rogue doing prepping into something, you know, and doing just cheap spell Rogue stuff. It actually has a lot of interest in both classes, I would think. But I don't know, will it be offered? It's obviously a bad stat line, 5 mana, 2/6. So you better be doing something quick with it. You know? But if you do get to play it and then do cast a few things, the value is very good. It's not that special. Yeah, you say that until you get prep Wicked Stabbed in Arena. Or prep, prep 4 cost something Wicked Stab. It's got insanely high potential, but it is very expensive. Rogue can't use it. Oh, never mind. Who cares? It's Sunscreen Queen. It's a sunscreen lady, which honestly is fine for Arena, but she's pretty slow. All right, never mind. Moving on. She loves sunscreen. Next. Songazil. Oh, this is one of the coolest cards in the set. I think we all can agree on that, right? Doesn't this have a signature too? Does this have a signature or was it diamond? Double glow stick with this is 16 burst. Okay, I guess that's slightly interesting. But I mean, we literally have gotten bursted down for 16 to 24 or before in Arena. Many times. That's a very specific combo. In Arena, double glow stick I don't really see happening. In standard setup, maybe. Stuff is scary there. Yeah, this card is so cool. This card is so cool. So it's a 5 mana 3/8 rush, and then it turns into the location. The location is also 5 mana, 8 durability. The durability, like why am I so bad at card names? Rezenthia? Renezenthia. Rethanel. It starts with an R, dude. Rejula. Remornia. Wow, I was getting there. I was getting a bit closer. With like Remornia, it matches the durability with the stats of the minion. So very much like a location Remornia here. And the locations effect is give a friendly minion +3 attack and rush. So lots of potential removal here. And obviously if you can find healing or sunscreens on that Zenkazel, sunscreens on that making way more durability, that can go a long way. Long way. Now it doesn't have charge like Remornia did, but this class has way more access to buffs as well. Oh, and you know what? That I didn't even know. The attack also matches the bonus. That I didn't even know until now. Damn. So it could be like you give a couple of sunscreens. It could be give a minion +5 attack and rush. Oh, I didn't know that, man. And I already thought this card was pretty good. This card is a very unique design, very cool design. Seems like a strong legendary. I love this. This is one of the coolest cards of the set. 100%, right? It goes, yeah, with their attack. So you can plus their attack to 10. It'll give me a plus 10 attack. So you don't even like, if anything's on the board, look out. If anything's on the board, look out, right? Because if you have one thing that has charge because it was on the board and all of a sudden, boom, give this plus 8 attack. Holy moly. Yeah, okay, wow. That card got a lot better real quick. My goodness. Yeah, that's scary. That's terrifying. For standard especially. When I saw this card, I got a little hard. Oh, Tito, I think most of us did, man. I think most of us did. Power Spike. Deal 4 damage. Give a random friendly minion +4/+4. Eviscerate plus Blessing of Kings equals this. It's 8 face damage. Doesn't seem like a card that's 6 mana in 2024, even 5 mana. Right? Don't let this distract you from the fact that Markiplier would probably smash this. I actually saw what did I see? I was just watching his Five Nights at Freddy's like playthroughs because a glitch got really into them and I'd never seen them, and just watching a little bit. And then like the next thing I know, it's Pokemon Pass or Smash by Markiplier on my feed. And he like, I feel like he passed like 23 in a row and then said he would smash a Beedrill. And I don't even know, dude. I don't even know, man. What is going on in that guy's head? I'm not sure. Who could possibly know? Amazing content creator. Hilarious guy. Eviscerate plus Blessing of Kings, but it still costs 6. Yeah. It's expensive. Another, yet another. Yeah, he wanted to get Beedrilled. Yeah, right. He absolutely, I mean, look at those things. They're huge. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's just saying what we're all thinking, but we're too, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm trying to find a way for this card. Like, what are we comparing this to? Pharaoh's Blessing? Maybe. Which I think Pharaoh's Blessing would be a lot worse now than it was. I don't think this card's horrible. Two kind of okay things packaged together. I don't think it's that bad. But I mean, it is 2024, right? This doesn't summon aboard a 2030 with Taunt like we've done for 6 mana. So maybe a Find Discover for like a quick lethal. 8 damage for 6 face is fine, right? But it's very specific for that. Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's not bad. But it's like, it does seem like it was printed a few years ago, right? See, Shanty, summon 3 5/5 pirates. Cost 1 less for each spell you've cast on characters this game. No. Sunscreens. Dude, pirates love sunscreen, man. You bet they're singing away. And they have put on their sunscreen. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Dude. Hot diggity. Yeah, I mean, any card that can be a 0 mana 15/15 should be treated as dangerous. And I think this is dangerous. Very much so. I mean, you can even just play your Holy Mackie roll and then just rip a 15/15 as well. Yeah, and then sunscreens. Yeah, this is just like the path to 0 mana 15/15, which is scary. Yeah, true. Grillmaster draws this and your beers, and then you're drinking and singing all night long. Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's terrifying. It shouldn't be as consistent in Arena, but you're going to get obliterated by this card in Arena sometimes. It's an epic as well, right? But every once in a while, you're just going to play that Paladin who just sea shanties you on turn 6 twice. Kind of like how Druid does stuff, you know? Mr. Smite, oh boy. Yeah, wow. Yowzas. Let's move on to a more reasonable class. Priest. I'm sure their cards... don't they have some weird self-damage thing going on right now? I've realized there's a 420 and a 6/9. I know, right? Crazy set, man. Crazy set. Let's look at Brain Masseuse. Is that a type of masseuse out there? Anybody been for a brain massage before? Whenever this minion takes damage, also deal that amount to your hero. Hey, I summoned the 1/4 version of that to lose the game the other day, right? Remember? Good times. This card's probably not as bad as it looks, just like that 1 mana 1/4 wasn't as bad as it looks. Obviously, this becomes way worse as the game goes on. Better Ash Tongue. Yeah, seems fine. With synergies, there are synergies that make you want to do stuff with self-damage, but so we'll see. I think a 1 mana 2/4 on turn 1 is nice. So I think this will be great on turn 1, but it does drop off tremendously as you don't draw it on curve, and gets way worse, more so than a regular 1-drop in the late game. We actually were randomly given a, what was it called again? I just said the name, Ash Tongue. And then our opponent played a, I don't know any card names, guys. Singing Sam, Banana Sam, right? The Banana Boy? You know the 6 mana 10/10 rush Banana Boy? That was rough. That was not good. Yeah, I think this card is actually completely fine. I think I'll be drafting this. I think it's very good on turn 1, actually. But it is a huge drop-off. Mukla, that's the one. Mukla's Banana Boy. Acupuncture. Deal 4 damage to both heroes. Well, in Arena, this will be hot, complete hot trash. In Standard, however, this will not be hot trash. This will be rather good, even. Amazing how different these modes are. In Arena, this will be unplayable garb. You do not want this in Arena. In Standard, you're gonna see this. I'll tell you that right now. You will see this card a whole bunch in Standard, but Arena, it's hot trash. It's hot trash. There's gonna be a lot of bursts coming in from Acupuncture, though. Nightshade Tea. Yeah, Shadow Priest salivating. That's so good. Yeah, you're also going to see this card in Demon Hunter. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Even though you can't combine the Tourist with it like you can in Priest, still, you're a Demon Hunter. You're dealing lots of damage. Maybe Aggro Pirate Acupuncture Demon Hunter. We'll try. Maybe Theorycrafting stuff with that coming up. We'll see. Nightshade Tea. Deal 3 damage to a minion. Deal 2 damage to your hero. I mean, you know, kind of like some considerations of Frosty Strike from Mage. It is 6 damage to your face, which is definitely not nothing. Yeah, 3 Dark Bombs. So you want synergies with this, but I mean, 3 2-mana deal 3s in Arena is quite good. You know? By the way, you're going to see that 1-mana spell in Arena. It's not going to be drafted, but you're not going to see it. Why? Because it gives lethal. Bingo. Right. It's a 1-mana spell. Wait. And it's gonna be discovered. I'm gonna discover that for lethal sometimes. Why are we seeing lots of 1-mana spells? Reasons? Who gives me 1-cost cards? I don't know any minion that does that. Who does that again? Is Pip in? Is Pip gonna do stuff too? You'll see it in Arena regardless, even from regular discovers, just because it does deal a lot of face damage. But it is not a draftable one. Spellkin into both. Wandmaker. Yeah, those aren't super common right now. They're common enough. I think this will be good. I usually do draft decks that deal a lot of face damage, like when I'm Rogue and Warlock, more so than a lot of people. I think this card is very good. It's a lot of damage, a lot of removal. I'm a priest. I'll figure out the healing. I'm more interested in synergies with the self-damage as well. I don't care about my own face damage, ever. Who cares about my face damage? Hot Coals. Deal 2 damage to all enemies. If your hero took damage this turn, deal 1 more. I mean, it's Consecration, but it can be better. No problem. Wandmaker has so many 1-cost spells, though, right? To cycle through. Ah, Crisp, I see somebody else watched Trump Teachings YouTube videos as a kid growing up. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? They've got a lot of good AoE, and this is another good AoE. It's Holy Nova, right? It's Holy Nova. Pretty much Holy Nova over here. Maybe you play the one. Maybe you attack with the 1-drop and you deal 3. Slight upside there. Slight upside on Holy Nova. Trump Teachings introduced me to Hearthstone. I found him randomly on YouTube. No way. That's awesome. I watched Trump Teachings a little bit after I started. I even debated, like, as I was considering starting streaming, I was looking at Trump Teachings and like, should I watch these? And then I was like, oh, wait, I definitely know all this now. But good content. Great for beginners. Wonder how much hero powers barely apply anymore, but yeah, fire. It's not the first fire spell in Priest. Does anyone know there is at least one fire spell? that didn't start as a fire spell, but was changed to a fire spell. And the one I'm thinking of would be Dragon Fire Potion. Major was changed to a fire spell once they introduced the spell schools, I do believe. Yeah, I don't know what's there to say. AoE is good in Arena, man, and that's a good AoE. Chillin' Vol'jin is a 3-mana 3/3 Hunter Tourist. I'm a little disappointed. I would love to have known if tourists are in Arena, and even more than that, like a week ago, I would have loved confirmation they are in Arena. Now I'm like, yeah, here it is, tourists, fun stuff, but you know, is it gonna be? Is it gonna be in? Choose 2 minions. Swap their stats. Yeah, oh Jesus. Origami, Chillin' Vol'jin, king of the origamis. And something about touristing. But yeah, obviously that's an amazing effect. Origami over here, right? 3-mana mind control. Why not? Why not? This meta, okay? Disagree. I think this card's insane. I think this card is insanely strong. I think this is if we're talking arena, I think this would be an absurd legendary. Very powerful. Forget the tourist. I got a 3-mana mind control. You probably have a better legendary to pick 9 out of 10 times. I strongly disagree with you. I think 9 out of 10 times you will definitely not have a stronger pick. I disagree. I think this is very, very strong. You might have a more interesting pick than just like a 3-mana origami, but I think this is an extraordinarily powerful legendary for Arena. We might not get to find out as Nat because it's not even going to be draftable, but I can say very confidently that a 3-mana mind control with a body will be one of the best legendaries you can draft. It's not as consistent as all that, you know, a few less points. It's not going to be like the top legendary, but I would wager 9 times out of 10 you're actually not going to have a better choice than this if it were offered. You know, that's what I think. Choose 2 minions, swap your stats, man. This card is broken at 6 mana. We have a 6-mana version of this and it's broken. It's going to be even more broken at 6 mana or at 3 mana, right? Dose just answered it. He can't confirm if the source was legit. So I guess it's still a question. Still a question mark. I wonder if they're trying for it. I'd be so pleasantly surprised if these were in Arena. Yeah, they said origami cards were better Vol'jins. Now it's time to fire back. Absolutely, right? Vol'jin, the OG origami, then all the origamis are better than OG Vol'jin, and then this is better than all the other origamis. Dragon's pretty good with lifesteal, but yeah, that card's great. Rest in peace. Each player summons their highest cost minion that died this game. Should be bad in Arena, right? Too inconsistent. But like, you know, Reed's classic Resurrection Priest. There's going to be decks that, you know, but it's highest cost for both players. So even if they don't have that many big things, just the one, it should be absolutely undraftable in Arena. Delayed product synergy. I guess technically that is true. Technically that is true. I don't have much to say about this. It kind of reminds me, what else is kind of like this? What's that? Clash of the Colossals, it reminds me a little bit of, where it's like you shouldn't want it, but it can cause some chaos. Probably worse than that still. Norrain, Sooth Fancy. 4-mana 4/4 Battlecry, get 2 fortunes that are copies of the top card of your deck. Yes, I remember this one. This one looks very cool. This one looks very fun, I think. It's I've been told that the way this works is you get these 2 Shifter Xeris type cards that will keep shifting to the top card of your deck no matter what it is, even if it's on your turn you draw or your opponent's or whatever, and it's just always the top card of your deck. 4-mana 4/4, draw 2 great cards, or like, you know, even better for synergies. Yeah, with exactly. Seems like 4-mana 4/4, draw 2 with extra flexibility, which will be a very strong card. Very strong card. You think of the 4-mana 4/4 rush, draw 1 card-ish, or 5-mana 5/5, draw 2 or whatever, and that's really strong. I think this will be very, very, very strong and fun to play. And I'm glad it doesn't have 5 health. So hand size is -2. I mean, until you play, you could say that about drawing 2 cards, right? 4-mana 4/4, draw 2 cards, so hand card -2. I mean, you're going to play them eventually, right? You're gonna play them. They're cards you're gonna play. It's draw too. I would never look at drawing cards as, oh, hand size minus. You know what I mean? It's just drawing cards, which is great. Yes, and this goes great with the card that makes your next spell cost 1 mana. Very much so. Very, very cool. All right, let's look at the next one. 5 mana 5/5 taunt costs 1 less for each time your hero has taken damage on your turn. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. I think you'll see this in both standard and arena. I think that you don't need much. 3 mana 5/5 taunt by turn 3. You slam it. Amazing in arena. In standard, this is just a 0 mana 5/5 taunt that we've seen so many times, right? If the other cards are good enough. If the other cards are good enough to run. But like, you know, this is really good. This card art is horrible. How dare she takes personal offense to that. She's a regular at the sauna. Show some respect. She's a regular here. What do you got against her? It's a hot sauna, dude. There's hot magma in this sauna. I think this card is in arena, but I think it's any card that can be a 0 mana 5/5 taunt is going to be abused. I can guarantee that. In arena, you can't force it as much. I think it'll be amazing. Here's the thing. There's a difference between an amazing card and a card that's amazing when you see it. Like when you see Sauna regular, it'll be great. But there's going to be a whole lot of times where it's going to be like, it wasn't the pick. It's dead in hand. You know what I mean? Or like they only drafted it because their deck had perfect synergy with it. I think often it's not going to be the pick in arena because you don't have enough synergy. But when you can get this down to 3 or 2 mana, it becomes very good. So, and in standard, I think you're going to try to go for as early as you can 0 mana 5/5 taunts for aggro. You know, I think 1 mana 2/4 is still fine enough to get on the board and start doing stuff face. Thinking about like old school, you know, mind attack priest or whatever it was called, shadow. Not sure, but I think this is anything that can be reduced to 0 mana 5/5 is worth consideration. Sensory deprivation. Summon a copy of an enemy minion. If you have 20 or less health, destroy the original. Right. Yes. I mean, it's a 6 mana mind control. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? It's mind control. It's 6 mana. A little bit of awkwardness to navigate, but not much. Death Rattle still proc. Yeah, a little bit of awkwardness. Yeah, a little bit of it. But generally in arena, this is going to be extremely good. In standard, I can't imagine. Well, standard is weird. I don't know. Is it worth 6 mana to get a minion from your opponent in standard? I don't know. It might be too slow for standard. You combine this with your self-damage deck and maybe steal a taunt. I don't know. Seems expensive there. But in arena, it's going to be very, very good. And perhaps extraordinarily frustrating. I think that 10 mana mind control frustrated a lot of people. I think we've absolutely been devastated by 10 mana mind control in this meta with Anduin's Gift. And I think 6 mana mind control is going to be a tilter and rather good. Twilight Medium is a 6 mana 5/6 taunt. So battle cry, set the cost of the top card of your deck to 1. Interesting card. Cool card. Shouldn't really be that good in arena at a 6 mana 5/6 when you're supposed to have curve at 2 and 3. But you can combo this with your legendary to know the top card of your deck, get multiple versions, right? Yeah, Priest wanting to kill off their health pool fast typically hasn't been their thing. That is correct. Yeah, for standard especially, I'm just wondering with arena and the new set, like how much you'll be forced into a bit of that at least. But yeah, standard, even the 0 mana 5/5 that I think has high potential, it's still just like the other cards, like the 1 mana card and the 2 mana removal, just might not be good enough for standard. You know what I mean? So even that might not be great, but I think it has a lot of potential. Yeah, good with Dredge. I think it's a very interesting card. You know, and with the information you can have on the top, it could be good. But in arena, without the synergies, you're gonna probably be drawing a 2 or 3 drop and it's not gonna be that good. So you better have the legendary, honestly, and then it's cool. But I don't think it's actually that good in Arena. Standard? 6 mana is expensive to not be obliterating your opponent's face. But I mean, if you can combine this with a couple things, specific things with your legendary, that's kind of cool. Cool card. Probably less good than you want it to be, but still pretty good. Petty Theft. Get 2 random 1-cost spells from other classes. Hey, there's your acupunctures you were talking about there. More 1-cost spells there. What did we compare this to? Rogue has a 2 mana, add 3 random cards from other classes. This one's just 2. Are 1-cost spells better than the average card? Probably a little bit. But to only get 2 instead of 3 compared to Shell Game? I don't know. It'll be a fun little bit of value. And you've got your thief synergies. But I do think there are tools that do this thievery that are a little better. Maybe synergies with 1-cost spells. Enables combos easily. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty cool, and I think it'll be solid in Arena, right? Why not? Random bullshit is always good in a Rogue in Arena, right? I think. I don't mind it. I think it's not the strongest thief card we've seen, but I don't mind it. Oh, manager, 2 mana, deal 2 damage, combo, get a coin. Didn't we have a talk about this card? About like, doesn't it just seem like really, really bad? And we're not exactly sure why it's so bad. Like, you get a coin, so it's a 1 mana deal 2? Like, Holy Smite was buffed. What is this? This will break Wild Miracle Rogue somehow. Yeah, right? Yeah, worst version of Serrated Bone Spike. True. Look at it compared to Serrated Bone Spike. Good God. This seems just horrible. It's all about coins. For maybe Wild. Prep this, get a coin for later. Maybe this is just a card for fountain gamers. Whatever that card's called. Right? The 5-minute get legendaries ones. But like, it seems awful. Like, it's just too expensive. Doesn't deal enough damage. Yeah, Wishing Well. It's Wishing Well. It's pretty awful. Sawarthi, Sword Shiner. 3 mana 3/3. Battlecry, set the attack and durability of your weapon to 3. I like this card. This card's decent. I think it's good. I think this card is better than Valpyra Toxin Blade. And it's not like that card is amazing. But it's still playable. And I think this is better. So I think it's good. I don't think that the stat line versus effect is like the craziest thing. But it's a solid effect. It's a solid effect for tempo. Cool. Good card. Standard? What do you really want to do with this in standard? What weapon? Anything and then face? But like, is that fast enough? I don't know. I don't know about that, but I think it's a solid arena card. The buff is permanent, unlike Valpyra, but it can technically be unplayable if you have a 4+ attack weapon. Yeah, that's fine, I think. For arena especially, you're going dagger into this usually, right? I think it's a good card. Metal Detector, 3 mana 2/2. After your hero attacks and kills a minion, get a coin. Is the Lobotomizer 3 mana or 2 mana? It's 3, right? Or is the if the Lobotomizer is 2 mana, then I don't know what to, I don't know what. It's 2? Oh boy. Okay, so for only 1 more mana, instead of getting useful cards, you can get coins. You can set it to 3/3. Very true. This card seems bad. This card seems bad. A 1 mana 2/2 weapon isn't awful, but it's not a 1 mana 2/2 weapon. So maybe it is. And you already have access to weapons so easily. I mean, this is strictly for your Wishing Well. This is your Wishing Well. That's all. I thought it got buffed too. Now I'm pretty sure it got buffed. I'm pretty sure Lobotomizer got buffed. It had to have been. Yeah, the durability on this could be 3. Seems like it. Treading carefully with coins for Miracle Rogue and Wild and stuff, or what? Lobotomizer's always been 2? No way. Really? Why? No, it got buffed. I refuse. I refuse. Wow. No, that was 3 mana. I'll just live in my own world here. Seashill is a 3-mana 3/2 battle cry. The next card you play from a non-rogue class costs 2 less. So obviously with tourists in, this can be very strong in another class, as you can just tutor something a little more expensive down very, very early and consistently. Probably a strong card in arena, assuming you're just a regular old rogue. It's a little weaker. You gotta wait until you actually pull off the thievery. You gotta hope you want to play it. In standard, you can tutor a specific thing. Yeah, you play Kajmite, you play this, you get your discount. It's kind of like a 1-mana 3/2. That's good. Yeah, it's probably good, assuming you have the value, you have the refresh. It's similar to that mage card we saw, right? In fact, I think that was a 3/3 that did a very similar thing. But nothing, I don't know, not that interesting. It's like a slightly worse version of that mage card, I think. Knick-Knack, Caddyshack is the next card. Draw a card. If you play it this turn, reopen this. I think this card is absurdly good. 3-mana sprint? What's the year? Draw a card. If you play it this turn, reopen this. That is such good refresh. Kind of reminds me of Secret Passage a little bit, but one you can pay for up front and not lose what you draw for a little extra. And obviously Secret Passage is very good. I think this is a very strong location that kind of makes me, you know, like 777s is great refresh. I can literally draft a deck of all 1s to 4s with 2 of these and be like completely happy. Seems good. Yeah, free Edwin without the body. I like this. It's a lot of refresh. It's not necessarily perfectly quick. You might have to wait an extra 2 turns to get your other 2, but it's a lot of cards. It's a lot of cards. Good thing to play at the end of all your tempo to refresh. Not gonna lie, I like the power level of this set. Kind of low, but nothing like a nice little Rosticons to hobble power creep. It's just gonna be tough when you have all these cards with all the cards from the last 2 sets, and they're irrelevant, but like, we'll see how they pull things off. Next, we have Convincing Conman. Battlecry, replay the last card you've played from another class. That card looks like it has some insane potential. 4-mana 4/4. I mean, even if you're just summoning a 3-drop with this, that's amazing, right? And like, you know, you talk about tourists, that's so good with tourists. Even just in Rogue, there's so many things. You just get imagine playing Recon and then playing your cheap Death Rattle and then just playing this. So good. And I think that should be good no matter what. I wonder if it's good enough for standard 4-mana 4/4, or if you just want to play your own stuff. But in arena, that looks extremely strong. Maestra, Mask Merchant, Battlecry, discover a hero card from the past. I think you all know that's going to be great, right? I think you all know that if that's in arena, that's going to be so good. I don't think that should warrant much conversation. Yeah, hero cards tend to be powerful in arena. Discovering one and not a random one makes you dodge the garbage. Look out. Yeah, this makes me sad to know tourists most likely won't be in arena. I mean, still 6-cost cards will be discoverable some way, surely, right? I bet you we get slammed by a hero card at some point. Surely. Yeah, that is potentially extraordinarily powerful, possibly even game-winning. This is a card I am very much looking forward to. Treasure Hunter Eudora. 6-mana 4/5, bad stat line, but why? Yeah, I'd pick this 100% of the time over Drillion Test. I wonder if it'd be better. This card looks super fun. Hero cards are good for arena. Write that down. Well, some of them aren't anymore, but most of them are good in arena. For arena? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Go on a side quest to discover amazing loot. Play 3 cards from other classes to complete it. And your side quest is play 3 cards from other classes. Your rewards. Okay, I'm a little confused. Why is Annoyatron related to this? Related? Oh, I scrolled, didn't I? Did I make a mistake and scroll? Oops. I'm scrolling. I gotta remember back here. I'm scrolling. Let's take a good look at that text. Apparently, Annoyatron is related. Steady Shot is related. Psychotron. Oh, because of the thing that fills your Annoyo horn. They're like Duel's treasures. They're like Duel's treasures. You get to discover 2 pieces of loot that are like Duel's treasures upon completion of this, which should be quite good. It'd be curious to see if this card is an arena, but not tourists. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm just, we are potentially, in theory, 2 days away from arena release, and we haven't heard a word. Are we getting arena in 2 days or 9 days? And I always complained about this kind of stuff when I took things more seriously in a competitive sense and stuff too. It's miraculous how bad Blizzard is with communication. Like, it's disrespectful, man. It's disrespectful, dude. Like, it's just like, if you want people to... Hearthstone has gotten less and less popular throughout the years, sure. And it probably would have anyway. But you're not doing yourself any favors by just disrespecting your player base without telling them anything, right? I think it's all... I just don't understand how they let it happen all the time. It looks so bad, in my opinion. 2 days away, haven't heard anything. No idea if we're even seeing an expansion in 2 days, right? We don't even know if we're seeing... It could be 2 days, could be a week, could be never for all we know. Who knows? Like, how do you expect me to pull out my wallet for you guys if you're not even... You know, I don't know, man. It's miraculous. It's miraculous how poorly they do stuff like this, and just how horrible it is for the outlook of the game for people. It's way too late, man. It's way too late. It's a shame to see. I love this game. It's a real shame to see. You gotta communicate, man. You gotta tell your players what's going on. When nobody shows up for the arena early expansion release and nobody plays, it's gonna be because nobody knew. Nobody knew, man. You didn't tell them. Let's move on. This card looks sick. This card looks sick. Love it. And oh, we do have a snatch and grab. One more rogue card. Destroy 2 random enemy minions. Cost 1 less for each card you've played from another class. Right. Okay. So, you know, you play 4. How many do you need to play to make this good? I want to say 4? 4 mana? Think about Cascading Disaster. Obviously, you want more. 0 mana destroy 2 is where it's at. I think that you draft this late after you've gone full thief, and you often play like 6 to 8 things, and this is amazing. But early, it's a little more of a risk. And like, it's really unfortunate if it is like, honestly, there's probably times where you can play it for 6 or 7 mana and then catch up next turn. Yeah, you can get a cock that does the same thing. It's true. Yeah, Potion Belt into that is 5, and that has more versatility. You probably want this, like, to be really competitive, probably like 2 mana. But there is tons of access to Thievery in Rogue, so could be that you get it down there. Or you discover this after you've played so many Thief cards, right? Yeah, cool, that doesn't need to sit in your hand. Yeah, they stopped doing that. They've mostly done things like this a little more than having to sit in your hand, even changing some of the old cards like the Beast Synergy one that goes to 0. Rogue likes hard removal, especially cheap hard removal. Depends. You get a lot of Thief cards, it's going to be amazing. But obviously at a risk. We're moving on to Shaman. I believe we have Shaman, Warlock, Warrior. 30 more cards here, folks. I think I was telling myself I wanted to be done by 8. Going to be a little later, but, you know, not too bad. It always is later than you think with these kinds of things. Let's move it along to Siren Song. Get 2 random spells from spell schools you haven't cast this game. Another comparable card to the 2 mana add 3 in Rogue. This only adds 2, but it does give you spells, which are better than a better pool than the minion pool. And some spell school synergy there, and this becomes you know, pretty decent. From other classes, so that's interesting. I would think from other classes too. Random spells usually, I think, implies other classes, I think. I know it's sometimes hard to keep track. Another football final starting soon. Possibly Messi's last international game ever, for real. Enjoy, Pluto. I don't know what's going on over there, but I know a lot of people are having a good time, so enjoy. Yeah, value is value, right? Although it's 2 mana, do nothing. Well, you just don't play your value before your tempo, right? Tempo first, value later. I like it. Seems like a good value card. Spells are fun, so fun. I'm going to be drafting that often. I think it is a strong card, similar to the Rogue one. Malted Magma is a drink, if you can believe it. Deal 1 damage to all enemies. You're going to want spell damage, obviously. This is 3 arcane explosions. I think it is other classes. Yeah, this really wants spell damage. Now Shaman Hero Power does have some access to it. Kind of hold off on this until you roll one and play it, and that's okay. Yeah, like I said, having 3 things of a bad thing sometimes makes it good. Perhaps this is not necessarily one of those without spell damage, although it is 3 damage to the face. Oof, for 6 mana. So yeah, you're going to want spell damage on at least one of these, but the versatility does add to it still. Even if one of them spell damage, 2 of them aren't or whatever, it can be okay. It can be okay, but this kind of wants spell damage synergy in deck, I think. One of the weaker drinks in general, but the face damage can't be denied if you have a lot of spell damage. Melt a Mental, 3 mana, 3/8 taunt. Yeah, right. I forgot about that. Yes, a 3 mana, 3/8 taunt will be very good in Arena. Any questions? If the question's can it attack, the answer is no. But does that matter? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hey, some synergy about frozen minions out there. But Judge, it can't attack. What if they silence our taunt? Yeah, this is gonna be really, 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 really strong and very annoying. You're gonna have your opponent play this. It's a common. Your opponent plays this, and you're just gonna be completely shut out of having a chance in the tempo game. Maybe that means lean more Discover and random bullshit. That's the direction we're going, right? Tempo, thing of the past. This is a miraculously overstated card and will be a tough one to face. Next up, it dies to digging straight down. Yeah, right. Is there a card that steals minions that are 3 or 3 attack or what? Natural Talent. Get a random Naga and a random spell. They cost 1 less. I think if this didn't say and they cost 1 less, it'd be trash. I think because they cost 1 less, it's fine, right? You're going to be looking to high roll Queen Asharas and stuff. Huge high roll, low roll card. There are some huge misses and then some amazing hits. But like the mana discount makes it playable. Without the mana discount, this is trash, trash, trash. I think with the mana discount, it makes it fine. Yeah, you're playing this for high roll. Yeah. This card will tilt Judge in the future. Yeah, definitely. No doubt. I'm going to get hit by Queen Asharas all day. All day with that. I think there's another Naga, maybe even in Shaman, that's also really good to hit. Carefree Cookie, 3 mana 2/2. After a friendly minion dies, summon a random minion that costs 1 or more. A Demon Hunter Tourist, which we may or may not get to play with in Arena. This will be something I'll be checking out in Theorycrafting too. Very easy for Demon Hunter to get a lot of small minions to resummon these 1/1s. And I don't think you have to hit a lot of stuff for this to be good with only costing 3 mana. However, you know, you do need to have other minions on the board, a board presence, or some combo in hand, because a 3 mana 2/2 is quite trash on its own. That being said, I don't think you need to get much out of this for it to be good. Demon Hunter can't play this one? Well, I think it doesn't need much to be good in Arena, if we see it there. Even just 1 Evolve is not the worst thing, but you probably want 2 or 3 for it to be great. I asked the dev almost directly, and they don't want to say about tourists. Like Arena? I wonder if we start without them, then halfway through the season we get multi-class or something? Or like if they just introduce... Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, here's the thing, like, what's the idea? Maybe they have a good reason for having or not having tourists, But Tito, it's 2 days before it comes out in theory, and we haven't heard a word. Even if they want to make it a surprise, you like I said before, people aren't gonna know what's happening. People aren't gonna show up. People aren't gonna play because they have no idea, because you never said anything. It needs to be announced. No matter what it is, we are absolutely behind schedule, surely, right? We'll see though. We'll see. Maybe we're gonna be shocked with an awesome announcement today. But I think regardless of what happens, whatever the meta brings, even if it is amazing, this needs to happen earlier. Well, Deck Tech is on vacation. A well-deserved one, no doubt. But that doesn't excuse the amount of lateness we see on a regular basis from this kind of announcement. Just because someone goes on vacation doesn't mean that you can be like, well, I guess the whole company can't make an announcement on time. You know what I mean? I think, honestly, those devs deserve even more time off than they get. 100%. I'm kidding. He doesn't play a role in that. Even still, whatever. Someone could be on vacation, or July 4th, lots of time off. But these are things that are not new this year or new in general. I really think you got to find a way to make a much earlier announcement on everything you're doing here. There needs to be a better system here. Even if it is because, like, oh, we're understaffed right now. There's got to be even a way to... a game plan for when that kind of instance occurs to at least get information out to people. And this isn't like, I don't care. Let's be clear. I don't care. Announce it whenever. I'm going to be playing. I'm going to play whatever you announce, no matter what. But I'm just thinking about them from a point of Hearthstone popularity and customer experience. Is people are just not going to know anything's happening, and no one's going to care when they do cool stuff because no one's going to know. You know what I mean? There needs to be way more in that regard. I'll be playing either way. Looking forward to it. But this is like a whole, about the entire game, I think, kind of deal. It's just too late. It's just too late to announce it. Let's move on. Carefree Cookie. Don't need much to evolve in Arena. High roll, you'll be good. Matching outfits. Yeah, more devs working less. Yeah, and again, so I don't know. Again, like most issues, the blame doesn't fall to the devs or like certain workers who maybe even could make systems that work, but rather to the process from the higher end, where they're absolutely, I can almost guarantee they do not have enough devs. More devs working less as not even just for Blizzard or Hearthstone, across the board is going to yield way better results for your company, way better results for the community, and probably, honestly, higher income in the long term. But no one cares about the long term, right, Tito? But yeah, more devs working less is the dream. And more jobs, yeah. There's nothing but upsides, except that maybe hiring a few more people might make it look like you had more expenses in a certain quarter. And people are gonna be like, what happened this month? What happened this month? The profits didn't go up. Which is just stupid. Capitalism is pretty dumb in a lot of ways. There's some great things about it, but in practice, we're making things pretty horrible in a lot of industries. Anyway, shall we continue with our review? Transform a minion into a random one that costs one more, then summon a copy of it. We compared this to Germination, right? Yeah, it's obvious that Hearthstone is not a priority for Blizz. Yeah, they didn't even make a cinematic. The devs are obviously stretched thin, despite how you feel about their design philosophy. Yeah, that's obviously true. And again, the design philosophy, they're not designing this game for me, right? They're designing this game for hopeful longevity, trying to make the game as best as they can with as few resources as they have. They're not doing it to be like, Judge, do you like Wind Fury? And nor do I expect them to. 100% agree that, like, that's what I mean. Some things that's always struggled online is like, things can be two things. I can have two opinions that everyone online claims to be counter, but they're not. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the design philosophy incorporated in Hearthstone has been something I don't agree with as much or enjoy as much. And it can also be true that things are a lot better now because of certain decisions than they might have been otherwise or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, like there's a whole lot going on there. And there is a lot of ways that things could be better if we, had major companies actually putting the money they make into making things better rather than just putting it into like hoarding and giving their CEOs billions of dollars you know, taking giant bonuses and being like, good, we're rich now. Instead, maybe we put it into the games we're making so that they might be better. People care more about wealth for no reason other than to be wealthy than they do about making good things. And that goes, you know, that's not a Hearthstone problem. That is a humanity issue right now, I think. Okay, enough of this. Enough of this. Let's look at this card. Germination, but it's evolve and random. You can also transform your opponent's minion. What do we think? Evolve and then summon a copy? I think it looks like a pretty decent card, but it's a high risk, right? Yeah, I could talk about the perils of capitalism for hours. Yeah, I just got school later, so I can't do it today. But yeah, 100%. Fun card, agreed. Major high roll potential, major low roll potential. Seems like a germination with a way bigger variance for high roll, low roll, right? Which is fun. Probably not OP. Probably not OP. A lot of times you hit minions that are understated for the cost, or like you evolve into a 6, you hit a 5/5, you get a couple of them. Sure. Decent. Get a couple of whales. Yeah, that's the other end. Yeah, get a couple of whales. That's probably pretty good. Big high roll, low roll potential here for sure, right? Wait until it evolves into the 6/6 charging pirate, and then you give them both Wind Fury. That'll be fun. Who needs Battleground Battlemaster? On average, it's fine. The high rolls will be devastating. 4 mana 3/3 Battlecry, reduce the cost of a spell of each school in your hand by 2. That's some serious reduction, man. That's some serious reduction. That's actually pretty good, no? You just hit 2 things, and that's pretty worth. But I guess not always do you have 2 things. If you get like the synergies, I mean, you play it with the 2-cost spell, and that's already quite good. Depends how often those are offered. You're probably going to be able to hit 3 things semi-consistently. I think that's good. There's a lot of this kind of card right now, right? The discounts, understated minions, but with discounts good enough that they're actually solid. And I think this falls into that category as well. Gonna keep things moving. We're coming up to 8 o'clock. I do have to get leaving pretty shortly here, so we're gonna power through. We got this and 2 more classes here. Frosty Decor, 5 mana, summon 2/2/4 elementals with taunt, and Death Rattle, gain 4 armor. I think I compared this to Cold Case when I saw it, and I think it does look a lot like Cold Case, and is probably about the same power level as Cold Case. I think it's a very strong spell. 2 taunts, lots of health. I mean, you think about the 5 mana summon 2 3/5s, no health, a little bit weaker on the tempo for some serious armor. You make this 3 mana with that card we just saw, and that's amazing. Is it as good as Cold Case? Maybe slightly weaker. Yeah, you got to keep things moving and not think about capitalism. Yeah, good advice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, more defensive than Cold Case. Yeah, definitely a more defensive Cold Case. Gives you time to get into your shenanigans mid and late game. I think that's a comparable card, though. Quite good. Quite good. Caress. Cabaret Star. While in your hand, play 2 different spell schools to transform. Okay, so we do know. Oh my god. This is actually the related cards are just so awkward. This actually tells you nothing about how the card works. Awkward stuff. But how this works is you have this in hand, and much like the mage minion that whenever you cast a spell school of ice, arcane, or fire would transform, this transforms after you play your second, and each spell school corresponds to a specific thing. So I think like Fell is like deal 2 damage to all enemy minions, or that might be Shadow or something. It doesn't actually tell me here, but there's like freeze 3 random enemy minions for Frost, deal 6 damage to the enemy hero for Fire. Gain +2/+2 and taunt probably for nature. Draw 2 cards, deal 2 damage to all enemy minions. Maybe that's Fell. One of those is Fell, one of those is Shadow. It will always get 2 effects. Yes, and yeah, it cannot be the same spell school. Got to be 2 different spell schools, but you get to combo all of those and get like one of many Caress Cabaret Stars, which is pretty neat. And the card looks pretty strong. 5 mana with a lot of these effects. Now, Fell and Shadow look like the best options. But I mean, just adding 2 bonus effects to a 5-mana 5/5 Naga. Here's the Naga I was talking about, maybe rolling randomly. That's also pretty good. Adding that to your hand with your 3-mana spell. And it looks like a pretty fun, solid legendary. Looking forward to playing that one. We got Razzle Dazzler, another Naga, 7-mana 4/4 Battlecry, summon a random 5-cost minion. Repeat for each spell school you've cast this game. This is what I like to call Pack the House. Seven mana the Scourge. I feel like it's more comparable to Pack the House. I think this card will be extraordinarily good. Even if you just cast 2 spells, this is already great. Seems extremely OP. It is an epic, so that's worth mentioning. But yeah, this card seems amazing. If you think Pack the House is good, you probably think this is good. Although Pack the House's consistency was a big factor for it. Looks like it shouldn't be too hard to cast 1 or 2 spells in this coming up meta. Really strong card. And we're on to our second last class of Warlock. 20 cards remain. Thanks for hanging out with me and keeping this rolling, chat. We're almost there. How long have I been going? Going for 4.5 hours. That's about good. Five hours? Crush 15 minutes each here? Seems reasonable. Let's keep it rolling here, folks. Party Fiend is a 1-mana 1/1 Battlecry, summon 2 1/1 Fell Beasts. Deal 3 damage to your hero. It's a 1-mana 3/3. And therefore it'll be very good. Desert Hare was not good. Desert Hare was also 3 mana. This is 1 mana instead. And often if you take a 3 mana card and make it 1 mana, it goes from being whatever to good. And I think this card is really, 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 really strong. Like 1 mana, Lingering Zomb is amazing, and it's split up. Like you got to wait for your stats. This, you get them all at once. Seems like a really, really good card to play on turn 1. Eat the Imp. Destroy a friendly minion to draw 3 cards. That is an interesting one, because like obviously eating one of these imps in Party Fiend or a 1/1, yeah, 2 mana destroy 1/1 draw 3 is good, but you don't always have a 1/1 on board, right? It's not always that consistent, and you already have access to draw, right? It's the same reason why Backfire wasn't always that amazing in Arena, is that you have access to draw. You don't need to be destroying your own stuff to draw cards. If you have a lot of those 1-mana 1/1s, sure. But generally, I think this is going to be a card that is individually better than it would be in Warlock. Like it'd be better in any other class. Don't really care about cards that do bad things for me. I mean, you play this on an egg, yeah, that's got me feeling pretty good. That's sick, you know what I mean? But generally, I don't think it's going to be as good as 2-mana draw 3 or even close to that, even though it's still fine. Rather have an Evil Genius. Much rather have an Evil Genius, yeah. Announce Darkness. Replace your hero power and non-Warlock cards with Warlock ones. They cost 1 less. Okay, ambiguous. Does my hero power cost 1 less? Was that a thing Renounce Darkness did? It replace your hero power and non-Warlock cards with Warlock ones. So would you get a 1-cost hero power here? Because that is very important. Because that could actually make this somewhat interesting. So Renounce specifies the cards only. And this, the way they worded it, maybe is actually hero power too. So that's, honestly, that has me very intrigued. The problem is that I have to get rid of all my good neutral cards. Only one way to find out. I gotta draft this, man. 1 mana hero power. Now there's a hero power I can actually use. Are most of my cards gonna be good class cards anyway? Oh yeah, I'm about one. If I get a 1 mana hero power, 1 mana Warlock hero power, I'm gonna try this out. Without the 1 mana hero power, I think this is actually just bad. With the 1 mana hero power, I'm actually all about this. I want to try this out so badly. Underrated, maybe? Also, just roll good, right? 1 mana Warlock hero power is so strong. 1 mana draw a card every turn. Infinite Kobold Lackeys. I mean, you can't just see a card like this printed and not give it a try. You just can't, right? So looking forward to it. Fearless Flame Juggler, 2 mana 1/1 battle cry gains stats equal to the damage your hero has taken this turn. 4 mana 3/3 draw a card. This kills Yogg. Yeah, you're right. You can't take it in a Yogg deck. No way. Not a chance. That's fair. That's smart even. You tap for 1 maybe, and then it's a 3 mana 3/3 draw a card. You need to have synergies with this. It almost kind of reminds me of another 2 mana 1/1 demon that's become a copy of an imp. That was never really that good because it was so inconsistent. This meta, it might be good. But like, it's great if you have the synergy. It's garbage if you don't. Simple as that. There's a lot of synergies for this, and like you can tap, but I guess if you're gonna tap anyway, it's a 2 mana 3/3. But then it's less of a curve card. I feel like you really want to play this on turn like 3 with your 1 mana 3/3 or something else, but it's okay. Like, you'll tap eventually, and then it's like, okay. Cursed Souvenir, give a minion +3/+3, and at the start of your turn, deal 3 damage to your hero. Well, that does have synergy with the card we just saw, and I think is actually pretty dang good. Play this on turn 2 to start ripping face. I don't care about my health. I care about my opponent's health and putting it to 0. I don't care about my health. I'll take a 2 mana, give a minion +3/+3. Can be a little awkward as you get into the mid and late game if your opponent's aggro. But also adds to some potential self-damage synergy. I think I'd draft this. I think I'd draft this and make my lads a little larger. Right, Sacrificial Imp. This is the one you're supposed to draw with, right? 3 mana 1/6, Death Rattle. If it's your turn, summon a 6/6 Imp with Taunt. Is Harp in? Well, I can't really know what's going to be in an arena because we haven't heard anything about the new arena or what's going to happen. So I have no idea. No clue. I don't think it's in right now though, right? Okay, here's the problem. Like I've said before, they just print 3 mana 6/6s with Taunt already. That's a thing they already do. So like hiding it in a bad statted minion, I don't want to have to work to get my 3 mana 6/6. There's like 5 to 8 3 mana 6/6s in this game. Vanilla. Why do I need to work so hard to get a 6/6 when other cards just get to have them? Even if I can play a 2 mana, draw some cards. So I'm not really sold on this. You just play an Arrow Soilizer and that's a 3 mana 6/6. Why do I gotta hide it in this garbage? Is it a bad card? It's awkward. It's awkward, and if you do have the self-destroy, I mean, if it's an Evil Genius meta, then I'm all over it. But as an individual card, I'm like, okay, sure. Sure. Health drink. Is it actually a health drink? Lifesteal. Deal 3 damage to a minion. Yeah, it's a lot of health. That's a lot of health. 9 health gained. 3 mana, deal 3, obviously not good, but I think it's again that bananas effect where you have a thing, you play, it generates a bunch itself. 3 mana, deal 3, draw a card. That's a Hammer of Wrath that heals you. Little bit different than that, but kind of like that. You know what I mean? I think with 3 of those that becomes solid, and with all this self-damage stuff, the health is probably appreciated. So I think that's a good combo with kind of the set that we've seen, right? Yeah, +9 heal in 1 card and board clear is silly. It's a lot. It's a lot, but at least it's not a lot of board clear per 3 mana, at least. But that does look strong, and exactly what Warlock wants with all those self-damage cards. Summoner, Dark Marrow, 4 mana 4/4, Death Knight Tourist. Your Death Rattles trigger twice. I forgot. You can have Reborn and Death Rattle trigger twice? Oh boy. After you play a Death Rattle minion, destroy it. I mean, there's got to be a way to abuse this, right? There's got to be a way in Standard to abuse this. Detempoing yourself in Arena with this, I don't know, might not actually be that good, even if you do get double Death Rattles. Depends on what you're doing. It looks interesting, but I'm going to just move along because we're not doing these in Arena. And we'll get plenty of tourist action in Theorycrafting because I'm going to do so many combos. So many combos for Wednesday. Balefire, Bonfire. That 3 mana 1/6. Hey, yeah, there you go. True. Yeah, 3 mana 12/12 taunt. Maybe that makes a little more sense why that card exists. 3 mana 12/12 taunt. That's more 2024, right? There you have it. Destroy it, draw, summon a 12/12. That makes more sense. Felfire Bonfire will deal 4 damage to a minion. If it dies, your next Death Rattle minion costs 3 less. Yeah, that's pretty solid, I guess, right? Nothing too crazy. A solid bash of 4 mana deal 4 into a cheap thing. I mean, 1 mana deal 4 to a minion isn't even that far off of what 1 mana cards can do. Maybe cheat out a queen earlier. Void Caller nice and early. I feel like that's a pretty solid spell. Death Rattles are usually fairly common in Warlock. Party Planner Vona. 6 mana 4/4 Battlecry. If you've taken 8 damage on your turns, summon Oogly Boogly. Which is, of course, an 8 mana 8/8 taunt that has Death Rattle. Give a minion in your hand, Death Rattle, summon an Ouroboros. Which is a lot of stats. And it's a battle cry, so you don't actually have to wait for the stats. It's straight up a 6 mana 12/12. It's almost like you're playing a Corpse Bride, and then also you just get infinite 8/8s after that too, which I think will make this card quite good and quite a lot of stats. You know what you need with this? Is your huge 5 mana Murloc that silences and kills it. I just call it Boris. That's a lot easier. I'll start doing that too. If you don't mind, I'm going to steal that. Party Planner Boris. Oh wait, you probably call the thing Boris, not the actual. Summon a Boris. That helps. Boris. Yeah, perfect. Boris. Great. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. I like it. I like it. We like Boris. Boris the Sneck. Boris the Sneck will ruin your day. Make sure to have a big old Murloc to stomp on him if you want to win. That should be very strong. That should be very strong. Obviously, it's just so many stats. Last class, ladies and gentlemen, before I gotta take off and do some things and stuff. Be back for hopefully an all-day stream Tuesday and all-day stream Wednesday, more or less. If we hear any news about Arena or Theorycrafting, which they're running out of time, so we gotta hear soon, I would think. Hopefully tomorrow. But we'll get these last 10 in here with Warrior. We got Cup O' Muscle. Give a minion in your hand +2/+1. 3 drinks left. We do know that Warrior has a few things they do want to hand buff. Probably patch notes tomorrow. Yeah, right. Gotta be. It's gotta be. It's the last day. It's the literal last second. So it's gotta be. We talk about this and we compare it to bananas, right? Bigger stats, but not directly on board. At first, I was thinking that meant bananas was a bit better, but we now see there are a lot of good synergies for the enhanced stuff. I feel like it's very comparable to bananas. Very comparable to bananas. Assuming your curve is light, it could be better. But if you're hitting an 8-drop like a Proto Drake you really don't want to buff, that's pretty bad. Kind of a waste of early meta. Or early mana, I mean. So I think it's good. I think it's about bananas level. Which is obviously strong. Bananas is a strong card. So, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Cup of Muscle. Let's take a look at some of the cards that we're going to be actually buffing. All you can eat. Draw 3 minions of different minion types. This is a Ringmaster Whatley without the body for 2 less mana, which actually we've seen a lot of that too, is a lot of former legendaries or cards without the minion, but 2 less. And I think that's about a fair trade-off. I think that's about a fair trade-off for the understated body. There are some very specific dragons, elementals, etc. that you do want to draw by the looks of things. I think I'm going to go ahead and compare this to Take to the Skies, which is insanely good, and I'm going to say that this is also going to be quite good. You know, the not getting the +1/+1 is something, and not 2 drinks specifically, but I think this is kind of like that. Maybe slightly worse than it actually, but it depends if you get the new cards, because they're so good. I think it's a strong card, and I think there's going to be plenty of options to get different minion types. Food fight. Summon a 0/6 entree for your opponent. When it dies, summon a minion from your deck. I'm not going to waste any time here because this card is absolute dog shit. Is that fair? Summon a 0/6 for your opponent. After working your ass off to kill it with other cards, get a minion. Meh. Standard even? Like standard, you're looking for the 9 mana 6/9 summon and stuff. But by the time you pull this off in standard, are you not? Is it not even like? Is it even worth it? I don't know. Will Big Warrior ever be a thing? Not in Arena, not like this. That card looks like poop. Line Cook, 3 mana 2/4, tradable. Taunt when you draw this, get a copy. We like this card. This card's interesting. This card is interesting. Also a good one for hand buffs. Imagine you buff this thrice with your strong drink and you do trade it. All of the copies will, you know, tradable keeps buffs, and then all your copies will have those buffs too, which is interesting, if not a bit slow. Without any buffs, I would say this is still very good. It's kind of like the 3 mana 2/4 Battlecry, add 2/4s. You know, there's some Serenite task stuff or whatever, Serenite chain stuff going on there. 4 health breaking point is important in that. Unique effect, because tradable is great, but you trade this away, it's 1 mana of not summoning stats for a hopeful future payoff. But I think this is a pretty well designed card, and it looks like a lot of fun to try. Hand buffs are going to be favorable, and at worst, you're just top deck. Well, at worst, it's in your starting hand, you trade it away, and then almost the same is like if you just draw it. It's a 3 mana 2/4, grab another 2/4, which is really good. Or which is good anyway. You know, there's the 3 mana 2/4, get 2 of them. Similar kind of idea. So I think that'll be strong, like the flavor. And we got more access to hand buffs. 4 mana Char. Deal 7 damage to a minion. Give a minion in your hand stats equal to the excess damage. Anti-fatigue, if that's a thing in this meta. Is it anti-fatigue quite though? Because for every trade you're drawing a card, even if you generate more cards, you're still drawing with each trade. So I don't think it actually gives you a fatigue play around as much as it lets you cycle through your deck's cards more quickly without actually drawing. So maybe, I guess in that sense, maybe anti-fatigue, where it doesn't actually slow down. Even still, Tambo, I guess if you want to cycle your deck, normally you do have to draw. In this case, you can trade. But yeah, but it's not technically like adding cards. I could buy you a turn or two. I mean, just by playing taunts, it's not going to add any more cards to your hand, though. Not going to add any more cards to your hand, but it lets you cycle without drawing, which is not nothing either. Deal 7 damage to a minion. Give a minion in your hand stats. Yeah, there are minions you want to have stats with. It reminds me of a weaker Arcane Overflow. Kind of hilarious how much worse this is than Arcane Overflow. Where with Arcane Overflow, you just get those stats on board immediately, right? So definitely not as good as that, but it is in a different class, and it is in a class that does like hand buff right now. And I think it's still pretty decent. You know, remove a thing, kind of like assassinate, get a buff. Seems pretty good to me. It's just not as good as Arcane Overflow is all. Yeah, this goes on the 9-drop. This absolutely goes on the 9-drop. Yep, look out. Look at it. If you could make it to that kind of value, insane. I think it's a very, very solid piece of hard removal, even if it is an Arcane Overflow. It clears and buffs, and that is good. 4 mana 3/4 Undercooked Calamari. Battlecry, destroy an enemy minion with attack less than or equal to this minion's. Now, this is very good removal. That card is extremely good. Somebody brought up last time we saw this card that it makes a Bookworm look less good. It's targetable. You can pick your target. All you need is to give this +1/+1 and it kills a nice large whale. Huh? This card is just like 2 minutes cheaper than a worse version of it and is so good. Undercooked Calamari was my ex-girlfriend's nickname in college. Great. Great. Undercooked Calamari. What fantastic. Fantastic. I went through this joke with you last time. I'd like to take this moment to apologize to my ex-girlfriend. The BoJack Horseman joke. I don't have much else to say other than this is very cheap, excellent removal. Compare it to Vilespine Slayer. Right? With a no combo. A little bit more awkwardness, but like it's 4 mana. Yeah, through divine shields, through poison. Yeah, straight up hard removal with a body for cheap. Seems amazing. We have Ham the Hungry, the Druid Tourist. Again, not sure if we'll see these in Arena. And I think my take on Ham is that I love the name, Ham the Hungry. But unfortunately, I think the card kind of sucks. 6 mana, 3/3 taunt at the end of your turn. Eat a minion in the enemy's deck, not even hand, to gain +2/+2. So it's a 6 mana, 5/5 taunt. In Arena, this is trash. In Arena, this is trash, other than the fact that you get to build a funner, more fun deck using the Tourist application if it's in. In Standard, yeah, there's the argument that you can maybe eat an important piece from your opponent, but even still, it starts out very slow. It's going to tell your opponent and bring you joy when it cuts a key card. But yeah, in Arena, it's not good at all. In Arena, it's terrible. In Standard, it's still like going to miss more often than it hits. Why does this have taunt? Yeah, taunt makes it worse for sure. You can discover it from taunt effects, maybe with hand. They expect hand buff on this to make it tougher to deal with, but it's just a bad card. Yeah, Warrior running this to access the Druid cards. Yeah, and the ramp. Yeah, for real, right? Yeah, it's got the big thing about this is Druid Tourist. Oh yeah, right, the Rye Cleaver, right, bread and sandwiches and whatnot. 7 mana, 4/2, Battlecry and Death Rattle, get a slice of bread. So you play it, you get the Battlecry, you get a slice of bread. It's a dormant card in your hand that doesn't do anything, and I don't think can be interacted with, or can it be discarded? And then the Death Rattle is going to add the second slice of bread, but you have an opportunity to fill your hand in between those 2 slices of bread with minions. And then when the Death Rattle goes off, all those minions will be summoned. So someone brought up that if you might have even been Crisp, you play the Rye Cleaver, the next turn you play your 1 mana, add 5 random taunts to your hand that discard at the end of the turn. Then you finish off your bread and all 5 taunt minions come flooding onto the board. So like, and there's more combos too. There's lots of stuff you can do with this. For some, it's like a slower the Scourge, but you can play it a little bit earlier. And you need synergy, so probably not as good as the Scourge, because you just get that for, the Scourge has no condition, you just get it. This does have a condition actually, so there's that, but it reminds me like you can get so many stats that quickly. And in Standard, you're going to be looking for very specific minions. Very interesting card. A card about bread fires me up a little bit, and I'm looking forward to trying that with synergies. Even stuff like Information, right? They don't get summoned immediately. They get stored in the sandwich. Get two sandwich. Wait, what? Hold up. Get 2 to sandwich any minions in between. Yeah, okay. And then what happens? You get a full sandwich that you have to play? I thought does it not summon them? Being Rachel coming in. The sandwich becomes a 2 mana spell. Okay, that's arguably sometimes weaker in Arena, but like having the versatility of when to play that is nice. I think barely does it. I mean, when you're swinging with the Rye Cleaver, you can do that with a full turn. And I mean, you play the 1 mana spell that fills it 2 mana. I'm glad to play that sandwich. I think I remember that. Yeah, 2 mana sandwich, right? You have to pay 2 mana for it. Seems like that is the case. I remember that being said. Even still, barely changes the outlook on the card. It can be extraordinarily powerful. Lots and lots of stats stored in those breads. You can kind of greed it and wait. The downside is it's a 7 mana 4/2 weapon, which is very slow. So you want to probably be able to, you probably want to be stacking some minions in there and ripping that sandwich ASAP. But I think that looks like a potentially very strong Arena card with lots of synergies. Do we have 2 more? I believe, is this the last one, or do we have 1 more after this? Draconic Delicacy, 8 mana 6/6 rush elusive, can only take 1 damage at a time, much like a Moonshot, Moon Beast, right? 7 mana is so bad. 7 mana is bad for, it's slow, like that's tough for Standard for sure. Well, it's interesting because it's like it's so much mana. But if you're playing a control deck, maybe you have the means of removal and then fill. But then isn't it better to do something else? In Arena, it's still kind of slow, but the upside is so huge that you can stabilize and it'll be worth. Moonfang, that's the one. Here's a card that will be insanely good in Arena. Insanely good in Arena. It's 8-mana Rattlegore. Yeah, right here. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There are ways to tutor this. There are ways to draw it, you know, to tutor it and draw to get it out on the board, to summon it. And in Arena, even at 8 mana, this is going to be great. In Standard, expensive stuff is so tough in Standard. You cheat this out, and yeah, and I think you can cheat it out. I mean, there's that 5 mana, you play on turn 4 a chemical spill, and like that's annoying to deal with. They probably have more removal than in Arena, but this will have its offer rate reduced on the first patch. Yeah, this card is going to be a behemoth in the Arena. Absolute devastating. Not even a legendary. It is an epic, so hopefully that means something. But this, I mean, honestly, random dragon discovery in Arena is going to be huge just for landing one of these, and all of a sudden it's like, shit, that is so difficult to deal with. It's going to win some games. Yeah, very, very powerful card. And right, we have another behemoth coming right up too. Enormous card, and that is Monstrosity. 9 mana, 6/9, best stat line. Well, 420 is pretty good too. Really great stat line here. Nice one. And I compared this to what? What'd I compare this to? Wasn't there like a 5/5 that summons? I compared it to that priest card, Blood of Gahoon. 8/8 taunt that summoned 5/5s. This is just bigger and better Gahoon. And there is the potential for these to be like 12, 13s and stuff with all the potential hand buffs. It's 9 mana. Playing it is going to be extraordinarily slow in Standard. You're probably dead already. Cheating it out, possible. In Arena, you can absolutely play this. It's going to be amazing stats. And a huge must kill. Huge must kill. And then you combine that with the tutoring, combine that with the hand buffs. It's so many stats. But I'm not so sure. Big Warrior is gotten so many good cards in Arena that in Standard, it's just never quite quick enough, right? Like they're just so expensive. Opponents are doing such fast things, and then you're kind of just dead before you can do the cool thing. Or like you get this down, and then it's like, oh, but I'm also dead this turn. So I'm not so sure in Standard. We'll try some stuff out in Theorycrafting. But I think this is definitely a monster Arena card, something that people will try to make work. But after the meta settles, might just be too expensive to be worth. Yeah, exactly. Big Warrior, sometimes people start playing at the beginning of a meta as people are figuring stuff out, and then it's like sometimes get away with it. But especially after it settles, it's just never quite enough, right? Does the Summon Elemental have taunt too? It doesn't look like it. No. It's just a cheese elemental with no taunt, it seems. No taunts. All right, and that's our final card. Is a nice 6/9 card there. We did it, folks. 8:30, not too shabby. A 5-hour review. Seems like a decent amount of time, not too long. I've done 8 hours before because I kept talking about stuff. Went through pretty quickly, 150 cards. And that's all of them. I think overall we see some extremely high power stuff comboed with some shockingly low powered, as if they were printed 5 years ago stuff, a really weird mix. We see a lot of effects that are very unique that we haven't seen before, that are fun, yet the cards still look a little weaker. Yeah, a card every 2 minutes. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Time for school it is. I'm going to actually it's time for some food, maybe a quick exercise, and then school, night school. Is what it's time for. Starting my new life. I'm done Cactus Blaster. So I'm on to lecture 2 now. I'm on to the second thing. So Cactus Blaster, huge hit. The marking robot gave it 100%. Probably because it met the criteria. I don't know, but marking robot fucking loved it, dude. So awesome stuff. This Naga, yeah, we started with this card 5 hours ago, and it is a pretty cool one. All right, folks, that is it. 5 hours in for me. Sorry, no gameplay today. Just, you know, it's usually my day off and focusing on my classwork and stuff. We will hopefully be live though most of the day, Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe even an event coming in Friday. Gonna have to balance my life around it a little bit, of course, but like we got new Arena expansion coming. We've got Theorycrafting coming likely, you know, both of those things I'm assuming next week, although we haven't had confirmation on either, I believe. And then I hear rumors that Pirate Judge wants to get involved, possibly. because this expansion really, you know, whether that's this week or whenever I can, we'll see about that as well. Alrighty, folks, thank you very much for watching. Why don't we, my stats I loaded at the beginning of the stream never did load on how long I've streamed. Why not? It won't load this many years. Load. Not enough data? Bro, that's 4 years of data. Whatever, let's find someone to raid. I'll look for that later. What if we said hi today, after a nice arena card review, to a couple of options here. We got, you know, Tito just fired up his stream. I didn't even, he must have just started. He was chilling here. Could be fun to go say hi to Tito today. I got Team America, I think, just fired up his stream as well. Save File 17, of course. Save File's also doing a card review stream. Okay, I highly recommend Tito, you know, and I'll be co-oping with him. I think with if it were just gameplay, I'd probably raid Tito. I think if Save's doing his card review stream, I'll go ahead and raid Save File. You guys get a second opinion. Always good to, in my experience, I like to watch a few, before I streamed, I'd watch a few different streamers because everyone's got a little different takes on stuff. Let's go see how Save's review is going, how far along he is in that, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Save File 17. We are on our way in 10 seconds. See you guys in a couple of days. Happy Perils. See you next time.